the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey!
what's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot, and we're bringing you day 2 of E4. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everybody to the ELEMENT4 Open Qualifier number 1, day 2. Made it through all of those upper bracket games yesterday, and we are on to the quarterfinals and semifinals today. Potentially 2 best of 3s here. We're going to start off, though, with Instinct taking on TSG Gold. And we saw TSG Gold yesterday.
That is the
really
greatest
put up an incredible
moment
fight.
in my life,
7-2
bro.
victory. And they looked good doing it, too. And it was unfortunate for Guac and his team, unfortunately, to get taken down. But, man, TSG Gold looked good there.
They did. Yeah, they did. And today should prove to be no different, right? And this time, it is not the best of ones. It is not the sprint through. We are looking at a little bit of some longevity as we get into some best of 3s that has sent you down to the lower bracket. Why don't you show us what we got going on for the next couple of days, Mr. Whiskey?
That's right. I know yesterday we talked a little bit about the schedule. Let's pull it up again. Schedule for us today and for the rest of the season. This weekend, qualifier number 1. Next weekend, overlapping, closing out the Thanksgiving holiday. Qualifier number 2, leading into that Swiss stage the first 2 weeks in December. And then a little bit of a break for the holidays before we kick back off for ELEMENT4 for the playoffs in January. So really, really looking forward to that. Now, if we wanted to take a look at what the seasonal structure looks like, I know we talked about this. There was 80 teams that signed up for this qualifier number 1. Only 4 of them get to make it through. The winners of the semifinals and then the 2 teams to come out of the lower bracket. So it is a double elimination bracket. Of those 8 teams that qualify in qualifier 1 and 2, you're going to get to face 8 invited teams, part of phase 2 in that Swiss stage to take place those first 2 weeks in December. And man, I am looking forward to it.
No kidding. That's, of course, where the magic will really start to happen. But for tonight, for game number 1 in our first best of 3, Instinct taking on TSG Gold. Couple of names that you're going to know really well, right? On TSG, of course, you got to watch them yesterday as they put on quite the performance in their first couple of games. And then on the other side of it, Brios, Epic, Hyper, Sentier, and Beastly to try to take them on. And, man, best of 3, I think, is exactly what we want here for this late stage, right? Give each team a chance to really pull out all the maneuvers. This is what we've been seeing in all these other leagues. This is what they've been working up to, the top of T2 here. So I guess let's find out where the heck we're going, Mr. Run.
And I wanted to say, just while we were talking about teams, out of the 10 guys that are going to be in this server, 2 of them have been in every single one of the elements so far. Have had a chance to play and made it. That's Brios on Team Instinct and Vipoa on TSG. So the rest of the guys put up some great numbers, but it's interesting that both of these 2 teams that made it to the quarterfinals here have had somebody play in all 4, if they make it, of the elements, of all the previous 3. But you said it. Where are we going? A couple of great maps. Unfortunate, though, to see Layer banned off first.
I don't feel like you actually believe that.
I know I'm in for it. I have
like Lair?
decided
Oh, yeah, big fan.
that I like Layer and I want to see more of it in competitive play.
I'm 100% with you on it. So sad that's going to be taken off the board first, as teams are still trying to figure out exactly what kind of strats they want to bring to the table. You're going to see Bank and Border take the next fall, and Nighthaven to be the final before the picks go through. Chalet for map number 1. It's a classic, right? We take it up to the Alps and battle it out in the snow for the Battle of the Fireplace. And then we take it on to Skyscraper next. And that is going to be a difficult map no matter who you are, right? Incredibly defensive sided. 5-1 standard for the half area. If you've got a team that's got a well put together attack team, could potentially do well if you see yourself on what is considered that standard split. Cafe and Consulate to be taken off the board next, and then for a decider, and not a bad way to go, Clubhouse, right? The great equalizer for the one that decides who is going to stay in that upper bracket, who's going to take their next bit of journey down in the lower.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting that we saw TSG ban basically all of the big maps, right? Bank, Nighthaven, Consulate, that all sort of play out in a lot of the same fashion, with the exception of Clubhouse, because you have to end up going to one of them. One of them had to be the place we ended up. So they left that for the very end. Chalet, it's a little bit tight, even though it's 3 floors. There's a lot of close quarter engagement that happened during that map. So one of my personal favorites, and we get to start there, my friend. With that, it is also game time.
Chalet, baby. What do we love about it? It's a classic. When you think Siege, when you think Snow Brawl and holiday season, there's only one map that comes to mind, and it has been ever changing since we got to start casting it. Right now, in its newest iteration, first floor meta, right? You're going to see extensions up top. You're going to see epic roams down below, and of course, the story will be told by the bands that are coming out right now. There's no surprises as Monty is taken first off the board. That shield just continuing to be an absolute menace on the playfield, but follow it up a little bit of Deimos action. A little bit surprising on that.
Yeah, we talked about Deimos yesterday being such a great part of the roam clear. Teams are getting much more used to the way that he's being played, working them into an aggressive attacking strategy. I mean, we saw like when Deimos got banned by W7M, the look on Shaiko's face was hilarious when he realized that now that's the target ban, and if it makes it through, it's a huge advantage to that team. So I can see that him being banned more often, I think, is going to be something we see moving forward. So Azami and Valkyrie, we were just talking about this yesterday too. Those two operators on defense were banned, I think, on every single map we did yesterday. They have absolutely become the default bans on the defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see why, right? In the game of intel and opportunity, for one, Valkyrie creates both of those. 3 cams to be placed in really just nefariously sneaky spots with a C4 to back it up. It's just an incredibly good player, and people would rather not have to deal with that. And then, of course, Azami, static warfare, trench, dug in, creating those angles that you don't necessarily see in everyday gameplay. Yeah, you've got your defaults that you're going to be having up, but outside of that, her ability to redirect the way the site is set up or the critical push point that you're trying to take, it can just be too overpowering. So yeah, she did get a bit of a nerf. Didn't really do much to her pick rate as she continues to be one of the most banned operators.
I was wondering whether or not we would see a Mira ban. That's probably the only other one that seems to be making sort of a rotation in. And Chalet's a map where Mira has definitely become an important part of the way that is set up. Right? She's got holds upstairs. She's got extensions, holding library, holding kitchen. It's interesting. They put the Mira on a soft wall this time, so makes her a little bit more exposed, but gives her a lot more options in terms of holding on to that position and putting pressure on the attackers.
So we're going to start out up on the second floor, and we're going to lean into some of the more traditional Siege players, right, for the defense. You talked about Mira holding on to the long angle and making sure that you're not going to be able to take that space very easily, but look at the dedication to keeping those walls closed. No head holes on the library hallway there. Instead, barricaded both with a Cade Claw to boot. So really going to lean into making sure that you're going to have to work to get those walls open, specifically with the Tuberow that's still going to be in ever-present danger there as well. Extend down below just a little bit, Mira and Legion to back each other up, and of course Warden because he's just necessary. On the side of the attack, aggression. They're going to show it. Dokkaebi, who was left on the board because of the Deimos ban, blitz to get in and take that space, find him with the Lion, open it up with the Ace, and of course your entry on the Ashe. Already putting some pressure on the piano.
It's interesting. You're right. We used to see Dokkaebi banned all the time, but I think in terms of roam clear, Dokkaebi brings the added intel plus the roam clear, so it's interesting that they're choosing to ban the Deimos over the Dokkaebi. That's sort of a 50-50, and maybe leads into what kind of play would they rather avoid. If you see the defense running, maybe running mute, so that way they don't have to deal with the Dokkaebi, or they feel more comfortable, not being tracked constantly the way you would see the Deimos makes that a little bit of an easier choice. But either way, Dokkaebi is not going to be available as Vipoa kicks things off with that first kill.
That's right, and give him a second, is looking down below, trying to find that Cade Claw. They're going to take Ashe off the board. Now Hyper does find the rally back, but Rai going to take Sentier down, and that's going to put the body balance heavily in favor of TSG Gold here, as they now find themselves in a 1v4 into a none v4.
That was just an aggressive swing there, an aggressive round there from Instinct to start off with, right? We know that this is a squad, a combination of some of the Aerial Arise players, some of the Carnico players, right? Very aggressive T2, and they were ready for it. And you could see, everybody swinging the half wall and maybe not realizing that TSG had two players holding, one on the half wall, one behind sort of the coffee machine, but right, you lose three just in that short time period, thinking you're better, thinking you can swing that, and against a lot of teams that may be the case. But right now TSG just won a couple of those, taking advantage of that aggressive swing there from Instinct to start off with, taking that second floor. Now we're gonna see the basement, see how this is gonna shake out.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of this, Whiskey, right? The basement, I think, is widely regarded as one of the easier sites to take as an attacker. All these different avenues of attack and the vertical to be had. I mean, you have to have a nice dedication or investment up top to be able to hold on to this. So, well, we'll see it there. That's why they're the pros, and I just talk about it. Right, they've got a plan in mind. So it's a little bit more of a traditional siege take here for Chalet, as we see primary and secondary being the top and the bottom. No first floor to be had just yet.
A decent amount of shotguns here from the defense as well, opening up sight lines. Just interesting that they're, I think, expecting a little bit of aggressive play there from Instinct, as they certainly should. Bringing along the Blitz and the Ram, the Nomad, plus the Twitch. I like Instinct brought a little bit of everything to the table here in terms of clearing out utility, in terms of clearing out operators, and like you said, need to make sure they get this first and second floor clear. But look at that Twitch going down, and it's going to start popping all those Goyle canisters. That's going to be a bunch of utility that was in place. They can clear it off, though. Speaking of cleared off, was that a Tuberow or a Cade trick?
I'm not even sure.
Tuberow.
Tuberow. Yep. Either way, for now, it shall stay closed. It's a song of fire and ice as the Goyle canisters are going off, stymieing anybody trying to push in, and the Tuberow canisters stopping that breach from happening. We're still sitting 5-all as the first minute has ticked by. Drones starting to do what they're doing, and now some pressure to be put up top here. Here's what I love. I said you have to have a strong dedication to the roam or to holding up top. This is exactly what they're doing. Both Legion and Goyle up there to make the difference. But it's a two-floor play here. As Ram starts to open up, she's looking for that potential Cade tricker to find out exactly where somebody is going to be sitting to try to stop that breach now, as they only brought the Thermite to get it done.
I love that. I love the second floor look down from the mezzanine, through the floor, and onto that main breach to make sure that you said it. Cade, he's got a little bit of range. He can play the trick from a little bit further back, but you still have got to get yourself into a position to get a direct line of sight, and holding it from above makes that a lot more dangerous. But I also love this hold on the stairs from down. You can hear the Blitz making noise, just watching and waiting, and there it is. He takes one, the barbed wire, slowing Blitz down.
Oh, but not to be outdone. It's the Blitz Flash that's going to end up with a pistol kill, and just like that, they find a death onto Mute, Cade, and Legion as the plant starts to go down all of a sudden into
Look
a
at
5v1, and what just started out to be incredibly slow-paced, well, it wasn't that at all. It was the setup and the prep, getting everybody in place to go 3, 2, 1, drop it, and then they did exactly that.
And flawlessly to cap it off, right? TSG looked very good upstairs, stopping what was an aggressive entry there from Instinct to push up into the office area. But they, to turn it around in the basement, and Instinct to run sort of this, a similar push, right? Being very aggressive in terms of how they were taking site, taking space, and holding from a lot of different angles. That's one of the things we talked about yesterday, that some of the teams sort of were being very one-dimensional in the lanes that they were pushing their attack. In this case, Instinct had it covered from all angles and come up with a flawless to boot.
Yeah, they almost have the exact same KDs outside of one kill between the two teams. So incredibly close. We sit 1-1, and now we're going to see the turf site. The first bit of an actual test here for the defense, usually. But, I mean, this is what we've been seeing as a primary site. So going kitchen dining, I'd say I'd feel pretty strong about a defensive setup, especially bringing the Mira along.
Yep, like we talked about, Mira, great defensive operator here for the hold. Oh, I wonder if they were supposed to have that one. Yes, just making it maybe a little more difficult for the...
No, look at that. You're going to find it with the Twitch.
Oh, did... up through the wall?
You ain't gonna find that with a Twitch drone, my friend. You're gonna have to get some impact EMPs to bring that puppy down. And that is exactly what you saw on round number 1 when they were up top, right? You saw Ash underneath looking for those Cade claws, not able to open it up, which meant that it was a free kill with the vertical and the wall stayed closed. Goated move. Write that down, Whiskey.
All right, yeah, TSG showing us some unique strats there. Siege competitive players consistently, I think, show off some fantastic intelligence in terms of how they manage the game, how they manage utility. It's not just a run and gun. One of the reasons why we love this game.
Yep, agreed. On the attack side, they're going to bring a similar setup along, take that vertical with Ram, take that space with Blitz, and of course, try to find those Cade claws with the Twitch drone. But of course, as you saw, going to be a little bit more difficult. First minute is gone. No space really taken as everybody's still sitting outside, getting some drones, taking a double look, making sure that they know exactly where this first isolation is possibly going to come from. Everybody start to rotate back together. So the buddy system in full play here.
I mean, you look at this attacking team, though. They have got covering the main window, library, the bathroom as Blitz is making the push in, the big rappel. They have got someone on nearly every outside aspect of this map. Found one to, holy cow, going quick. That's 1C4, but they had a fantastic hold all the way across this map. The coordinated push in made this look like just falling apart for the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Blitz taking space with ease and allowing the crossfires to set up. There's a pistol pop. It's going to leave Cade alone in a 1v4 scenario with a shield still active and present and his location known. So very quickly here, they'll start to put the pincher move on, get Grim in place to go ahead and start to set up that execute. And we're looking at a pretty tough hill to climb back up here for the defense as they make their way back down the stairs, the Solarium stairs. It's going to be the pistol pop from Blitz to take this one and end the round. 2 dynamic rounds here for the attacking team.
Sentir is having an incredible game so far on the Blitz. Sometimes I know we talk about it. I'm a Blitz hater in general. I think that in some circumstances he just is not worth it to use as an attacker. But it is clear that Sentir right now has played out the shield as a part of Year 9, Season 3, fully embraced the shield meta, And I'm wondering whether or not we're going to see a blitz ban coming up for that map too. Because if you're just joining us, we are in a best of 3 between these two teams in the quarterfinals. It's a double elimination bracket, so one of these two teams is going to be moving forward to the semifinals and the opportunity to qualify for E4. The loser has to go down and fight it out, slug it out in the lower bracket.
Uh, I don't know if we'll see a blitz ban, right? Because if you ban blitz, then who do you still have to contend with? You still got the Monty, right? Unless you're double banning onto the shields. And honestly, blitz can be dealt with, right? He's got less shield coverage. Yes, he's got that flash that can get absolutely devastating, but it's maneuverable. You can get it done with a blitz. Monty, just a little bit tougher. I don't know. We'll have to see, depending on how this one goes. If he keeps getting brought, which he's been brought almost every round now, you might be correct. Brava now going to get on the board to get rid of some of these cap cans and Fenrirs that they did, right? A little bit of pace setting operators here for the defense. And I think that's the right call as we've seen the first round rotate go.
I love the use of the Brava. This is definitely one of the maps I think that Brava brings a lot of extra utility. Because there's so many drone holes that are very close to locations that you see utility used to make it easy for her to try and get those in. Now in this case, one of them dropped right into the mute jammer, is just barely able to try and catch that bulletproof cam up on the fireplace there. So they're going to lose that first clutch, but in general, I think there's a lot of good places to be able to use that utility. And you look at this again, Instinct has got the attack spread out across the map and taking engagements, and I think causing havoc for TSG that they're going to have to work on a way to manage a little bit better going forward.
Yeah, so start to put the pressure onto the top of the mez here, and then cross is just going to prove to be too much. They're going to just find 3 in quick succession, giving that body balance back over to Instinct here as they find themselves in a 5v2, a desperate situation. The Blitz is going to find the kill onto the Legion. Sentier getting crazy. Let's give them another flawless. Man, it's just like they just flipped a switch. Round number 1 made it look like it was kind of a little bit of an even playing field. Round number 2 was the answer back, and then it was just pedal to the metal. They're starting to go with it now.
Yeah, 3 in a row there for Instinct and continuing a bit of an onslaught there. And 2 of those 3 have been flawless rounds. TSG is really going to have to come up with something here, right? Either whether or not it's doubling up in some locations to try to force a 2v1 on this attacking team that is sort of, taking very spread out approach to putting pressure on the defense. Can the defense find the spot that they need to 2v1 to gain it, stop it a little bit? Where's the space? You intentionally give up some space in order to force a 2v or a 3v1 kind of an engagement and start to pick away at this Instinct team, because right now it's not working the way they want.
Yeah, and I'm going to even say, let's dig a little deeper into some of those pace setters, right? You're going to be playing the vertical game here. Bring up one of those accepted practices. Let's see the castle mirror combo, right? Something that's going to force you to not maybe bring all of the operators that you're specifically comfortable with. Somebody that's going to have to utilize some gadgetry to take down those specific castle barricades, those mirror windows, and force some engagement, right? Funnel them into the places that is most advantageous for you. Either way, they're going to go back with a lineup that they brought out before. Malusi and Legion be the slow down team for any sort of blitz action that's going to be, of course, coming to the table. You can already see him getting active right now.
I mean, Sentier's sitting at 5-1, and a lot of it is team getting people in and assets in place to help him make that happen. But here it is, another shot of it. Brava just working to clear out and steal the defensive utility, and going for the electronics, going for the Malusis. It's going to make it really tough if the defensive utility starts to work against you.
Right, especially when it gets down to that late round after Instinct has already checked all of the previous boxes, as Coach Yali would say. So, 2 minutes left as it starts to count down. You can see the attack team yet again getting themselves set up to put a a hit on each one of these defenders. A couple of isolated here. You've got 3 sitting up top this time in the attempt to hold on. Is Malusi making her way back down those library stairs back towards the gaming area. So 5-5 we sit with a minute and a half left on the board, and they're going to take an extra look. A little bit of mid-round adaptation here.
This Epic making the push through the basement. It's one of the things I feel like we see as a hallmark of Chalet. And utility stolen, Hyper holding on to that Malusi trap, just waiting for someone to walk around the corner, get caught in a trap that they didn't think was theirs. But the push through the basement, I mean, sometimes we see that from the Nook, sometimes we see it from the Blitz. In this case, Dokkaebi doing it, putting some pressure on this team, but site control. Dokkaebi is in the kitchen, and that is the plant going down from Brios. Man, they are making this look easy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Blitz just allowed to run free. There's going to be the first responses of going to take Epic down, but it's a shield bash up the stairs. It's going to leave Legion alive in a 1v4 as the plant already went down again, forcing that retake scenario. Just no chance, right? It's just doing such a great job of finding out where these defenders are at, getting your attackers in place, taking those battles 2v1 with the shield being the spearhead, and then just all of the gunfights are going their way when they're making the push, leaving us alone in a 1v4 or 1v5 scenarios. Still though, Whiskey, it's 4-1, right? If TSG takes one more round, not all hope is lost here. We could see it that they bring out that same sort of aggression that we watched yesterday on their attack schemes, right? And maybe that's where it's going to flourish. So if we see TSG get one more win here, take us to that standard split in the attacker direction, it could be the potential for some OT if they continue on that.
Chalet was TSG's, or it was Instinct's map pick, so certainly I think we expected them to come out swinging and make a statement here again in this best of 3, and they have absolutely done that, right? Sentier 7-1, Brios 4-1. They're just struggling for TSG to get anything going, but like you said, we saw TSG play very, very well in some of their other maps yesterday, so I definitely expect them to come alive here as this thing moves on. But one of the things it seemed like in that case, as we talked about the previous round, you know, we wanted TSG to maybe give up some space and not be as spread out to try and force a 1vx scenario. To try and capture some of the Instinct guys, but it seemed like they left the site half open and were maybe trying a little bit too much of an extension. Gave it up for free, put TSG in sort of a panic mode to try and have to retake. That didn't work out, so I'd love to see them, again, try that strategy a little bit, see if they can consolidate. Right now, you've got both the Legion and the Fenrir were sort of hiding out in the bar area. Maybe that's enough, and Maverick, though, plus the repel, I've seen this work really well.
Yeah, especially because it is so spread out still. I mean, 2 players up on the second floor, 1 on the first, only 2 down. So you take 1 that's down actually in sight, and you find yourself with another protect the president situation where the execute is going down, the diffuser is going down. So you're going to start to see him getting a little bit active here. They doubled up on the hard breach, bringing out both the ace and the thermite. So a classic open sesame strat here, making sure that they're able to get that cross set up. A little bit of knowledge that there is a pretty extensive roam game going. And you can see all the attackers now starting to move down into the basement, into trenches, start to put that pressure on.
Is this the only round we haven't seen Sentier play Blitz? It's interesting that was the choice. Look at this. They had the Twitch. I was going to say, do they have the Twitch drone in place to be able to try and take it off? No, just a regular drone. They're going to wait. It's going to happen no matter what at this point. Oh!
There you go. That was exactly what you needed, right? Take the first off the board, and they're going to be able to pick up the partner, Legion, to be alive.
The double and solar.
Well. Yep, now have themselves that body bounce tipped into their favor here with 60 seconds left on the board. Now, you talked about it. They are going to get the walls opened up, but it's the flank coming down the backside. If it's not realized, if it's not sussed out, it will lead to another kill. Goyo taking a little bit of damage as he gets reduced down to that 70, but they're going to find the thermite off the board as Beastly gets taken taken down. Now puts us into a 5-3, into a 2-5, as Hectic also finds one. Now last alive. It is going to be Ace on the board. Looking like we're going to secure ourselves up at a 4-2 area before the half. As, yep, takes the swing, and you know what? Let's give it to him flawlessly.
No way. What a turn of events, man. You said it right at the beginning of that round. All they needed to do was find one more to make it a 4-2 sort of standard split, although a little bit attacker sided with Instinct doing so well. They pulled it off, right? And 4-2 story doesn't really tell the storyline of what we saw. There was dominance by Instinct on those middle 4 rounds in a row. But coming back there at the end when it mattered, a 4-2 scoreline is significantly different, especially from a feel of how this thing is starting off versus a 5-1. So great job by TSG to just, claw back, lean on there, get their second. Now we get to see how Instinct is going to handle their defense of Chalet, and they're going to start off on the first floor.
Right, this is a little bit more what I had in mind when we're starting out the defense. You take that first floor meta, you bring along a little bit of that pace setting operator in the castle to hold up top, claim some intel with Mozzie while denying some of the intel to the enemy team, and then Legion, who is just a staple of a ton of defenses at how incredibly impactful he can be on the mound. This is a good defensive setup. Now, here's one thing that we know about TSG, right, Whiskey, is that they are going to fuel the aggression. They're going to bring and look for some of those early kills, and you can see with who they brought, right, the little bit of health in that LMG from Finka and that global gadget, give that early initial spearhead push a little bit more when they get inside.
I love this, the Ella play. We have certainly not seen very much Ella being played in general, but there have certainly been some situations where she has come in and in the right situation, really caused some havoc. So I like seeing her out. It's a change-up in the way that the game's being played, and I think she's an aggressive operator, so shows that Instinct is going to continue that sort of aggressive play as we roll into their defensive half as well.
Right. Okay, so a little bit of a run out. They try to find some sort of early entry. Nothing going to be there, though, as it gets denied. You can see the castle barricades have solidified this top floor, which they do have 4 people currently up there, right? This is a heavy investment. This is a deep investment into holding on to that vertical with only Legion being the one downstairs. Now, you would say that, potentially an IGL that sees one left alone in the site would just go ahead and make a dash for it, but without any pressure on that vertical, that very linear approach just will get shut down immediately. So attack's got to take their time, start to get a little bit of action, but Epic going to start it out and take Zonky off the board. Give that body bounce tipped over to Instinct as they start to feel the pressure from the windows in that rappel. Second fall, Brios finds one. Brios give him a second. Epic give him a double. All of a sudden, Vapoa does take Sentier off the board, but the damage has been done. It's a 4v1. Minute and 13 left. And Twitch is on a 19 HP scenario. It's got to be perfect gameplay, clicking heads to be able to bring this one back.
Oh, perfect gameplay in a 1v4 scenario with a minute left. He's got time to try and work it out, but I mean, he's outside the building, no real map control at this point. You got 2 of the defenders on West Main, plus the Legion mine to give away his exact location. Unfortunate there for this TSG team. They're probably going to lose this one.
Yeah, I would say so. Epic on the triple, Brios on the double. They were able to hold them off with just 2 players. And at that 19 HP, Whiskey, he hits the Legion goo. You have to take it out, or you are going to die, just further making it just a more traumatic experience. 5-2, we find ourselves as Instinct E4 sits 1 away from that coveted match point scenario for map number 1.
That's right, and taking it to another first floor site again, Bar Gaming. So we saw a lot of that, and we saw Instinct be very successful on their attack of these sites. They have certainly become the favorite in general for Chalet, right? We saw the rise of the middle floor meta in Siege, and that being the favored sites in general for a team that can have a good vertical hold upstairs. Instinct, when they're playing well, right, they're showing they are absolutely on. When it's good, it's great. So this is something TSG is gonna have to worry about. So Chalet, Instinct's map pick. Clearly, we can see why they wanted to start off here and make a statement. Going to Chalet next, or going to Skyscraper next. So that's a very different sort of map, and that one TSG's map pick. Really looking to see them sort of make a statement there. But before we get to map 2, still 5-2. There's still time here for TSG to find something, make it happen.
Yeah,
Look at that, the
absolutely.
combination of the Aruni and the Goyo again. We saw that yesterday in on the bottom floor on Clubhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those fun character interactions being brought out. And something you talked about earlier as well. Look at who's on the board. It is going to be a little bit of that Nook play. Just recently revamped, right? So that gadget lasts just a little bit longer. Might be making that approach in through the garage, as you talked about earlier before.
And the other one that we saw and really enjoy seeing, especially on Chalet, the Flores were trying to clear out utility. Instinct was doing a great job of it with the combination of the Twitch and the Brava. In this case, TSG going with the combination of the Flores and the Twitch. And they know that they need to try and deal with that part. Nook on
that's
that
the-
west main.
That blue shield that's going to be sitting at the top of the library, it's a staple of holding on to that bar gaming defense, and Warden going to be the one there to help facilitate that. Mozzie up top in the bathroom, along with that devastation of the DMR from Aruni. This is a little bit of damage already being sent on, and you can tell drones getting in, making quick work of some of this extension util, kind of trying to get them into the similar place. Wait, there's no shield at the top of blue. Instead, they put it in the closet.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Rather hold on to stock as the alternative than top blue. Just hold on to it with guns instead, and also not reinforced on the wall from office into the hallway, looking at the stairs. So they're almost inviting this TSG attack to take that space and make the push, thinking that they're going to hold either in the site, or you can see library stairs. They're definitely stacked up from a defensive perspective, but just I don't know, maybe inviting TSG to make a mistake.
Well, and that they did. Brios is going to take Hectic off the board as the Vector's going to ring out, and the Steel one does put all the pressure onto the attackers on the top floor for this main bit of push. And you're right, the Crossfire is set up, right? 3 different angles that could be had here to try and stave off this defense where they're sitting. Bees are going to go out, but Grim's going to lose his life in the process as the DMR gets taken, or finds one and takes it down. Now the push up onto Mez, going to put some pressure onto the library. I'm not exactly sure where the defender's at, though. There he is. He spots him out. Aruni goes down, and that's going to put us into a 4-3. 30 seconds left on the board. Looking towards that top floor hold, that top floor presence, as all of the defenders have now worked their way back down into sight. Mozzie to lose his life in the process, and that's the equalizer. Whiskey now into a 3-3, but it's 17 seconds left. They do have the diffuser in him. They're gonna have to get down, hold across, and get ready for the plant. Coming from the back side of the stairs, so not gonna be there. Beastly to find one and lose his life in the process. The DMR rings out. 4 seconds, it's going down. All he's got to do is wait until the timer was taken, and he is going to find it. Special goggles, special plays. Warden takes it in the smoke.
Whew, man, flurry of activity there just as we started to get into the mid-round. A little bit of a pause, flurry of activity at the end, and Instinct on match point here for the first map in the best of 3, putting up a statement against TSG here on Chalet. And TSG, I mean, doing the same yesterday. They did, I believe it was a 7-2 victory there, on Clubhouse. So that's going to be the third map here in the in this best of 3. So TSG is going to need to work on coming back here, starting right now. 4 in a row to try to force overtime on the first. And against an Instinct team that has put up a couple flawless rounds, they have got their work cut out for them. They're not seeming to gain the right kind of meaningful map control to be able to put pressure on Instinct. Instinct was just doing a better job of forcing individual gunfights and then winning them.
Yep, agreed. So now the Terse site, right? Do you pick basement? Do you pick the second floor? They're going to feel a little bit more comfortable with that similar gameplay that they have been running, right? Leave a few down in sight, but dedicate some players and some investment into the verticality here. Now, one player we're going to highlight, it is going to be the Vigil on the board. Brio sitting 7-2, having a great game, pulls out the Boss G to make a statement. He's definitely going to be one of the win conditions of this specific round, right? Isolate and decimate, or otherwise you're going to need to educate and find out where the heck he's at. Look at, he's already getting active.
Look at this hold outside, man. It just having the confidence there, and Vipoa knowing that that was going to happen, having a little bit of sixth sense or maybe hearing it, pinging out saying, yep, watch out, somebody peeking that door, it's open. But Vigil walked away, not going to take that engagement right at the start. He's backed away back into basement, so I wonder whether or not it's going to be a little bit of a later engagement, still possibly there. Vipoa taking some shots, not doing any damage yet though.
Yeah, not a huge investment to the roam game, but they do have Smoke playing the roam, playing the spoiler up here on the first floor library stairs. So couple that with the Warden as well. That is quite the dynamic duo to deny that space and deny that entry with Vigil already rotated all the way back up to the second floor. So keeping them guessing, putting that phantom pressure on, making them know that there are going to be bodies everywhere that you have to clear out every single room. It's just going to be an incredible time waste here. They have to put some dedication on finding him first, or the rest will be moot.
Oh, wow, down. I mean, that right there is the reason that everybody hates the Boss G. In a one-shot headshot meta, with the Boss G, you can get a down with a single shot anywhere on the body, and that is unfortunate. He's going to finish that off. Ipoa goes down. Yeah, you had a little bit of the flank watch, the flank control there, but now flank watch operator not going to be available, taken down with minimal usage of that gadget.
Yep, and now the body balance is going to tip in favor of Instinct here on this match point scenario, and he's done his job. Now you're forced to go deal with him. He still sits up on that second floor. That allowed the Smoke to rotate back down into cellar, play that anchor, play that position that's going to deny any sort of plant, specifically trying to get in from that trench area. But we still have Warden up there as well. So left to his own devices, he's going to play spoiler here in this last 46 seconds. No
what
way.
A C4.
Sends it through the Mav hole. Going to find one on the kill. That's going to put him now into a 5-3. 37 left to go as they're trying to suss out where the heck he's at. But no, not going to happen. Ace going to get taken down off the board. Now puts us into a 5-2. 13 HP for the Ram. They're going to find Warden on the backside, but it's going to pay a price here. And they're going to take Cade down as well.
Wow.
Get one closer into that body balance, but sent here to find one, sent here to find two.
Well, we said that that TSG needed to be perfect for 4 in a row to have even the opportunity to try and hang on. They are not going to do it. 7-2 victory there, and Sentir coming up as that MVP had an incredible game, especially on that blitz to start things off. Great run at 10-3. This is only the first map, though, of a best of 3, so we have got at least one more coming at you. Skyscraper, TSG's pick, looking to make their run back to try and even this series up to send it to map 3.
I love that this is going to be the next one, Whiskey. I love Skyscraper. And now I can't call it. Will Blitz be banned? The potential is very high, I'd say, after Sentir's MVP performance. Sit back, relax, folks, because when we come back, we're going to bring you that second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back for map number 2 in this best of 3 battle royale. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think about map number 1?
Map number 1, all instinct almost the entire time. 4 in a row on their attacking half, and then 3 in a row on their defending to clean that up. TSG won the first round and the last on their defensive half, but struggled through the rest of that. A couple flawless victories as well for Instinct. Very clearly why that was their map pick. So now we head into Skyscraper, and Skyscraper was TSG's map pick, obviously. We're going to see how they're going to handle it differently. You said it right at the end of the round. Was I right earlier? Are we going to see a blitz ban? Because Sentier was insane on him. Really feeling like we're going to see that roll in too, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's send it. It's time. Skyscraper, what do we love about it? It's a difficult map to attack, right? It is difficult to get into the building. It is difficult to take up that space, to get past that giant imaginary or invisible wall that we talk about that guards or that sits guarding that that halfway point on either side, T Karaoke or Exhibition Office. It's just a difficult map to get in and attack. So if the team is practice on it, if you've got the dedicated comms and the power of friendship, potentially you're going to take one. If 5-1 on the standard half, 4-2 means that you are absolutely rolling. TSG going to start on the attack. Let's see who gets banned out first. It's going to be back to back. We're going to take that Deimos off the board, just not wanting to have to deal with that verticality that Deimos can bring to the table.
There is a lot. I mean, there was the there is the blitz ban.
Okay, you called it. You're right. Blitz off the board, but here's the problem, Whiskey. Now you have to deal with the Monty, and which is the worst of two evils when you're playing Skyscraper?
Oh, good question. I mean, I would have said, and I think I agreed with our observer in this case, that Monty is the more difficult one to deal with on Sky. So it's interesting that they went with the blitz, but I was going to say all the way back on the Deimos ban, which feels like a year ago at this point, is even the blitz or the Deimos shot through the floor made it onto Fresh's bingo card because he was expecting it to happen. So I think TSG and Instinct both now have decided that they didn't want to see that. But yeah, the blitz Azami. And we would have said, maybe the Azami Valkyrie ban here on the defensive side again, but Skyscraper being a little bit smaller of a map, a little bit more important to control those sight lines. And I think Tubrow really caused the teams a problem on Chalet, so not surprising to see him banned out here. But it does leave Valk open, also leaves the Mira open. Right now, though, neither of them showing up on this defensive lineup.
I love the Tubarão ban, right? Yes, there's potential for Valkyrie to be incredibly momentous and impactful with that C4 in those camps. But Tubarão in that last match was incredibly impactful, right? Able to just stop what is supposed to be the standard, right? Open up everything. It just slowed it down incredibly. So a great counter ban here means that they're showing some adaptability and wanting to not have to deal with that. But you're right, it leaves Valk on the board. Can't wait to see the way that she's going to be utilized. What are they going to do first? They're going to start out with some of those pace setters, right? Castle going to be on the board to help solidify that extension over and really cause them to have to bring along some utility to take down some of those gadgets. Bandit to hold the wall, Legion to slow them down, and then back onto that DMR, the devastation Aruni brings to the table.
Rooney, a good question. I don't feel like we see her utilized very often as a part of the hold for Skyscraper here, but Instinct, they had a couple places that she showed up, but we talked about Monty being the one rather than the Blitz being a little bit more difficult to manage on Sky. There he's showing up. Rai, bring him out here for round 1.
Yeah, not just the Blitz or the Monty, but also bringing along the Ying, right? Add some chaos to the shield play. You can already see it's starting to back up here for the defense, giving a little bit of that space, a little bit of damage done onto Aruni already, but you still have Legion holding down in the office. Making sure that they're not going to be able to push in and just getting right up and active, unconcerned about the Monty. Instead, going to just get right in their face and try to put some pressure onto the player playing in the back end of it. So a couple of shots pre-fired through the breach. He's going to rotate to some relative safety. A little bit of crossfire set up, and look
What
at
a
that,
shot.
just unperturbed. He's going to find one. Huge shot.
I was gonna say we were seeing Brios just managing the Monty in an incredible way there. Recognizing that he wasn't unshielding, walking away, right, giving the attacker who was working behind the Monty shield no cover, just making that look very easy. And then a run off from Centaries and getting time to block this thing off. Brios causing some serious trouble early on in this attack there for TSG. So the Monty is down, the Ace is down, the Zofia is down. No real opportunity here to try and open up any other sight lines. You still have got the Ash, but well, I feel like I just cast or cursed her off the board.
You did, and now we're one away from seeing a team ace here. Is Rooney Hyper the last to actually need any sort of There
No,
it is. Any
no
sort of
way.
kill, they're gonna do it. Give them the team aces. They're all gonna find one and instrumentally hold on to that first defensive site.
Okay. All right. Well, we start off on the 2F and in Instinct, right? Even though this is, I think one of the reasons why Skyscraper is sort of a dangerous map pick is your opponent gets to start on defense usually, and if the standard split on Skyscraper's 5-1, it really puts you in a hole. That's what we were worried about seeing from TSG on CHALET, was starting off on that 5-1 deficit being so difficult. So if Instinct is on point and running this and gets the standard, and TSG can't find something special on attack here on their map pick, right? Instinct is already up 1. This could be a very quick best of 3. So we really need to see TSG come up with something special, and I don't think they can wait till the tertiary site downstairs in Kitchen Barbecue to do it.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. But they're going into this with the idea that they're not going to end standard, right? They know if they're picking Skyscraper that they're going to have to start on an attack. So you would assume, right, that they have something set up to get themselves into that 4-2 split area. And if you're resting on the idea of only taking the turf site, then maybe Skyscraper isn't going to be the best arena for that. We'll see. What did they bring to the table on the defense? They can bring out the Mira, which is one of those classics for the exhibition office side. Hold on to that half breach area. Bandit to really facilitate not letting them in all the way on the backside, right? All the way on the site over area. And look at this. We're still getting cheeky with somebody out on the door already.
Yeah, we see this all the time. Very common, similar to what we see for the for Nighthaven in the IT area, making sure that Bandits has no ability to try and trick that single, using the Zofia from down below to block it off, and now they've taken care of the mirror window as well. So TSG doing a great job of managing, opening up the sight lines, and taking care of the utility in play. So this one looking a little bit better, at least to start off with. They seem to be very comfortable. Everybody knows you go the second floor, T Karaoke to start, Office Expedition next. So Instinct following the playbook, and TSG ready for it.
Yep, absolutely. So we sit 5-all. It's the first minute and 20 has already started to wind down. Back on the board for the attack. Still going to lean into that chaos-inducing agent that is Ying with the back and the help of the Monty. This is, of course, going to allow them to start to push in, but they've got to find the body balance first, right? They've got to get that first kill out of the way, and it's looking like maybe Mute might be the first to try to engage in it. Well, you know, Hectic, he's going to take Hyper off the board. That's the Warden. That is a huge pick, especially with Ying still here to try and get that plant going. A couple of smokes go out. Brios to answer back onto Hectic, and that's the Ying off the board. So now both Warden and Ying, neither one of them going to be utilized here as Frost takes a little bit of damage, and that Monty starts to make the push in. Vector going to make it tough as the Ash gets taken off the board. Vapoa, but Zonky to answer back onto Epic. epic, and that's going to be Brioche
Oh,
with
no!
the team kill. That gives the body balance over to TSG Gold as they find themselves not just with the defensive win, but they did it on Exhibition and Office. That is exactly what they needed for their map pick, right? Now you expect them to win that turf site, and you expect them to have that 4-2 going on the other side of it. This was a huge round.
Interestingly, Instinct not going to go for the replay the exhibition offense side. They're going to stick with the standard rotation, go downstairs to kitchen barbecue. That feels like a bit of a miss from this team. We know that that's the more difficult site to generally to try and defend. The reason is the tertiary. The reason that we see that at least the attacking team win 1 or 2 is generally because of this site. So interesting that they're not going to try and replay that one. Stick to the more standard game plan. The danger, though, is we said TSG had to be better. They couldn't wait for this site to be the spot that they started to put the pressure on from the attack. The danger is that Instinct is very good. Came down to it. They got a couple good shots there, but losing that opening engagement and the TSG able to convert it. See whether or not Instinct can hold on here now on this the tertiary site.
Interesting. Okay, this just got a little interesting. 1-1 we sit as we head down to the turf. So a little bit confident more in that bottom floor play, right? A dedication to the vertical. As you see, we've got 4 members up top, so very similar to how we saw them play that kitchen dining defense on Chalet, where they left one person down to anchor and stop any sort of quick plant that's going through, but really making sure that they're holding onto that vertical and maybe a little bit of that cross map action here. So it's an anchor upstairs as Smoke and Castle are going to be holding it down with Cade down below and a C4 to boot should they make it on through. Monty being brought every single round so far.
The other interesting thing about this map, I'm fairly certain that oh no, do we have some sort of a weird observer bug going on? Oh, there it goes. I was going to say, one of the other things from Fresh's bingo card was every single site played, and I think the bedroom site on Skyscraper was the one that didn't get played in any map. And I don't think it's likely to be played during this one either, unless Instinct or TSG really wants to take a little bit of a risk. Right now, we're seeing this TSG team work on the horizontal over clear. Got to have gained a lot of ground over on the office exhibition side of the map and working over. Still got from a defensive perspective upstairs in the tea karaoke side, and a decent presence downstairs in the kitchen restaurant as well. But all on this side of the map. So right now TSG has got the players in place to move over horizontally and continue to push Instinct back.
Yeah, and so you're going to see those Roteros start to take action here as they send out 1, send out 2, get rid of some of these obstacles that are going to make it a little bit more difficult for the Monty to start traversing and taking up that space. Cade going to go with a late round claw to make sure that he's holding on to that vertical as this first bit of engagement is going to start to push up. It's going to see Ash taking damage down to less than a quarter of her life left. And the first kill is actually going to be Viboa taking Hyper off the board as the castle falls. So now some of that vertical play, and you're going to see it. There he is. Senti are going to take one, but the double going to ring out as he does go down, but the power of friendship gets the kill onto Monty as we put ourselves into a 3-3 technically. Now, Cade going to be able to potentially get back up, but he's deep and off the head hole, so it's a little bit dangerous. Takes a shot down below. Beastly able to take Viboa off the board, stop the flow of bleeding, now into a 2-2, 23 seconds left, holding on to the vertical. Legion still up top, not allowing any of that space to be had, holding on to shots at the window, keeping him outside of the map. This is the thing, Whiskey, that we talked about. It's difficult to even get in, and now onto the rotate. Beastly able to take him off. Last one alive, shotgun to the face. Zonky going to get ripped down, and that's going to be one for the defense, and that was a tough round. Just as the last site was incredibly important to win, this one was just as important. This was the one you were expected, and now it's as if you just won your turf site, right? You still only have that one on the board as the first round rotate is done.
Flurry of activity during that Flurry of activity during that round for sure. And even when you had one of the defenders downed, right? Cade went down and was unrecoverable for it, but just a crazy utility dump at the end. And Instinct managed to survive that utility dump. All the flashes going off, all the drones being used from TSG. They tried, but just could not get anything to happen. And the shotgun reigned supreme when it came down to it at the end. So similar setup from a defensive perspective for Instinct as they rotate back upstairs to T Karaoke. We saw them take this one, win it back on round one. Very interested to see how the office exhibition side goes, but I think it shows confidence coming out from Instinct. They're ready for this. They knew the game plan coming in. Right, good team. Even though this team hasn't played together, I think very long. Right, they have been here, they've done it. Like we said, Brios has played in. Assuming they qualify today, all four of the Element tournaments so far, as well as quite a few others as well.
I love how we went to the turf site and didn't ego check the secondary, right? I mean, that just shows that it's business as usual, that you're just a defensive team full of chill guys, right? We'll move on to the next one and then begin it over again. So back up to the top, back up to holding on to the top, the black stair here. And we're going to see a couple of familiar faces that are being brought along. In fact, I think this is the exact lineup that we saw before. The difference on the side of the attack is we're also bringing Glass to the table, which says that we could see a little bit of some quick pressure or some quick presence on pushing towards this black stair. So there it is. Smoke goes out and going to put some pressure onto the player on the black, and it is Monty that's moving down, but he's just going to be dealt with immediately. The trades ring out as we find ourselves now into a 3-3 scenario as it's getting quick, but Glass just going to get inside. They're going to smoke it, and they're going to start planting it, and they're going to put the pressure on the defense for a bit of a retake. Yeah, so he's going to get this plant for free, and now it's a tough situation if you're the defense because you got to play catch-up. Two of them drop down. He finds one on the backside. Brios is going to take it. Now puts him into a 2v1 with 30 seconds left. Looking towards the rotate. He's going to take a couple of shots, but nothing quite there yet. Coming along the backside, trying to catch him off guard, but no, not going to happen. Vapoa going to take it. They're going to find their second, and that was huge. That was a big round if you are a TSG fan. They have superseded the quota that you have to hit on your standard round of play, finding two on the attack. That was a big.
Well, as said, I was looking forward to the office exhibition site upstairs as part of the round rotate, but I certainly was not expecting TSG Gold to win T Karaoke. That has an extremely high win percentage for the defense, and the piece that seemed like it was missing, we called that out a little bit during that round. No real vertical control there. The Monty coming in, helping push the Warden down the black stairs, and then having the buddy system in play. Even though he's able to take down the Monty and kill it, Ash was right there to answer back and completely claim all of that space, allowing the Glass to get in there, implant in the smoke. Felt very dangerous, like he wasn't on the rappel trying to cover it, but it was obviously enough. They managed to find a win on T Karaoke and putting this Instinct team on a little bit of the back foot. We said very, very good, but relatively new playing together. So we'll see how the rest of these wrap up. Now it's the office exhibition side, and we did see TSG win this on attack. Back on round two.
It's interesting, Whiskey. If I'm a TSG fan, I'm feeling real good about that 2-column sitting on the attack side. So they're going to bring out a couple of familiar faces. Monty back on the board, that space taker, that real estate grabber, and couple it with the DMR of the Dokkaebi. They're going to try to run it back, chat. On the defensive side of it, they're going to try to take away some of that intel this time. As look at this, Bandit really trying to keep that alive, but they're going to be able to stop them. They're going to be able to open up that single wall, put some pressure onto the house stairs. Huge play with the Zofia there.
Yeah, it just opens up a big piece of the map that now the attackers can gain without having to worry about a defender sitting at the top of the stairs, because you can have someone upstairs putting pressure on it, or from down below. Gives them access to this space that they need from the B side to put pressure on this team. So now we see them working again. doing a pretty good job, better I think than we saw in Chalet, of working over, gaining some map control, but Hyper is not here for it. He's going to take down the first, and Hectic goes down, and that's the Ash. So the Mira windows, they're going to be struggled to be dealt with at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So we find ourselves in a 4-4 low health scenario for the Dokkaebi. Monty's starting to make his way into Geisha, taking up that hallway space, putting the pressure onto the defense as they start rotating back towards site. Everybody up on the 2F, right? Everybody looking towards. Oh man, what a pre-fire. Nobody there to respond. However, they're going to force him deeper back into sight, and now that's going to allow Dokkaebi to get those cams, give him a little bit of that much-needed intel here for this last minute and 10.
Yeah, you said it. Just 30% of the round left. 1 minute. One of the things we saw yesterday, the C4 is being unbelievable. Are you kidding me? The double from Vipoa downstairs. What a flank. Boy, absolutely decimating this attacking team, and the Monty to come in and finish them off. Rai going crazy. It is all down to Brios with 43 seconds left.
So it was a bait. The blitz was a bait, right? They all of a sudden they're just like, you know what? We want the blitz ban. That way we can have access to the Monty. As Rai just going crazy on it. It's a 2v1 as now they push into side, looking to find out where the last guy is. Shots fired are going to alert them to where his location is. They start to move around and put that pincher in. 20 seconds left. That's going to start to be the diffuser going down, holding the cross, ready for it. Takes
no way!
Gets on there. He's going to get the Monty? No way! With 12 seconds left, you have to push it. You have to put the pressure on. So now, forcing the retake here on the backside. No diffuser in hand. He's not going to get the kill. Zonky takes Brios in a body shot heard round the world. Attack to find a third.
Unbelievable there, and Instinct was given a gift. The fact that TSG missed the cross as he ran across the door to get so close to Monty as he's getting the diffuser down. That was literally the setup that they had established in order to be able to get that control. They knew where Brios was playing, had the cross set up, Monty getting the diffuser down, even though there's a BP in the room with him, pinging out his location, knowing exactly what he's doing. Brios given a gift to take the swing across, take down the Monty, stop the plant. At that point, 1v1 scenario, it all came down to that single gunfight, and just a bit of a whiff on Brios' side. It could not convert that little bit of luck into a round win, and TSG on the attack on Skyscraper takes 3. I gotta say, was not expecting that. I knew we were coming into Skyscraper with this as TSG's map pick, and then being confident enough to take this incredibly good Instinct team to this map, but I'm not expecting a 3 attacking win.
Yeah, not even close, right? And that is no shade against TSG. That's just shade against the map that is Skyscraper, right? So, yeah, are we surprised? 100%. Yeah, 3 wins on the attack side. If you're a TSG fan, you're floating a little bit, right? Knowing that your defensive half is coming up after this after this next round. Any way that it plays out, you're feeling really good about your chances on the defense. You're feeling real good about your chances for a map number 3, and that's the great equalizer. That's where it will really start to come out. Now it's going to be the trades. Brios is going to find the hero of the last couple of rounds, Vipoa, off the board. That's the top frag for TSG. Gonzo puts us into a 4-4 as they trade it out.
You know, you said it earlier that was the blitz ban a little bit of a bait, allowing TSG to play the Monty on attack? Maybe, but the question is, it wasn't TSG that was great with the blitz, it was Instinct. So we have not got a chance to see how Instinct is going to manage the shield play. We knew that Sentier was nearly unstoppable on the blitz on Chalet, but can he do the same when it's time for their attacking round? So been talking a lot about how great TSG is doing on attack here, but certainly Instinct is going to have the opportunity to run it back as well. So in a 4v3 scenario, though, to see a 4-2 half on Skyscraper, boy, that's got to be a handful of maps in the hundreds that we've casted that even made it to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this.
They are just cornering the Monty with smokes as he just depletes on his health down to 20 before he finally escapes back. And look at
What
that.
a
Sentry to
play.
take a shot over the deployable, effectively stopped Monty in his tracks and now allowed him to rotate back a little bit as they're still trying to push up. Quick pre-fire, not going to amount to anything, but it's, look at this, down below the rotate, going to try to play spoiler from underneath as more fire starts to come out as those Goyle canisters go off, but he's effectively trapped in the corner currently. A C4 to say good night as Beastly finds one, puts us into a 3-2. 48 seconds left as the defense is struggling to hold on here. They do maintain that body balance. They're gonna have to rotate themselves around. So you can see he's taken the scenic route. 37 is the countdown.
Events. What a turn of events. That is unbelievable change up here from Instinct to turn this thing around. In a 4v3 looking really good with a Monty up against the smoke. Boy, in the last 20 seconds it's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, absolutely. So holding on to the cross, there's Monty coming up, but they're going to get the shield bash. He's going to go down now into a 2-2. It's a low health scenario. Monty tries to push up, looking for some pistol pop in action. Doesn't quite find the kill. 7 seconds left. He's going to have to go for the turtle plant here, but it's a 2v1 and a 5 HP.
Oh!
They might be able to find it. They
No
are.
way.
Zombie, give them the double, and we're going to find ourselves 4-2 split in the wrong direction if you're an Instinct fan.
Okay, if you're just joining us, welcome to Element4, and we are here in the quarterfinals, taking this one down. It's a best of 3. Instinct won the first map 7-2 on CHALET and looked extremely dominant coming into this map. I think we were all a little bit concerned for TSG, and if you're an Instinct fan, obviously riding high off that victory. Coming into this map, TSG has absolutely showed up. I really definitely surprised at seeing 4 attacking wins on Skyscraper in competitive siege play. So now they have to be able to hold that same level of intensity on defense against a very good Instinct team. And already Sentir saying, all right, even if you took my blitz, I'm going to bring the Monty instead. Still an opportunity to get it traded off. But combination of the smoke and the mute plus the Legion, I think that's a good combo to try and at least maybe slow the Monty down.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're going to need to do. Okay, so back onto the other side. We saw it. You talked about it. It's going to be the shield. You're going to see it brought every single round. What's going to be the combat here for TSG? We'll talk win conditions. It's going to be Sentir, right? You have got to find a way to manage Sentir and that shield use. If he's going to be allowed to take that space, it's going to be a tough climb. But TSG already done their due diligence. They're up 4 and onto their defensive half. This could potentially be huge. I can't even call what's going to happen right now. You know the aggression from Instinct is going to ring out. You know they're going to get cheeky. You know they're feeling a little desperate, especially because if they win this, it's over. So it's, I don't know. It's all up in the air, Whiskey.
As we're seeing this one play out, first opportunity here to see how Instinct is going to handle their attack. And from this spread we've seen from TSG on defense, right? They're having a fairly heavy roam game upstairs, right? Putting pressure, slowing things down on the office exhibition side right away, right? They're not just letting this Instinct team take a lot of space and maybe, you know, a direct push over in on the Geisha side. They look like they're now starting to set up for it, and maybe it's because they recognize an opportunity. You look a solid absence of those orange outlines over here on the Geisha Karaoke side. This could be a good rotate here from the Instinct team.
Right, especially because they're not going to be able to make it up black and just get the rotate in, right? You're going to actually have to put the work in. So Smoke kind of alone with, he does have a little bit of backup as mute holding on to that main breach, but kind of alone inside of that Geisha area. And if he can get the cross set up, he could get taken out. And there's going to be the first bit as Brios going to take Vipo off the ground and Hectic to find the answer back onto Brios as well. Now looking for the potential on the jump out. It's an SMG-11 to try to claim a life. He does jump out, but nobody there to receive the order. order, so he gets back into terrace just fine, and they're
Look
in.
at
They're going to
this.
get the plant. They said the numbers be damned. They're going to go ahead and start to get that plant down, and with a Monty on the board, that's going to be huge. That's going to be a double, though, ringing out as Rai and Dami take one out. Hyper to answer back, Ryber to find another, and now into a 3v1. It's starting to feel like TSG is loving their own map pick, Skyscraper, looking real comfortable for them right now.
The run out coming. There it is.
Yep, they're just going to go ahead and keep going for the defuse, except for 17. Now, he's going to find another one. Are they going to be able to get it? Oh, yep, there's plenty of time. Still had more than half of the time left required to find it. They're going to get the defuse. TSG is going to go up 5-2 as they're one away from that match point scenario.
I love that little distraction of the run out and then right up in the face of the window, sort of pushing Instinct back away from the window in order to get a C4 in place. Well executed by them, but it, like you said, it in a 3v1, even with the diffuser down, even with repel coverage, that was going to be very difficult for Instinct, for the repel player to try and hold on to that diffuser. Losing the man inside the site, that was the tough part. I gotta say though, it looked like TSG had given up all that space. We saw Instinct immediately take advantage of it. Objective-based gameplay and get the plant down looked very good. Losing one or two gunfights was really all the difference there. That was the play that Instinct needed, and they were showing up just as good on attack, just not able to convert that first one into a round win. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal except for TSG had won 4 on attack to start, so putting us at a 5-2 already with them up on defense. Instinct is going to need to bring an incredible level of intensity at this point to try find something they can do to slow this TSG team down.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. So, set up in Geisha. First time we're going to see some Valk play coming out. A little bit of that cam action. C4 to back it up. Try to deal with that Monty as he takes space. It's all slowdown here by TSG as they know Monty's going to get active. And you can see already here on the bathroom area that they're going to start making that push up and claiming that verticality.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. So interesting. We're not seeing them sort of take the same approach of using the Zofia downstairs to try and open that up. But Rai playing on the house stairs, going for the Cade trick. I think, did he get it? He's going to get half. They're able to open up at least some foot line of sight in there, but not going to be able to walk in. Continuing to hold on to that. But again, fairly heavy roam here from TSG, right? You only had 3 upstairs, 2, like Legion all the way over in Geisha.
Yeah, well, I mean, and it's holding on to the long distance, right? It's going to force when Monty makes and takes that real estate up that you're gonna be forced to take that gunfight from below as well. So now puts them into a little bit more difficult situation if they don't get a drone on them to be able to like put the pressure on. Geez, I'm from behind there. Oh, I'm having a little bit of issues with my screen here. I can't quite see. Hold on one second.
No problem. Tech issues certainly happen, and you always say it. It wouldn't be live Siege without some live problems here. So as we're seeing this, the drum shrine kind of line, the attackers need to gain control over and push up in here. But the defense holding on to Dragon, taking some shots through the Dragon. I love that little peek of an angle they got. Even with, the Grim coming out, making sure they identify where identifying where the defender was, but Epic able to turn that information into a kill with Monty providing the distraction.
Man, and then gets the down onto the Malusi and is able to confirm the kill, but Grim goes down as well. Puts us into a 3-2 scenario, 50 seconds left, and that pressure that we talked about with Monty not being able to push exactly up is about to come to fruition as you can see Warden coming along the backside to potentially make that play on them, although a little bit of a suss out here, potentially. Are they looking? Oh, he's not going to get the shot, and he's going to have to rotate back around. And so now they understand that that where he's at, they're going to be able to push up and take that space. Now into a...
Oh!
Okay. Now into a nothing.
And now into a solid win there for the Instinct team. So they managed to make it 3-5, and now we've seen both teams win an attack on the Office exhibition site. I I mean, color me surprised the fact that we got to see that happen. TSG though not going to take the same tact that Instinct did, and they're going to run it back, try that Office exhibition site again. I think it was a good hold. They lost a couple of those shots. The combination that dragon interaction really went in Instinct's way, and I think if that had ended up a little bit differently, that was sort of the turning point in that round. The defender playing right up on the dragon. Fantastic Grim usage to identify where he was. The Monty causing a distraction with the other attacker able to clean up Dragon and allow Monty to make the push up in and put pressure on the Aruni who was playing sort of crouched right up against the wall. So that worked out really well. Instinct played that one perfectly to gain all that control and ultimately the round win. So see how TSG runs this one back, my friend.
Yeah, and well, now they find one on an attacker site, right? That's the deal with two incredibly attacker-heavy teams. Skyscraper starts to look a little bit different in the way that you set it up. So Amaru, Ying, Monty on the board. This is this is a fun setup, right? This has all the makings of potentially getting a little bit quick.
Well, and I love seeing that. I love seeing teams that take a little bit of an alternative approach to what would be norm. Maybe you call the normal attack here on the Office exhibition side. Get the single open up some sight lines into the Office side, right? Push the player out of terrace. But in this case, all right, trying something a little bit different. I want to see how Epic works the Amaru into this. The standard horizontal overtake, though, right now, Monty making that work. You've got one of the defenders, Mira, playing up close, but plus a run out from Zonky.
Yeah, a run out on your hard breach, right? No can openers to be had to help facilitate getting that main wall open, which means Monty going to be stuck pushing in from the backside. I think the Amaru might have been brought along to potentially get up through that hatch, but it's going to have to be maybe a bit of a redirect as she's going to have to come around and help from the backside now that there's no chance to potentially get those walls open outside of those soft breaches.
Yeah, not having any sort of can openers or the ace available definitely makes that a little bit more difficult. And they didn't really bring anything to try and deal with the mirror windows either. That to me feels like a bit of a miss, right? No Twitch, no Ash, and now the ace being gone. I think this makes it very, very much a TSG-sided round to start with. There is still a minute 10. We are still seeing this attacking team make the push over, try and gain the ground, but look at this. They know someone is playing up in Geisha. Playing right in the corner. Do they know that he's actually there?
I don't know that they do. That feels like a classic mist drone, right? And look at him. He's pushing up, completely unaware that he's about to get his shot right into the back. And look at the trigger discipline. Just holding, waiting. There it is. There's the shot. There's the damage done. And now puts us into a 5v3. Yes, Monty's taking the space, but it's coming at a cost. And now starting to put pressure on from the stairs as well, as he's got to get the kill onto Legion, who's just able to rotate back around. Yes, the Candela's starting to go off, cause some chaos in sight, but it's Warden there to back it up, so still unperturbed. The L85 is going to clave alive. Sentier going to find one onto Vapoa. Now equalizes on the man count, but it's 16 seconds left, and that's Thatcher that now goes down as the push up the stairs is coming. Monty, the last alive. TSG going to take a match point scenario and make it a reality, looking to take us on to map number 3.
Match point scenario, and if you're just joining us, it's a best of 3 between these two teams, with Instinct taking the first map on CHALET 7-2 victory against TSG. So right now, looking very good for this team on defense. Instinct is going to have to find 3 on attack to just send us to overtime. And with the way that TSG has been playing this map, they're definitely making that tough. Instinct is a very good team, and the bit of the wild card here we're going to have to see. Sentier has been incredible on the shields, both on Blitz on the first, Monty here on the second, but losing the ace early, having Hyper go down as that opening pick in the last round, I think really made it difficult to gain any sort of control. They didn't have anything to try and deal with the defensive utility from TSG, the mirror windows, any of those other pieces to make it that gave TSG a little bit of the advantage to try and win those gunfights as they made their way in. Right now, showing a little bit of a different attacking lineup. Going to see how that shakes out. But if you bring out the combination of the Ace and the Zofia and the Ash, right, that could be enough to try and support the Monty as they try and take this site upstairs.
Yeah, and I'd like to highlight it's the Nook on board, right? And when you're having trouble taking that direct space, right? Get somebody who can get up a little bit closer, maybe take some of those engagements, catch somebody off guard, help facilitate that isolation on the kill that's going to give you the body balance, right? These are good teams. Instinct is a good team, but they definitely have found themselves a bit in the bin and a bit on the back foot here. Now, it's starting to just going to open up directly. And because they've got that standard floor opened up, it's not going to be able to be bandit tricked, which means the single's going to be open, and now can put some pressure on. Nook already starting to get active from delivery, going to try to suss out that first kill, and everybody's up on the second floor, right? So it's not going to be an easy one. There is going to be a refrag potential to be had there.
Look at this, directly pushing in, so they've opened up the sight line. Smoke trying to slow it down. Early use of those smoke canisters, but if you can slow the Monty and the rest of this push down, for sure, you take a look at all these blue outlines, very much focused on the office exhibition side, horizontal overtake. But I love the combination of, you called it out, the Nook playing downstairs, giving something a little bit extra to this attack that hopefully is the spoiler, something they can do to try and slow it down. Wait, how did nobody hit that Legion goo earlier in the round?
I don't know, little bit of game sense, right? Maybe he's seen the Matrix, he knew what to do there. Okay, so one still down playing spoiler in barbecue with the bandit, and not usually probably going to be the one that you'd expect to be down below, but he's got a C4. There's only 2 of them on the board, so be able to play that spoiler. Rai going to take that first kill, takes him into 9-7, almost into that double-digit kill area, and it's going to be their spoiler. It's going to take their impact off the board. Epic going to go down. So it's a 5-4 with 50 seconds left. Monty's starting to push up. He's going to try to take that space. Going to try to go for that potential back plant, that turtle plant there. Hyper takes Dami off the board, equalizing on the number balance. Now puts us into a 4-4 scenario as time starts to play the 6th man.
Well, and you had the shield. They had the shield available. It's the perfect opportunity for Monty to make the push up and play the turtle plant backed up by the defensive deployable shield. But it's the vertical, I think, that's going to come in. You still have got Bandit playing downstairs, hiding right on where Nook was taken down, watching out for this plant to come in. So yes, he still has a C4. Yeah, you still have got 2 C4s on the board, but there it is. He's planting right in the corner.
Jeez, and it just falls apart. Zofia the last alive, but it's not going to be necessary. You called it. C4 going to find one, and then the swing towards the hallway going to find the second. That is map number 2, Whiskey. We're headed all the way to Clubhouse.
That's right. It's a best of 3 that needs all 3. Not usually are we treated to that. Recently, we've seen a lot of 2-0 victories. Really glad we're going to get a chance to see these 2 teams do battle there on Clubhouse to finish it out. So, my friend, what a round, and incredible comeback from TSG Gold. The way that we saw Chalet play out, I was definitely worried, if you're a TSG fan, to see that play out, because Instinct was on fire and came out swinging, and TSG has answered back decisively.
Yeah, huge play, huge game, valiant attempt. We're going on to map number 3, so sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the stunning conclusion and the final map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back for map number 3. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath going back and forth here in this upper bracket. Best of 3. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
Yeah, welcome back everyone here to map 3 of this best of 3 in the quarterfinals here. Element 4. Glad to be a part of it, and we really appreciate everybody joining us. And one of the things we wanted to talk about real quick, we hadn't covered, what's at stake, $30,000 prize pool, who is still left in this thing. The quarterfinals here, got these 4 games going on right now. Instinct versus TSG Gold, ours, but Garage Talks, Mormon Leadership battling it out, Lycus Empire, and Joe's team, Pew Pew Pew, taking it on in theirs, and then the Friendship team taking on the Bay Harbor Butchers. All of those games, incredible, and trying to figure out who it's going to be. We're still going to have to wait just a few more minutes as we figure that out, my friend. But it is game time on our side. You ready?
Oh, I am ready. And just got to say, W names, right? I mean, just all the way around. W names this time around for Element 4. Okay, Clubhouse, Mr. Whiskey, the great equalizer. If you're sitting 1-1 in the scoreline of maps, what a place to go. This is a chance to leave it all on the line, all on the field, and bring out kind of every strategy. Got a lot of this is default, so we're going to be looking to see something a little bit different. If we're talking different, we're going to talk no shields for either side of it this time.
Yeah, wow. We said, all right, ban the blitz, maybe a little of a distraction. TSG Gold did a great job managing the Monty and playing him early on in that skyscraper map. This time, though, neither are going to be available, Monty and Blitz and Azami. Who's the last one going to be here on Clubhouse? I don't know, my friend. Really feels like it's going to be a Velk.
Back to the tuber round. Okay. You can't beat that. They are just going to lean into making sure that everything gets opened up. So when we're going for those hatches, when we're going for that vertical play, when you're having to do that split push from on the gym bedroom, taking cash and CCTV, you're going to have at least some verticality dedicated to holding on so they can't push you out from underneath, and you got to be ready with the trick. So we're going to head down to Church Arsenal first, and you can already see Bandit going to be on the board instead of Cade.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Bandit instead of Cade. That is a very interesting choice for the basement site, right? With Cade available and two-brow band, there's really nothing they're going to be able to do to try and hold on to the hatches at all. So it's going to force TSG into a very vertically centered play style, because if they're using the bandit to try and block off, maybe the church wall, maybe I don't know, interesting from down here in the basement, maybe electrify the barbed wire. Just curious how they're going to manage it, because it's not the typical setup.
No, but I love it. And, I did say no shield to be had on the board. I did forget Fuse. Fuse is here. He is the one. And in absence of a Blitz or a Monty, can be used to make that push, still gain that territory, create those intel opportunities. And you're going to see him first on the board right here.
Bomb located by attackers.
So, yeah, it's going to be mainly, they're going to hold on to that church wall. They don't want you to be able to execute behind that bar off a moto hatch drop or off of that main stair push down. I love the castle being brought out here. Also, couple that with the Goyos on the board, those canisters to really slow down any momentum, take away that actual, quick initial push where you can have some of that surprise factor in. Oh, look at that. Already going to take some of those pellets off the board, those X-Kairos, as what? Fuse just drops down into hat. Or where did he come from?
I believe it came from dirt. You had Ash and Fuse playing in the dirt tunnel, just waiting, making the push in, but holy cow, this thing is absolutely falling apart for this attacking team. 5v1, a flawless from Instinct to start off against the Fuse.
Jeez, pistol to pistol, and one had something to hide behind. Huge round for the defense. Tried to get a little active, just not able to pull it through. Defense just showing up strong here on the default. So take it back up. And are they showing it? Cash CCTV instead of gym bedroom? We're going to see the normal Tersh site going first.
Yeah, I mean, interesting round there for Instinct coming out, but right, taking a look at the way that TSG had set it up, they had the hatches available. There was no arcade to try and block those off. Um, no shield other than the fuse available on the attacking side to try and bring it out. But they go for the quick push through dirt, maybe identifying that they were going to have to struggle with opening up walls, but just be aggressive to start off with. Go with something crazy from the dirt push. But Instinct won all their gunfights, won all the engagements there, and completely shut that thing down. And maybe the CC, interesting place to play it. They're going to run the Cade this time, though, try and block off those garage walls. So hold on, even though a zombie's not available. This combination, though, we see him come out in some of these dangerous locations. The Doc when he playing rafters.
Defuse a bomb.
I love this setup. Yeah, a double down on the breach denial. Love it. Doc to hold those rafters. Love it. Smoke is the anchor to really deny them from pushing into that main breach and holding off construction. Love it. I think this is an incredible defensive setup, albeit very standard, right? Something that we've seen, of course, a ton of times, but we've seen it that many times because it works. So, on the other side of it, I'm going to kind of try to double up on the open everything principle. No barricades up on hot tubs, so they're going to be able to use the soft breach and start put some pressure in from the backside. See if any of those defenders are lingering around. Spoiler, going to be played by Wamai, who sits down in the lounge.
It's interesting him not being played up on the rafters to try and support the Doc, but that's because Doc's moved over to the construction side. It's the Cade who's playing up there, so they're changing up the positions of everybody where we thought they might be. But this con side, I don't know whether or not they know if Doc is... Oh, no, Doc's made the rotate back. Now he's playing top red. And, yes, the trick comes in at the last second there, trying to keep that con wall single closed. Instinct doing everything right, and TSG is sort of struggling to get anything going. We still got plenty of time left, not even half the round gone yet, but with that opening pick on Sentir going down, no smoke, no area denial in place, now they're going to get the con wall open.
Yeah, absolutely. And you take the anchor off the board. That's a huge first pick if you're TSG. So starting to open it up, starting to put some pressure, a little bit across as they holding on, waiting for somebody to rotate back to site. And you're right, this liquid presence that they have where any one of the operators can go anywhere else can be a little bit confusing, but Vapoa, he's not confused. He's ready for it. Beastly getting taken off the board. Now puts us into a 5v3 scenario as the last 60 seconds start to ring out.
What a shot!
Jeez, wasn't even taking a chance. A pre-fire finds himself one as the plant starts to go down, and now it's a classic retake scenario here for Doc and Wamai. Well, sans the Doc is now Wamai, the last alive. The bedroom attempt here, try to catch him slipping from the backside, and he is going to find one. On pace for the ace is what he's got to be, but no, going to get shut down in his prime. It was a 1v4, and that was all it took.
Well, I mean, you talk about this being more of a solved site, a little bit interesting choice. Maybe felt a little bit risky to go to the CC cache side, and TSG Gold was ready for it. They had prepared, ready, knew how they were going to manage that one. Instinct sort of playing a little bit all over the place. Weren't see them, sort of having a real stronghold in any particular location, but completely foregoing the garage, focusing on the con side execute. After they were able to push the bandit out of cache so they could open up that single into con, or from con into cache, made it look good, made that thing happen very quickly. So now they're going to try maybe the more traditional site here from a defensive perspective and go with the gym bedroom side with the combination of the Mira and the electricity there, the double up, the Cade Bandit combo. They've got plenty of breach denial in place to try and slow this TSG attack down.
Yeah, and no castles to help stop that highway presence. So, gonna lean on a little bit of holding down some of those angles instead of having a bunch of rotation specific strats in mind. So, I like it. Let's see how it's gonna play out. Bring along the Fenrir. You can't see, I can't see. You can't hit me. I like the strat. Now, here's the fun. Here's the highlight for me on this one, Whiskey. Deimos, right? You talked about him being this incredible operator. He's been banned out for 2 of the maps. I think this is for sure a potential to have some impactful some impactful plays to him, because nobody's going to be looking for that, right? It hasn't been seen. The verticality, the Bucks underneath, the Deimos underneath haven't really been a factor much.
It's interesting that both of these teams have sort of foregone the heavy vertical play, right? Neither running the buck nor the sledge, right? Just not leaning into that style of an attack or leaning into that style of an approach. It's interesting that that neither team is doing it, right? Playing against each other. So we'll see how this one works out. Clubhouse has got plenty of places to the vertical to be important, but taking out the C4, not going to be available.
Man, and
there
so
it is.
just holding on. Yeah, they're really just setting up all of these layers. And as the attack team is going through and taking them down, they find yet another defensive hurdle that they have to overcome. Now it's the bandit charges that are going to guard onto the cache wall and still make it tough for them to be able to push into that next set of areas. Brios going to take that first attacker off the board, and it is going to be the ace. It's a huge pick. Does get return fire as Brios gets taken down, and Beastly finds his life forfeit. We find ourselves now into a 3-3 with 1:18 left on the board. And starting to see that push from Secret here, as he's going to have to take kind of a secondary alternative approach, as there's no more hard breach on the board.
Well, and doubling up on the breach now with the bandit and the Cade, I mean, even without it was definitely going to be tough. But look at this. They know that they're not going to have to worry about Jacuzzi being opened. Open up the Mira, play into the hallway, so that way you've got the protection from the Mira, plus the sightline for the defense to use. That's a great adaptation there from this Instinct defense, and they are ready for TSG.
Yeah, and really heads up, just understanding that they already have had both Thermites dealt with and that Ace is dead. Huge play. 28 seconds left. I'm going to start to see some drone use, still going to guard the flank for the players that are dead. Deimos going to send out a ping. Who's going to catch it? There it is. Mira going to be caught into the Deimos. They're going to... Zonky going to take that fight.
Okay.
Hectic to follow up. Now into a 3v1. Taking it to a 3v none.
One of the reasons their Deimos banned out, identified where they were playing, knew that Mira was playing back behind the window. You had sight lines. You had once they gained Logi control, was going to make it much more difficult to stay in that hallway. Plus, I think having the drone buzzing around your head just causes a little bit of chaos, causes you to act a little forcing you to do something similar to way that those nades would come out, because you're in a vulnerable position there where the attackers know exactly where you are. So one of the reasons you see Deimos being banned out, but Dami's going to lean into it, potentially going to see him more and more. But I like this this combination of the double area denial from the smoke and the Goyo here. Instinct trying to hold on. This is Clubhouse defense. Again, the 4-2 split, sort of the standard, but both of these teams have been incredibly good attacking rounds. So we may see this entire series lean attacker sided.
Yeah, the Deimos panic shuffle, right? That thing starts buzzing around your head. You got the eyes on you, man. Yeah, of course. That freaked me out, too. So instead of the Deimos this time, however, still rely on some of that intel. They're going to bring out the Grim, right? Which is what we saw yesterday whenever we watched Clubhouse, is take that verticality and then just util dump, take that space, get a plant in, and of course, hold on to protect the president at the end of it. A little bit tougher with the Goyo on the board and the smoke. You called it. The doubling up on that area denial. That's going to take away some of the speed in which it can be executed. So kind of going to be leaning a little bit more into that 3-2-1 scenario that we were watching on map 1, where it took a little bit longer for the attacking team to get everybody in place, but once they did, it was a lights out gameplay.
The standard approach here, working on the clearing out the kitchen, gaining some space, and a little bit of a top-down clear, and working on opening up this hatch. So they've got the Cade. Oh, the Cade's over on the Moto side, so they are going to get that kitchen hatch open. and now start working on the second. But this one's being Cade tricked. We'll see whether or not Cade's able to slow down and waste any of this utility. The Hibana makes that a little bit more easy, though, with just so much extra utility available to give it plenty of attempts.
Yeah, because it only takes one time of getting that timing correct with your Thatcher, right? And he's got 3 EMPs still in pocket. In fact, he's going to go ahead and get ready to use one as they start to put that first attempt on getting it open. Let's see if that plays out. Now 2 hatches open and ready to go. Look at that. Oh, he did not get it. Wasn't able to
so
hold on.
close.
Cade trick did not go through. So unfortunate. He's going to back it around, use it for that church wall.
Oh, waiting to see whether or not there was a drone in place before getting that that Cade Claw in place. Still has got it. Now it's down. Still have got 3 smokes, though, available with a minute left in this case. That's an awful lot of time that he's going to be able to slow down almost the entire round, depending on how it goes. But the attackers have got themselves set up. You can see, ready for the hatch drop in blue on the main stairs with the ace, opened up that church wall and taking down the defender playing church. 50 seconds left.
Yep, and that's going to be the answer back as it gets into a 3-2. Now the body bounce to Instinct as they find themselves in the 3-2 scenario, but the plant is going down. It's going to be some fire holding off onto the Moto area.
They don't realize.
Into blue, and that's going to be a post-plant scenario, Whiskey. Now holding on to it, sends out an impact, but nobody there to receive it. Holding on to basically where the breach is. This is a tough scenario to come back as a defender. They've got the long shots, but there's the fire.
Standing in it.
Hibana down. That's going to take down Ace, and they're going to be able to get that defused, tie us up on the scoreline, send us into a 2-2.
A great round there from Instinct. I thought, as that round was playing out, it was certainly looking like we were going to see another TSG win with opening up all of the church control, taking out the defender, getting that plant down, but then the Goyo canister, the fire kill, plus a headshot coming out. Hyper just showed up with a utility and a gun at exactly the right moment. Gives Instinct the little boost that they need to finish off that round with the pointy ends of those guns. So it's unfortunate from if you're a TSG fan, but 2-2, tied up. Going a little bit back and forth between this one. This best of 3 is delivering on all the action.
Yeah, can we see our first bit of overtime tonight, right? Overtime on map 3. You couldn't ask for a better scenario. So, take it over to the cache CCTV setup, and this time, let's switch the strat up again. Bring out the castle for that extension. And now, I'm not sure. Is he going to play it onto the highway windows and extend or horizontally? Or is he going to extend downwards and vertically to hold on to that lounge area and try to protect that main breach from getting opened up and allow the bandit to do some tricking? Either way, going to be some exciting gameplay. This is a pretty standard setup for the defense to be bringing out. And a standard response on the other side of it, right? Maverick to help open it up, Grim to get that intel when they go for the plant, Capitao to take the dock off of the garage catwalk, and Zofia to help facilitate the opening of the main breach from the vertical area. This is strat and counter strat at its finest.
Really, I was going to say, very late to be working on reinforcing that wall, and the attackers recognize it, taking a couple shots as Mira's getting that on, but not going to be enough. She's able to get it in play. Interesting that Ace is using his charge there to open up garage. Yeah, it's nice to have some control, but they must have identified that's a bit of a strong point that Instinct was holding on. Plus the soft breach charge, so they're leaning into making sure they get and gain garage control. Rather than focusing on the CC breach, sort of a change up in strategy. You can hear Mav, though, working on opening that wall.
Yep. So the position, the dock, takes a pop shot towards Ace. Not going to find the kill, but is going to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of a warning shot. Say, hey, you can't just cross here. So it now putting himself around to go help out with that main breach area and allow Capitao to start putting that pressure onto the garage, onto that dock, and get that first entry kill, which is what TSG is going to need here. Now, they've already took 2, right? They've already hit their quota, so anything outside of this on Clubhouse is going to feel really good if you're a TSG fan going into the back end of the half.
They're working on it. They're getting all the pieces in place that they need, but they got the main breach open. Still, from a defensive perspective, though, holding on to the stairs. Love seeing this Capital come out, and Doc laying in the fire. He takes one. Reload. Is he going to get the second off? He does!
Oh, he does
1
get it.
HP!
Looking towards his third. Is it going to last?
No
He's
way.
going to make it. He's going to hold it. B's going out. They've got his location. The push starting to happen, but the smoke cloud's going to keep him away, and Hyper going to get a kill. They're going to push up and take Hyper off the board, and that's going to be another wins out as the attack finds 2, and now take that garage control. Equalize. The Sentier is able to find Vapoa off the board, the hero of the last match, now into a 3-3 scenario with 30 seconds. All of that effort. They take the real estate, but not quite enough to get inside. Still a C4 on the board for them to be able to use.
No way. Fantastic timing there by Doc. Hyper played that one out well, but now the smoke in exactly the right place. Is he going to go down? I thought Grim was going to go down from standing in the smoke. Unbelievable.
Yep, Vector rings out, shotgun to follow, 1 second left, not going to be enough to do anything with. Defender's going to find that round off the back of some really exciting action.
Well, we saw TSG take down the CC cache site back on round 2. Instinct answered back though, and it really felt like that one sort of fallen apart for TSG. They had a bit of the advantage, played the rafters section exactly the way they needed to, but all sort of fell apart from there. So Instinct found their third. Leaning into a 4-2 half on either side, I think both of the teams would be happy with that. So for me, the pressure is on the Instinct side to try and get that fourth. They get the opportunity to go back to the gym bedroom as well, which gives them a little bit of an advantage here. So it had been successful. Love to see this one go.
Absolutely. Okay, last round of the first half, the last map, and we're going to take it to gym bedroom, and this time going to see a new iteration of the lineup being brought out. Castle is going to make an appearance. I imagine put some protection on some of those highway windows, allow them to move a little bit more freely inside of sight. Mute to help take away that intel. Bandit to keep it locked up, and Fenrir because F you, that's why. Fenrir going to take away your sight, make it incredibly difficult to make that push in, especially as they're going to be opening up everything on the other side of it.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
All right, my friend. Boy,
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
in the best of 3 between these two, right now, the most, the losing team, the most wins the losing team had gotten was 3, right, in the previous 2 maps. Both of these teams very close to that mark. So I think it's likely we may see more wins on the losing side than we did on either of the 2 maps. If this thing goes to overtime combined, crazy how dominant both of these teams were on their map picks. So in this case, on the decider, neither one wanted to go to, fighting out all the way to the end of this. Clubhouse being that last. I know you talk about it as a great equalizer all the time. This is it.
Yeah, no joke. So doing a great job of opening everything up. Bring along the Thermite. Bring along the Ace. Maverick to help. Flores to get rid of some of those extension utils. Did open up the wall, but mainly to get those castles off the board, right, and help them. Look at this. Another late round barricade. It's just the only thing that does is keep them guessing, right? A little bit of different pressure. It's a different look. You talk about intel only being good 5 seconds after it sees it. Well, on the 6th second, he puts up a barricade. You go to make the push, and then you're stymied because you didn't know it was coming. I like the ingenuity that we're seeing here.
Well, and it changes up the focus, right, from trying to hold on to the con single to the outside. Right now, they're sort of giving that one up, leaving it open. You can see Thermite on the upside down rappel, working on getting it, but this defense giving away that piece of control for free because now they've got the double into Logi reinforced off, and with the Bandit locked on as well. So if they can protect the hatch drop, watch out for that. Bandit. Bandit doesn't have the C4. Got only 1 in the hand of Mute, but I'm thinking that That potential C4, he's playing downstairs in pool table. That's the late round spoiler we got to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. So there they go, taking a look. You got the bandits that they did open up that lodging now. And that's all of the exothermics off the board. And now going to have to rely on Ace to get that last bit of open sesame strat utilized here. A couple of shots, damage done onto the castle, but not enough. He's able to survive. Now he's back into the safety of the barricaded wall, but they're going to see Legion fall, and it's going to get traded out. And now Flores goes down as well as a hell of bullets. Going to spell disaster here for TSG. So they now find themselves in a 3-1 scenario, make it a 3-0. Brios to close it out.
Jeez, we said that, we said a little bit of the pressure on the Instinct side, but, man, just falling apart there for TSG at the end. They had good coverage there in Logi. All the hatch drops sort of happened at the same time, and even with Castle stuck outside, all sort of fell apart. So it is Clubhouse, though. A little bit of defensive sided, 4-2 half. Neither one of these teams, right, I think really feeling a ton of that pressure at this point. They performed exactly the way we'd expect them to. So now TSG gets their option to defend Clubhouse, and they're going to start in the same place that Instinct did, downstairs in the basement. And fairly similar lineup with the double up on the area denial from the Smoke and the Goyo, but bringing out the Mozzie, a little bit of a change up there. So rather than, Valk is available because we banned out the Tubarao instead, so we could use her for some of that intel. And there's a ton of great cam spots here on a Clubhouse, but using the Mozzie to try and steal away some of that intel, use it against the attackers, maybe expecting that Instinct was going to be using that against them.
5 seconds to insert.
Yeah. Yep, I like the call for the Mozzie. I like the mobile intel of it, especially because you're already seeing that adaptability inside the round. Mozzie really going to help out with that. I like the call, plus the C4 to boot. Not a bad one, right? Here's what I want to see, though. Where's the Scopos at, Whiskey? Right? This is the one map where we've seen some really dedicated Scopos use, and if you're bringing out the mute, let's see it, baby. You can see him all the way up on the second floor playing spoiler. Going to make them come up there. Even if he doesn't stick up there for more than 30 seconds or something that he gets back down to down into sight, you're going to make them, force them to make sure they check every single room because of all the little hidey holes that you have.
Yeah, that's right. Working on the top-down clear in the basement forces the defense to have to worry about that. And Zonky taking down the Flores, that was huge. That, losing that piece of utility clear, we have seen teams use them very effectively, but that's going to be unfortunate. Now, from a utility clear perspective, they still have both of the hard breaches available, but no Twitch. Going to have to rely on the guns to try and clear all that out now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the castle barricades, that's the Floreses, that's the mute jammers are going to take away the intel. Just all of that is absolutely gone, not to mention that's your frag leader gone off the board. So part of the win condition for sure was to get him taken down, and they did so. Okay, 4-4 is where we sit. Minute and 24. Going to take a little bit of an extra look here with the drones. You can start to see Dokubi making their way down. Try to put some pressure onto this Castle, who's already rotated back around. He took the scenic route into the garage, now coming up from the backside to play spoiler on the Dokubi. Could be an absolute huge play if he doesn't get sussed out.
Speaking of it, there's the Deimos coming out, playing the C4. Holy cow. Well played there by Zonky. And right, just goading Hyper into walking right up into the waiting arms of the C4. Man, just well played defending the Deimos.
Yep, absolutely. So body balance now tips into the hands of the defense as they still have a spoiler up in the second floor in the bedroom. Two members sitting on the first floor for the attack side, one that's sitting at the basement looking to catch somebody on a rotate. It's a tough position to find yourself in as an attacker, but they're going to make a run for it anyways. The flash goes out, Zonky able to find Epic off the board, and you know what? Just clean it up. Hectic for a double.
This map, we have seen an awful lot of SMG 11 kills. I think it's got to be approaching some sort of a record here at this point. But the third for TSG Gold on defense, looking to tie this game up as we head into round 8. A great run. You had a very spread out defense, like we said. You talked about it early on. Heavy roam game, playing upstairs in the 2F. Instinct never able to fully clear that out, never able to fully gain control. And even when they did try and make the push down the main stairs, it all sort of fell apart. So it felt like a little bit of a disjointed push, but when you're down on the man count and you lose one early, and walking into the C4, taking out the Deimos, TSG just had an answer there. So pressure a little bit on Instinct again now as we head upstairs to the gym bedroom side to try and keep their lead alive here.
One away from tying it up. Head to the gym bedroom. Similar lineup. Slow them down with the pace-setting operators that are
Oh
Castle.
no!
Seconds to go.
Got one
happened?
player,
Oh,
one player
no.
frozen, and
5
yep,
seconds to insertion.
we are gonna
Classic case of
see
womp
a
womp, huh?
rehost.
Okay, not the worst. We knew it was going to happen at some point. It's live siege. It's what happens in this best of 3. We were getting close to the end. The siege god says, you know what? Rehost. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the stunning conclusion to the final map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We have just about got everybody back in from the rehost. We just wanted to say a quick thank you so much to everybody stopping by and hanging out for our E4 Open Qualifiers Day number 2. What you think there, Whiskey?
Yeah, again, just wanted to echo the same thing. So much support from the community. Very much appreciate everybody that takes the time out of the day to come and join us and watch and support these two teams because rehost is over. We are tied one map apiece in this best of 3 between Instinct and TSG Gold, and it is time to finish out Clubhouse, my friend. We were at 4-3 score line, getting ready to see TSG defense as we head to back to Clubhouse.
That's right. Back to Clubhouse. One round away from either tying us up or taking us one away from that coveted match point scenario. It has just been an absolutely back and forth, which is everything that you'd ask for. So now we take it to Gym Bedroom, and they're going to bring along that lineup that was pretty impactful the last time we saw it. Double up on the breach now, bring out the castle to help facilitate being able to move around inside of sight, take away the sight lines with the Fenrir, and open up the sight lines with the Warden on the board. This is a good defensive setup, and it's proved impactful several times now.
Yeah, the double up on the breach denial, definitely interesting. Again, seeing both of these teams, they're sort of like, I don't know, playing off of the style of play that we're seeing from the other team, right? Not like almost playing the same sort of competitive siege. Wonder whether or not that it's successful, right? We've seen on both of these teams, they have players that have been there and done that, right? Both Vipoa and Brios have played in all 4 of the Element 4s at this point. So the chance for them to be able to make it, push forward. How do you deal with the double up on the breach now, though? The Maverick. Nobody can stop this man short of the C4.
That's right, short of the C4, and there's only 2 on the board to be able to help facilitate that sort of move. The good way to do it, they did bring the double on the hard breach as well, so still sticking with that 2-pronged approach where you open up just about everything. There's the C4. Is that going to stop the thermite? Nope. Not going to stop it. They're going to be able to open it up, and that's going to be step 1 in the process of taking control of site here. And Thermite move on to the garage, holding on to the Logi. You can just or holding on to the jump out from kitchen. You can just tell this is an incredibly practiced move here, Mr. Whiskey.
It did feel like a bit of a miss. I'm not sure, right? Bit of a miss on the defensive side, not bringing out the Mira, opting for the Fenrir instead. I know there's a couple places where Fenrir and his ability to sort of shut down sight lines can be extremely powerful, but really it feels like this Gym Bedroom, one of the places where Mira is a bit overpowered, holding on to that bathroom side and trying to help protect the Logi side. So interesting that they didn't opt for it. You can see Instinct, though, getting ready and waiting, the communication happening, the diffuser down, Zofia getting ready to drop that Logi and cause some chaos.
That's right, sent here to take one off the board, but it gets answered back immediately as the refrag is taken down. Low health now for 2 of the defenders as they both get reduced to 16 and 3. Cade taken off the board. Count that 3. Gonzo Garbanzo shots towards Gym Bedroom is going to find the kill on Fenrir. Now into a 4v2 as they have taken sight. Maverick goes down in a hail of bullets as the double rings out. Give him Vipoa a second one as well. Now into a 2v1. Now into a 1-1. Vipoa to take Brios off the board. Holy moly.
Unbelievable round there from Vipoa. The little bit of the individual heroic effort to tie this thing back up. We said Instinct needed to win that round on attack to try and keep their lead in this game, but TSG's come back and answered, and we said it on the most either of these teams had won rounds when they lost their game was 3, so we've eclipsed that mark. 4-4 as we head into round 9, and much more evenly matched here on Clubhouse than we saw either on Chalet or Skyscraper, and honestly, I'm here for it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm 100% here for it too. And they're going to keep using this same strategy, right? Really just try to deny time. That's what you're playing when you're bringing out that double breach denial. You're wanting to take up a ton of time. You're wanting to close off some of the space that would normally be open for crossfires, for getting your plant set up, your execute ready to go. But it is just it's working, right? It's forcing them to take on engagements where they're not as comfortable, where there's not as much advantageous gunfights to go your way. And here it is. You asked for it. The Mira this time going to make their way out on the Cash CCTV side.
Boy, that's an interesting spot for the magnet. I'm wondering whether or not that's going to come back to bite this defensive team. Right on the floor in garage, you've got Beastly playing the Capital. If that pulls the bolt right into exactly where you're standing or you want to stand, that seems like a bit of a misstep. So see whether or not they change up the style of play, or Hectic on the dock. Is he going to be able to pull off the same magic we saw from the Instinct side with the triple the triple stem to keep him alive? Not sure.
Spoiler, down below, Mira sitting in that first floor garage to help make sure that they don't get that garage door opened up this time. But,
okay.
They caught it. They stopped it.
Did they open up the window as a way to stop it, or was that a shot from below that opened up the Mira window?
Couldn't tell you, but the mirror's definitely opened up, so probably something like that. And there's the fire to go out, and they're going to take
the fire kill
right off the board, and that was the Wamai gone. So they did get a fire kill, but not on the dock this time, which could be absolutely huge. He doesn't have any stems left, but there's no fire on the board. Capital was taken down, so Dami finds Hyper now as the headshot rings out. The body bounce tips in favor of the defense, and now starts to put the pressure back onto Attack, who have to still take up this space. Doc still sits in the garage. Mira still sits down on the first floor, and they still have two sitting up inside, able to hold off. This is a tough defense, and even though you still have a minute 20, they're going to have to find that equalizer on the body count, or this round is going to be a goodbye, and TSG goes on to their one away from match point.
I mean, it felt like it played out exactly the way we said we'd have to worry about if you were an Instinct fan, was that, or a TSG fan, you had the Wamai upstairs in a position to pull the fire in, and that's exactly how Wamai died. Now, the good news is the rest of his team survived. He's the only one that went down. They still have got 4 left alive and just 2 attackers left. And the Zofia and the Thermite, they still have utility, still some utility in pocket, but to be able to take down the dock on rafters, that is going to be real tough.
Yep.
Or unless you just, unless you're just
Brios, right? Unless you're just going to float into garage and take the gunfight real quick. Just a chill guy trying to take the garage here, Whiskey. So Doc does go down. Now comes at a cost. Thermite's at that 9 HP. It's only going to take a bullet to smoke him off the board and turn us back into a terrible clutch situation for Zofia. Does start to put it in, but you know what? Get her off the board. It's all going to be on Thermite's shoulder. 9 HP in a dream, and he's got to get through 3 to get there. 9 seconds as the clock starts to tick down, but it's not even going to be needed. A body shot to end it.
Well, and you had the Bandit playing downstairs in lounge, ready with a C4 for even if Thermite went for the plant, even if he was able to hop in the window without immediately getting taken off the board. But that's it. We went from a 4-3 with a slight edge for Instinct there, and it has been all TSG on the defensive half on the second half of this map, and after that rehost now winning 3 in a row to take it to a 5-4 as we head into round 10. So all of the opportunities are gone at this point. It's best of 3. Come down to the final map, the decider, Clubhouse. Which one of these teams is going to get to move forward into the semifinals for a direct opportunity to try and qualify for Element 4? Which of these teams is going to have to go down and slug it out in the lower bracket against, again, a lot of great teams? Because you can only have 4. Only 2 can make it from the upper, 2 from the lower. So which ones is it going to be? This I don't know that I'm surprised here, but Sentier bringing out the fuse. I mean, he's been incredible on the shields. Why not try the guy that just causes chaos? I love that added piece that Fuse brings to the table.
Yeah, no kidding. It's chaos inside of the site. It's taken away gadgets. It's taken away your positions of safety once it starts ringing down from the hatch and from the hallway inside. It's a fun operator. Now you put a shield on it as well with somebody who's already had some success on it. This could be the recipe to tie us back up, but they're going to have to get through the double area denial, Whiskey. They're going to have to get through the Mira. They're going to have to get through the C4s, 3 of them on the board, to be able to take you down. And it's a full bunker, right? Except for Mozzie, who does sit up in that central hallway, is sitting on that first floor. Probably going to try to play a similar line that we saw earlier, where the C4 takes them out as they start to make that push.
I think that's likely. To me, it's almost interesting we're not seeing TSG have more of a roam presence. They had been doing that as a strategy in general, and especially with, well, I guess as soon as they identify that the fuse is in play, I think that makes bunkering back down much more a dangerous proposition, because as long as he continues to, use that shield but keep his gadget alive, it's very dangerous for the players downstairs, and with nobody to challenge him in that location, in the kitchen or in the hallway. This Mozzie is the only opportunity they've got to do it right now.
Yep, I'm going to see that first bit of a push over there as well. Ash starting to make that way, but he's got the intel. He's going to find him from behind. Vipoa takes Brios off the board, and the battle of titans continues. And at this point, Vipoa takes the lead here. So Hyper able to answer back onto Zonky, but here comes the shield push down inside of Dirt. They've dealt with some of the Goyos already. Are they going to be able to push in and take this fight onto the Nomad, who does get taken down? Fuse goes down as well. Now puts us into a 3-3. A knife that rings out. Beastly able to take Hetic off the board, and with it's Nomad.
What a triple.
Downed Habana 1v1 with a Mira. Jesus. Starting to make the push over. Going to take away a little bit, take away some of that intel, but he does know where it's at, right? And there's going to be the final kill as the Vector gets the confirmation kill, excuse me, as Dami takes Hyper off the board. So a 1v1 showdown, holding on to the angle. No C4 to be able to send it, but there is, of course, the flashes. Plant starts to go down to 50, to 75, 20 seconds. They're going to go ahead and stick it. It's a post-plant scenario. He's got the intel, but it's going to be the shots from Beastly to take Dami down.
That was a quad kill for him, right? Did I catch that right? A quad for Beastly to the individual heroics to send that team over the edge, tie it back up 5-5 as we head into round 11. Instinct looking like they were going to lose that one until Beastly absolutely showed up and shut the TSG team down, plus getting the diffuser, plus clutching up that final 1v1. What a round from him. Boy, when you're on fire and you hit it, that was it. That somebody clipped that round for him because it went unbelievably. Yeah, the fuse wasn't the difference maker that we talked about maybe at the beginning, but they didn't need him because Beastly was there.
Okay. Boy, it doesn't get any better than that. Tied up. Both teams on the precipice of being able to take one step closer to a match point scenario. It's all on the lines to move up for that direct shot that Whiskey was talking about. So take it back up to Gym Bedroom, and surprise, surprise, Mira going to be here this time.
Yeah, I think
but they still kept the Fenrir.
Fenrir certainly has got his place. We talked about Clubhouse. There's a few places where you try and force this team through those doorways, maybe through the con if you're not able to open up and gain control of cash, and you have to walk through doorways. Fenrir can absolutely shut that thing down, but in this 2F Gym Bedroom, there's just so many places and opportunities to be able to gain access, gain some sight lines on this defense. I definitely think Mira's the better choice, and interesting that she went with the double placement to protect the jacuzzi side. Oh, how about
these two have just been back and forth, Whiskey.
Yeah, Vipoa going for a little bit of a what was it? Yeah, spawn peek, or at least peeking the door from upstairs in the garage, and Brios was just better. Instinct holding on and gaining control of the garage.
That's right, and gaining control of the man advantage as they do find themselves now into a 5-4. Pressure going to start to mount here for the Warden, who's sitting at the top of red. In fact, let's just call him dead. Epic going to take Hectic off the board, puts us into a 5-3, and then just a ton of real estate now given up. Now, we do have the Fenrir down below in the lobby to play spoiler, potentially come up from that garage stair area to put some pressure on it from the backside, catch him on the flank. But at this point, it's a 5v2 pushing up into this staircase.
A bomb has been
Yeah, that's a
located.
tough scenario. Yeah, you've got Fenrir playing down below, but was that somebody taking a little bit of damage? Ash opening up this wall, but we said it. Tons of utility from the defensive side, set up to hold the jacuzzi side, right? The mirror on the main breach, plus the mirror on the bathroom. What? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What did we just watch?
That was the spoiler. We told him you had to suss him out. You had to find him.
way.
He walks in, has
No
a little bit
way.
of trick or discipline on the camera, takes the shot onto him, takes the shot onto Highway to get the down, and finds another onto the window. Takes us into a 3-2 with Ash being down. What looked like a desperate situation has now put them into an incredible position as Zonky just came back and dominated the backside of the site.
No
Ash
way.
does get picked up, but now it's into a 3-2, and they still got to worry about that cash coming through and finding them. Dami able to take Epic off the board. Thermite, the last alive. It's going to be the push-in. He's going to be able to find Zonky. A couple of quick shots looking for him towards the chassis, but nobody there. The Vector going to take Sentier off the board.
I am still in shock at what we just watched happen. The triple from Zonky to come out and just clean up this team, and we saw Brios run at him like he was just angry. The raging bull goes, and unfortunately gets taken down in the process as well. You know, it looked like they were just responding in rage to Zonky rather than regrouping and trying to find out a way to try, gain a little bit of an advantage off the backside of that, but not much to be gained when that completely fell apart. TSG has got themselves on match point, map point, and series quarterfinal point. The last round potentially between these two titans of Tier 3 as they fight for their spot in Element 4.
Bomb located by attackers.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. So, take it all the way down. Church Arsenal, go to the spot where you feel the most comfortable. And for them, it's all the way down to the most defensible site on Clubhouse. We take it down to Church and Arsenal, and they're going to bring some C4s to the board. We're going to continue with that mobile intel. Going to try to deny that intel at the same time. Mira back on the board. Fenrir here to deny it, and of course, a little bit of that area denial. Now, this time you'll notice Goyo noticeably absent from the lineup as those Goyo canisters dealt with fairly quickly. They were still able to push in and make take up that real estate.
Interesting, they've left all of the dirt reinforcements open. It's all soft walls, right? Almost, again, we've seen this, I feel like, from both of these teams, baiting or inviting them to make that the avenue in. And I think they had maybe 2 Fenrirs placed in the tunnel to try and shut it down. So here we're going to use the Flores as a combination of soft breach and utility clear, but nobody in the tunnel right now to directly push. But smoke playing a little bit further back, but everybody downstairs in the basement. Again, typically we had seen a little bit more of a roam from this TSG team. They're leaving it open. Everybody down in the basement with 2 minutes left in the round.
It's an interesting call, but going to lean into that C4, right? 3 of them on the board to help stymie that vertical that is going to happen from Kitchen, that vertical that is going to happen from Moto. So hurry up and wait scenarios. They're just waiting for that potential activity to start. There is the hatch on Kitchen starting to get opened up. A little bit of chaos about to ring out. As you can see, Fuse already has one of those charges ready. That's going to get rid of a ton of that gadgetry that's down below. Clear out any sort of players that are in the vicinity to hit that C4 towards them. If he gets it off right, it's going to work out really well.
Making the push up those central stairs, potentially a spot in the bathroom to gain a little bit of advantage. There's that Fenrir going off, and Interesting. I mean, Hectic just avoiding the confrontation, running away after the Fenrir went off. Interesting, but now it's a small passageway. They got to walk through that door into the waiting arms of defenders holding on to this site. But that's the first and now second kill coming out. Hectic to find one. 50 seconds left, my friend. Tons of defensive assets still in place though, and Smoke has still got one more canister.
Yep, and Fuse made his way all the way back up to the kitchen to get ready to make that drop, to get that execute going. You know they're waiting for the 3-2-1. The push starts to come in. The Fenrir gadget goes out. They take Fuse off the board. C4 to go out, but not going to find anything. Hectic to take Epic down, and that's going to be Nomad that falls as well. Now to a 1v3. TSG gonna find it. They're going to stay in the upper bracket. A direct chance to find themselves in the final.
Oh, the TSG win. The instant walking into this game initially, I think the favorite maybe the Instinct team, guys that have been there and done that, but TSG showed up in a huge way, shut that team down, and win the best of 3, 2 maps to 1 to find themselves in the semifinals here for Element 4. Element 4 qualifiers, I should say, but unbelievable game from both of those teams. Great job to Instinct to win that first one and put up a huge fight, but big GG's to TSG for finishing it off, closing it out, and winning that quarterfinal match.
That's right. So a little bit more Siege to come your way. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, how about a few more maps? Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. The next game, not quite ready. So we're going to bring you a little bit of a treat here. A good friend of the Siege Double Shot, Goose, is doing a watch party for the game that we are currently waiting on. So, Whiskey, guess we're going to send it over and let them watch the same here as we join into the watch party.
That's right. We're going to keep it going for a second. One of these two teams is going to be facing TSG Gold in the map that we're going to bring you at its conclusion. They are currently tied 3-3, so we don't know who it's going to be yet. To be honest, the fact that they went to map 3 this close, another great quarterfinal game. Here we go, my friend.
That's right. Send it.
I think Siege Double Shot about to raid you, by the way. Or they're just gonna stream your stream.
Why would they raid me?
Because you're technically watching the game that we're waiting on.
Please raid me. I need my doubloons from the Twitch ads.
They said they're sending over. Oh no, they're just streaming your stream.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
I didn't expect it.
Hello! Hello, Siege Double Shot. Oh, I can't even hear them.
Yeah, they probably just got me.
Hello!
Do they have my audio on?
They do have your audio on. It's very quiet though.
Okay. Donate to the GoFundMe right now.
True.
Donate GoFundMe. Donate GoFundMe.
Go donate to the GoFundMe right now.
Hashtag Whiskey Glitter.
Yep. It's probably, if it's not, it's on Twitter at whiskey_glitter or Goose Yaps. I have a quote tweet. Go donate. Even if you can't donate, if you can quote or retweet it, anything goes a long way.
Is it pinned? I think it may be pinned.
You can put it in my chat if you want.
I could, to be fair. I'll make that your pinned
just do that
tweet.
real quick.
I can make that your pinned message, actually. Can't make you a pinned message. I'm not your mod. You make it the
You're not my mod. I can't. I'll pin it.
You should
I'll
make
pin
me the mod, you know, so I can add it to the list.
I don't stream though.
Yeah, I mod for like 3 people that I stream.
Yeah. I want to consistently stream, but I have to like plan shit out instead of just hitting the stream button saying I'm live.
There you go. Oh wait, I can't put it in your Twitch chat because remember it's a link. It'll censor it.
You just put a dot at the end, maybe. I don't know.
What if I'll just
hold on, Wizard Freak getting freaky. Wizard Freak getting freaky. Oh my god, he almost got too freaky there.
Wizard Freak getting freaky. We love when Wizard Freak gets freaky. I still wish they did kitty kiss. Bro, I'm looking at every single stream they're watching you.
Oh, they're
like Golo's watching you. Obviously, you're watching. You're there.
I'm watching myself. Yeah. No! Yes! He freaked him.
Keep freaking. Keep freaking. Keep freaking.
The freak max. Wizard Freak Wizard Freak freaking, bro. You can out freak.
Freaking floating, bro.
You can't out freak the Wizard Freak.
The church.
Oh, triple!
Oh my
No!
Is there no game mode?
Oh. Hold on. Uh-oh.
Is your stream muted? Is your stream muted? Unmute it.
Okay. Oops. Well.
We need game audio.
My bad. They were talking.
Details.
You guys rock.
You gotta get details.
Wait to meet you. Oh, Siege Double Shot is on our chat.
Oh no! This is a huge opening. I can't
no.
even complain. This is a huge opening created by Garage, though.
Nervous.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. They still win. They still win. They still win. Look
they-
at the time. Look at the time, bro. There's no way.
Yeah, they have no.
And it's Scuba and
Wait, oh, they don't
Exceed.
have.
It's
Okay,
Scuba
they
and
have DCs
Exceed.
now. They have DCs.
It's refrag free, bro. It's Scuba and Exceed.
This is chalked. No, this is free.
It's Scuba and
patch
Exceed, bro. There's no
crossfire.
way they lose.
Oh yeah, this is
It
free
is
as fuck.
cooked.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, that was close. That was close.
In the future.
That
Yeah,
was
but it's the
close.
future.
How
How?
do
What
they
can they
do?
do?
Another Jake Future clutch.
Not that bad.
Another. What can they do when Jake?
Back to
Future
back
is
Jake
clutch?
Future clutches, bro.
1v2s as well.
say
Back to back
that-
1v2 Jake Future.
Did you say that they see the future?
Let me see what Jesse's doing. I'm gonna guess Jesse's just on. No, he's playing GeoGuessr. Okay.
Yeah, I have no.
Same thing,
the
really.
game audio's on now. My bad.
Yeah, the game audio's on now. He's cooking.
To be
He's
fair,
cooking, don't worry.
they're yapping in chat, so.
Yeah,
and
we
I wasn't
yap
able to
quite
hear
a
them
lot.
first. Yeah, we've been yapping
Yeah.
a little bit too much.
We yeah.
Did we get the
These
GoFundMe
guys
link
do
in there
jump
okay, or
around.
should I like attempt chatting it? I don't
You
know
can
if it's gonna
attempt
I
work.
got it. I sent it through. It's just
Yeah, mutes it.
yeah, it does it. You send it, Goose.
Okay, can you DM it to
I
me?
think
I sent it to you. I did. I
You
did.
did?
I sent
Okay,
it
thank
to
you.
Yeah, send it and
For
then
some
pin
reason, I'm not getting notifications on my Discord app.
because you've already got streamer mode on.
No.
It turns it on
yeah,
automatically.
stars it.
Oh, it does?
Chalk it.
There we go. There's a GoFundMe link. Go click that. Donate money. Anything helps.
And it's all the money you can.
10 seconds left before insertion.
If you don't donate money, I will kill. No, I won't do that.
No,
I'm
we
not
won't
doing
do
that.
that, but you'll be blessed with no rank wins. There you go.
You'll
Look at you,
get
criminal,
you'll be giving
bombastic
the
side
you'll
eye.
be given the skills of Nick, and you'll just never be good.
Yeah, this guy
You don't want to
hates
be like Nick.
This guy hates Nick. This guy hates Nick.
Number one Nick hater
guy-
and
Dude,
or
you're
won?
rivaling
Who
Happy
actually
for
won?
Prime hater. I don't know actually.
Like, no one ever told us who won. Oh, friendship team won. So Nick won.
What a surprise.
I was actually surprising. But Harbor Butchers look like the better team.
It's Megatronus.
TSG Gold winning is.
Megatronus.
Wait, Glitter. How well did TSG Gold play? 'Cause I saw that they won, but like I
I'm
didn't
pretty
see...
sure all their games were really close.
Yeah, they won 7-5. I know the
Yeah.
second map. Like, I'm surprised they won. I
Yeah,
mean, they
Morgan
don't. I
have a
guess they don't have
chance.
Geo.
They gotta deal with the blitz. Tom is having a slow
I guess
game.
I guess they didn't have Geo. I guess you've got to put it down to that as well. My Glitter's
Oh
sub
wait, Gio
team.
wasn't playing today.
Yeah, Geo wasn't playing. It was Beastly instead.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Bro, you're getting all the subs.
Yay. I don't have sub notifications.
That's a big compliment right there, Goose. Because Siege Double Shot isn't even
Siege Double Shot isn't even what?
sub to me.
Oh yeah,
I have zero
no,
subscribers.
they've been subbed to me. They're like goats.
No, they literally just sub to you.
I don't know, they subbed before though.
It says tier 1 has and not for extra months.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they did more. I don't know. Thank you for the subs.
I think you're thinking of Glitter. Glitter's been sub to you for 4 months.
It's Glare, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
I'm saying, man, like, 0 subscribers on my Twitch. My top chatters are Bray, Scoob, and Siege. Oh no, that's
Okay,
my top followers. my top
5v5 with a
chatters.
minute. They got. I don't know. There's just no opening for garage. They don't. Oh, they don't have a ram. They haven't
They
created the
just don't
vertical.
have-
They can just play in wine. They don't have to worry about the vertical.
And they
It
don't
feels
really
like
have
it just feels like
burn
they're
offs for the
taking.
clash
They're just so
either, I feel
slow.
like.
They're
They
just
are
really
slow.
slow.
They don't know what they
Despite-
want to do. There's no opening. Oh,
Honestly,
got all of-
it's
what is that? What is
low-key
that
a little
swing
miraculous that Ash even
Wolfsburg?
got this far because they just
He's
didn't
still alive, though, at
address the
least.
boiler
Yeah, I was about to say
shield.
the shield's still up too. Yeah, and they
The
got
thing-
that clash. This is not a winnable round.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, that Garage has all of the operators you'd want. Make it quick. They
Yeah,
have.
and they didn't. Yeah, they didn't open
have
garage.
blitz.
Dude, they can just play site so soft or so
Yeah,
safely.
No, it's just
Yeah.
it's cooked.
Oh, he doesn't die
Okay.
there. Oh, he got down. Okay. Oh, Scoob with the double.
Scoob Gaming Lord. We're in
Oh.
shotgun.
They still didn't clear out full spur. They didn't clear out full
Oh, they
spur.
won. They win this round.
Yeah,
they win this round.
yeah.
They win this round. Yeah,
One
Volsper
shot
Volsper
was
beats it up.
crazy.
Volsper beats it up. What can they do? What can they do when
What
Volsper beats
can
it
they
up?
do? What can they do?
Big Nate. The power of
Church.
the
The
power of
Church
Jesus
of
Christ on
Latter-day
his side.
Floaters.
What, I'm
The
not
Church
subbed.
of
No
Latter-day
one subbed to me.
Floaters. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's when you take your time out. That's valid. Exige
Diamond, yeah.
top frag? Oh yeah, it's not looking good.
Oh my god, Jake Allen's back. He's back, guys.
Future.
Jake Future. Jake
He
Future.
started. I
Gold
remember him.
Balloons.
I remember him starting Blitz like really well. I swear, like he 15 kills. It was like kind of crazy.
Something around
I love clicking on every stream and seeing your face.
there. Wait, hold on. Can you send me can you clip that and send it to me?
Hold on. Do I have clipping software? I
don't know.
do.
I don't.
upload.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know.
I'm so like, what you call it, like bad
I've
with just
OPL.
PC. I don't know how to do anything.
I have OPL. I can just not OPL. That doesn't help you clip. OBS is what I meant to say. I have
Alright,
OBS. Load of
so
OBS.
Also, for anyone watching this and doesn't know how this bracket works, it's double elim. This is the upper bracket, so whoever loses here goes down to lower bracket. Whoever wins goes to the semifinals
We still have
of
round
upper.
advantages.
So none of these teams are out of the quals for this weekend yet. We got quals tomorrow. I'm not
If
gonna
I
be
still
live
have
tomorrow.
founder
but-
badges, that is very upsetting.
Huh?
If I still have founder badges available for my stream, that's very upsetting. I've been, as I said, I've been 5 years.
I collect founder badges. That's funny. Yeah, I will not be live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to be live most days next week though. But
I
it's
think I can use out.
it's Thanksgiving next week or Thanksgiving weekend, so I should be able to do a little bit.
Okay, I'm trying to load up.
Do I take the weekend off to to co-stream E4?
That would be funny.
I do have to hang out with my girl 1 or 2 days of the week though, so we'll see.
Yeah, she'll get angry with you. Hype train. I'm going to go hype train.
Alright, let's go! Thank you! These guys are the fucking
Hypers.
guts. I love these guys.
Who
Alright,
doesn't?
3-5. Garage talk.
They missed my glazing and anti-glazing.
Exactly.
They're attacking 2F, so if there's hope.
Were you able to get the clipping software?
I'm trying to get OBS working. It's
Okay.
taking forever to load. Do you know? It takes like 5 years. So you try to load it up again,
Yeah.
and it's like OBS is already open.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Opens up twice. I love when it opens up twice. Okay, I've got it open. So let me just display capture. Not display capture. Oh, I guess so. No, not.
Oh, he's doing it for Bert. Yeah. I don't know. Still a little bit of waste. He runs down. He just runs down. Oh, hold on. He might be caught on the cross. Unless that guy on snowmobile's running. Oh no, I think Thomas missed him. No, Thomas. Who was the? Was there a player outside of Garage, or was it the same fucking outline glitch, dude? I hate that. I love supporting new affiliates. Thank you. Dude, like, what are you? What is Neo supposed to do there, dude?
He's I mean, get the BP, I guess.
Bro, if they can't see me, I can't see. Oh, actually, hold on. Huge flank by Nate here. If it works, huge flank by Nate here. If it works.
The Mira unaddressed in basement is crazy. It's just fucking
Huge flank by Nate here. Neo the
choking it
opening.
around.
Gets rid of Wizard Freak. I'm gonna start calling him Freak Wizard.
Freak wizard.
The Freak Wizard.
Freaky.
The Freaky Wizard.
Okay, I think I did it. I think I did it.
Okay, thank you.
Let me find. Oh wait, no, not settings. I did that. Go, not remix recordings. It'll be go recordings.
Oh, Reapers with another one. Is this tag timeout gonna work? Okay. Volsper back up
I
on the
mean,
shield.
surely
got
they
30
can just
seconds.
start looking to plant a half wall here. Yeah.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
like literally, what can you do?
Oh,
about it?
hold on.
Crash
Oh,
it?
hold up.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No,
okay,
wow.
fine. I mean,
Why'd he get off?
Wow.
Why'd he get off?
they
Why'd
just
he get
powered
off?
all
No, you
the
have
way.
to get off there. You die. If
Yeah,
the
you
bomb,
did.
No.
If the bomb
No,
goes
'cause-
down,
Yeah,
You're-
they had
that's
a
the
clash.
round
I
over.
think-
We retake.
That's the
yeah.
round
You
over.
die
Flash in
either.
front of the
You
angle.
die either way though.
yeah, but if the bomb,
So I
You might
think-
as well try.
no.
and
See, the
fight.
thing
He
is
was-
though, if the bomb goes down, he dies, and then his teammates across the map, and then they
Yeah.
get the plan off.
He was
And they
down.
win.
I don't know, man. He
No,
was
you
down below.
don't
He
play.
was down below. I think there, especially when you're 0.2 seconds off getting the.
No, I think you just go for the fight there, to be honest.
Yeah, I
That's
think.
for
Notorious
me. I feel
96
like you just stick
96
the
No,
front
because
line.
play
even if you get the
Marble
bomb
Butcher's
down, you're
next.
dead.
Oh,
you're,
no.
you're extra
Thank you,
dead,
thank you,
and then
Patches.
you have a
Patches is
flash
dope.
up in
Can't hear a fig.
a
All right, and then Mormon take their
1v3
timeout.
in a retake. Like you
Dude.
just clash in front of the
We
angle.
about to see.
Okay.
We about to see a Jake Allen masterclass here.
Truth nuke,
Mm-hmm.
calm truth.
All right, so we got the halftime Jake Future pep talk here. Will they be able to finish it out, or are we gonna see Uzi? I don't know. Neo's kind of, I don't know, not been performing that I thought he would be.
Okay.
But you know, it happens. It happens. You know, Thomas slowing down a little bit. They need 3 rounds and they go to overtime. This is even a limb game. It's not even a limb game.
You can see everyone followed too.
Oh, nice.
You can see everyone unfollowed too.
What'd you say?
My followers on Twitch, you can see them now. Oh, I left that in. I should have done it on a new page.
Fix that problem, Milo goats. Yeah, dude, we gotta see. What we have to do is we gotta not only donate money to Glitter, so he can like stay in his house, but also so he can go to SI, bro. I have to meet that guy. I have to meet them both.
Oh,
No, I
you
also.
haven't met Glitter? You haven't met Glitter? Oh, boo-hoo, buddy. I have.
Okay, well, you know what?
You know, it's not a competition, really.
You know what? Here,
Yes, it is.
Here's the thing, though. Wait, when did you make Glitter?
Atlanta.
Ah, yeah, he was yeah.
Hold on.
I
Be right
remember
back.
that.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn my camera on for something. Give me a second. I need to fill it up so you can actually see it. So I'm gonna fill it up with Monster.
You're gonna what? All right,
So, cracking
Last
open the
round.
Monster quickly.
last round.
Oh, you can. Ah, you can manage it.
I'm bringing out this Clash. Dude, Clash is so underrated. Like, more teams, especially in T2, T3, have to run Clash.
Alright, so I'm now turning on my camera to focus on something with you, Goose. Oh, why is my camera not plugged in?
W nade. It doesn't do anything because it's a Clash. Pushes it out though, so that's good. Ooh, they had Neo below too. Dude, they're getting so much use out of this Clash. And Exige is 10-2. Like, this is like his best map, and he sent his ass on Clash, bro. Like, that's just how good he is. Oh,
Alright, Goose.
oh,
Look at
FAO
VC
zone with the
quickly.
opening. Hold on, I'm watching. This could be the last round. Wizard
point.
Freak.
But I also have to leave after this round then.
It's okay. I can maul without you.
You can yeah, you can are you doing next? I can't remember.
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm just gonna see what the matchups are after this.
Yeah, good point. Good idea.
Wait, oh, they don't have diffuser. Oh, okay. Uzi's up there though. Okay,
Oh,
Neo
everyone
with the
off
lurk.
screen.
Neo with the lurk. Neo with the lurk. Oh my God, he just misses. Okay, he does get the Rabbi down. The nade. Okay. All right.
Fight down.
Okay, Rabbi's dead. 4v3, 30
Bit of a
seconds.
pointless nade. I think they win this round, to be honest. I think Garage win this round.
They gotta get the plant down. Hold on, Scoop with a huge. Scoop would go huge here. Oh, it's a 4v2.
No,
It's not looking good.
no.
Oh, it's not looking good. Hey, where's this plant
You
going
think
down? No way! No way! Oh, okay, wait, actually, hold on. 1v1! Wait, where's the last guy? Oh, he lost! Where is the Nomad? Wait, what?
Where are you?
Wait, I'm not trying to be mean, but what?
Reapers is in Nadia. Reapers is in Nadia. They must have been just holding Vert.
I guess he was holding Vert trying to get someone, and then
He
he's
was,
like,
yeah, no, I'm looking back at it. He was
yeah.
holding Vert.
Damn.
Anyway,
All right, let me
look at my
it.
camera quickly. I don't know how well
Wait,
you can
hold
see
on,
this, how
hold
well it's
on,
picked up
hold
on camera.
Hold up. What is that?
I'm trying to like.
Oh, the whiskey. Yeah. What did it have? Actual whiskey in it?
It did, but I didn't have a checked bag. Right now, this is Monster. I thought maybe you could see the logo better if I filled it up with Monster. You can't. You cannot see the logo at all now.
Yeah.
feel the need to just say average repass moment. And
Wait, where did I get added?
Average repass moment.
Come back.
You missed it. Exige and Scoob just clutched a 2v4.
Sheesh, that's the goats.
Yeah. Okay, let's pick our next game. What's next game?
I'll tell you what my next game is. It's called the semi-final. Mormon versus TSG. Bro,
Wait,
Mormon versus TSG
Wait, what's the
Gold.
instinct game?
It should be this versus Instinct, no?
Yeah, I think so. We can do
So just
that.
take that.
Let me see. Hold on.
If no one else has taken it. I'm pretty sure no one else.
No. I think everyone else chose their games already.
Yeah, I know
They have
we're
to
doing
confirm
1, 2,
the match
5.
though. No, they confirmed it. They confirmed it.
Garage is playing first day out, so it's some other team.
Okay.
Oh, that would.
That's why, and that's already claimed. So
Okay.
scripted.
So.
Yeah.
which
Those are the
ones
only
open?
3 games aren't claimed.
Oh, okay.
Both upper brackets and that bottom one that's scratched out are claimed already.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know who Instinct would be.
Yeah, I don't.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It was a dramatic end to another game, Whiskey. This is exactly what you want for Element 4 Open qualifiers. So let's take the drama of one and the drama of another and smash them together, because we got the semifinals coming up your way.
Dude, 7 in a row for Mormon leadership to take that game. Unbelievable with a clash at the end. And honestly, Milo, Goose did a great job covering that one. Some, just being some great guys, giving some love to us as well. So very much enjoyed joining them for that. We are going to get the semifinal set up. Just a few minutes to get that lobby created. The game is ready. So looking forward to it, my friend.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's finally getting into some more of those wonderful maps. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're here, the final game of the evening, and it promises to be an absolute banger. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think there, Whiskey?
Yeah, great day of games, and really a great weekend of games here on the Element4 Open Qualifiers. And this is just the first one. Next weekend as well, qualifier number 2 is going to happen to find out who are the other 4 teams that qualify. But we are very close. The very first qualification game happening right now. We got to watch the very end of the Mormon Leadership and Garage Talks game with Goose and Milo, and that was a great one. We talked about it. 7 in a row from that team to finish it off. They earned their spot to take on the TSG Gold team, who just shut down Instinct and potentially shut that team down. Look like they are looking for team for the next qualifier. So let's take a look at who's going to be playing in this one, though. These guys have the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. On both sides of the board, if you've ever watched a match of Siege Double Shot, you've probably seen all of these names multiple times. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. On the side of Mormon Leadership, Eli, Exige, Cassius, Scoob, and Volsper. On the side of TSG, you've watched them a couple times: Hectic, Rai Rai, Vapoa, Dami, and Zonky. And Whiskey, like if there was a T2, T3 matchup to see at the end of the evening that promises to just potentially take it the whole way, this is it.
This is what we wanted to see. These guys, we have had a chance to cast on this channel so many times previously in so many iterations. Now is the time for one of them to make the opportunity. The winner qualifies. The loser goes into the loser's bracket and still has an opportunity. This is going to be a great one. And where are we going for it? Map ban time, my friend.
That's right. And special guest for the TriCast this evening. Always a pleasure to have on the stream. Milo, why don't you take us through the map bans?
Well, looking at the first pick, obviously going to be border picked by Mormon Battalion, it makes sense for me because I think all 5 of Mormon Battalion, they can really shoot their gun well, and I think it does come down to overall mechanics. And TSG picking into Consulate, we've seen recently Mormon, they haven't been able to win this map out. In their last game, they lost it against Garage Talks. And Skyscraper, we said in the pre-game that, obviously, without the stream being running, interesting to see it stay up because TSG Gold, they have looked dominating on that map. So for me, I think the map ban winning phase, I think it's gone in the favor of TSG. I think Consulate and Skyscraper, they could definitely easily win those. So I think Mormon, they have to win border with a chance to take it to a 2-1 victory for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm going to agree with you 100%. And it is not going to be a walk in the park, right? One of the hallmarks of TSG's Element4 Open Qualifier run has been the sustainability and power that their attack has been bringing to every single map. That's why they were so successful on Skyscraper. It's why they were able to win it on Chalet. I mean, and Border, it's attacker-sided, right? So, like, this is going to be a march. This is going to be a battle, and it's going to start on map number 1.
I'm honestly a little surprised that, well, maybe not surprised. We said in the chat during that last one that don't take Jake Allen's teams to Chalet, right? And TSG heard that and lived it and said, we are not going to, and banned Chalet as the first one off the board. So I suppose not surprising. TSG did learn something here. Border is going to be the first place to go. And now, Milo, what are you thinking? We saw shield bans all over the place. Think it's going to be the same thing here?
I'm very not surprised on seeing the opening shield ban because especially in those last 3 maps, Scoob was a menace on Blitz. One of the best NA shield players in the game, especially on that Blitz. I think probably going to see a Ying ban as well. No, we're going to see double shield ban. So if you want a shield on the board, you're going to have to go with Fuse. Final 2 bans, I could definitely see the Azami, a very strong operator, on the border. This allows you to shape the map a lot more into your own will. And the Valkyrie as well, a lot of soft flooring. You can take anyone out with a C4 from down below when going for a plan, or even just trying to take control of maybe CC. But we're going to see if they continue with the theme. And there you go, the Azami is out. Curious to see if I can go at least 2 for 2 because I couldn't predict the first one and I got Ying wrong. So we'll see at least I get 2 for 2.
almost undoubtedly it's going to be the Valk, right? Yeah. I mean, you are absolutely correct. It's probably the most banned defensive operators of late that we've seen, almost gracing every single map we've seen, except for just recently when we watched them ban out the Tubero, which was quite effective. So there it is. Shields off the board. Fuse going to be necessary. Zombie Valkyrie to go as well. It's border. It's attack crazy. It's Mormon starting us out. And what are they going to do on the defensive side of it for TSG? Let's take a look at it. Already, Whiskey, they're going to bring out the castle.
Yeah, that's right. And going to the 2F, the upstairs Armory Archive site, just like on Skyscraper, there's always the hallmark site. You're going to start this thing off upstairs. And we've seen this combination of the Warden and the Mute. It seemed like TSG Gold definitely loving that combo, and throw in the castle. You said it, plus the Aruni. Interesting on the Aruni pick. It seems like she's got her, a couple places that she is incredibly useful. Border wasn't one that was on my list, but maybe that DMR, the ability to shoot through all of those soft walls, I think that could be a little bit of boost for this team.
Yeah, 100%, right? The ability to create all of those site setups with that robotic arm, just creating all those head holes, and then the DMR to back it up, where you can just take devastation from a distance. I can see it for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't have had it on the list either, though, as like the go-to. On the side of the attack, however, they're gonna match it gun for gun, right? There's the DMR of Dokkaebi. Look at that already. Nomad off the board, and both of the DMRs coming into play almost immediately as Aruni gets taken off the board after finding Nomad by the Dokkaebi.
What an exchange between those two. Boy, we talked about that being the reason Aruni made it was because of the DMR, and then to get answered back almost immediately. Fantastic shot there from Scoob from the long range, running the 3X. I happen personal favorite of mine. I love that 3X site. Be able to run it here. So, but 4-4 early. I mean, evened up. I think from an operator you lost standpoint, right? Losing the Nomad, and then losing the Aruni, both of them fairly passive in terms of their utility. I don't know that we're going to have a ton of flank watch as being important there for the Mormon leadership on attack. Keeping the Flores alive, keeping the Ash alive, try and clear out some of the utility. I think those ones are more important. So, a pretty even exchange.
Yeah, except for, right, the Warden that sits in security room, the danger of the flank coming up, that's who it's supposed to watch, but they're going to find Castle as the next gunfight goes down. It is take us into a 4v3 as Mormon finds themselves on top in the body balance, still outside of the map in outside of the site in a couple of key areas, and look at that, Zonky going to find one, gets returned onto Vapoa, Dami to answer back as they find the kill onto Cass, now into a 2v1, that one we were talking about, Warden, the last alive in a 1v1 showdown with the DMR from a distance. You talked about it. Oh, man. Almost come close to fighting it off, but now has to deal with the castle barricades. Going to look to get a little bit of intel, and 4 people on the defense or on the attack that are dead to help get some of that intel. Picks up the diffuser. 50 seconds left in which to find a way to either get in and plant, and they've got it too. Look at that intel, exactly where this Warden's at. Comes up looking for the exchange here, just sitting right on the Shadow. Doesn't even know how close he came to ending that round.
Interesting. I mean, using the beepers to try and maybe draw her out, draw her in, but then a little bit of an early toss on the C4, not going to be available, and Scoob wins it. Oh, man, Zonky, what a shot there. It's just so close, right on the head, and that SMG-12, almost no recoil. That was impressive.
Yeah, a couple things I really liked in that round was not only the utility play coming out for Mormon, you saw in the end it really did come down to the fact that those cameras were hacked. You don't normally see a round be dependent on that, but the yellow ping's probably coming out either from a drone or from the defender's own gadget themselves. But I think that's really the method of border you see right there. It came down to a lot of gunfights going out. Both teams always having the trade for each other. You see it all the time, the buddy system in Siege. Both teams have it in abundance. We always say, Scoob and Exige are the perfect two players at playing that buddy system. It's almost like they have a telepathic relationship, and that's why you always see them playing together as well. Obviously, Scoob recently had a little hiatus off the game, already back quick and in force, looking to make his third ever Element series. And yeah, I think it just comes down to those gunfights, especially in that last round, seeing as if it comes down to a similar situation as we do rotate the bomb site.
Okay, so take it down below now as the Mormon leadership were able to find a round on the attack. No surprises there, although it did come close. A 1v1. You can't ask for a better start. So on the side of the defense, what do? They're going to lean into some of that slow down city, right? Castle going to remain a factor here, forcing these attackers to bring out some of that gadgets and util to take care of some of those castle barricades. Smoke on the anchor spot where he's going to be able to deny a ton of area, especially towards that late round. And look at that, Whiskey. 4 different shotguns being brought on the side of the defense, even though some of them are secondary.
Shotguns, right? For a little while, we were in the shotgun meta, and certainly the Vigil Boss G combo has been fantastic. Interesting on the attacking side, they bring out the exact same operators, right? Same exact lineup, even for this change-up in sight. And the Smoke is just hanging out in waiting room in what feels like a very vulnerable spot right now as this attacking team working on getting themselves set up and ready. What is going to be this the hole downstairs in the basement. Clear out some of this utility, though. Flora is great for that.
Yep, that's right. Open up some of those aforementioned barricades, and they brought Ace along to help with that. And, of course, Dokkaebi going to be making an appearance yet again, as she was so instrumental in the last one. Boss G in the hands of Vigil, trying to slow it down, and this is a good spot to do it in as well, with all the soft breach that's available. A little bit of damage done on Castles. He rotates around towards the backside of the east balcony, cut off any cutoff that comes to grab him out of it, but no real damage done on either side of it, Whiskey. We sit a minute and a half in, and it's just a couple of pokes and prods here.
Yeah, this one definitely moving a lot slower, a little bit more methodical than we had seen. At this Mormon leadership team wanting to slow it down. TSG's very good. One of the things I think we saw from this team was, well, we said Smoke was in a vulnerable spot, but he gets dropped and wins the fight, takes one, at least trades it out. But I was going to say, TSG, got in a couple of situations where they were having flawless rounds against them. They were really getting destroyed, but that did not slow down or hurt the mental of this team at all. I think that's a bit of a boost. So it doesn't matter how many rounds they go down, they are always going to stay in it, fighting back. So it's something Mormon leadership's going to have to watch out here for.
Yeah, absolutely. So the body balance does sit in the hands of TSG as we finally find ourselves in the last 40 seconds, a little bit of the frag zone where this chaotic mayhem will happen. Now, Vigil remains unchecked here in Customs. Castle in a low health scenario, but also on the first floor. Playing spoiler up top. Legion moving over to the archives area. So you've got one still outside, one sitting in Passport on the attack side, and one up top. It's very spread out here. Not going to be much of that buddy system in play, and there it goes to play out, right? It is going to be hectic to find one.
That's a plant going down.
Answered back, but not able to have it. Now, Ace alone in the corner. They've got the intel. 7 seconds. He's going to have to swing, and he's not going to win that gunfight.
It really just comes down to how well TSG are able to waste time on their roam. It came down to Mormon really having to go for a Hail Mary there. They just full sent it into sight, jumping through the window, trying to get that plant down. Yes, Eli up top had the cover, but they never were able to discourage the Legion from Armory. I don't think they even knew he was there, so a little bit of lack of intel coming out for the side of Mormon, just never being able to get a full grasp on that top floor. And yeah, I think TSG just did an incredible job using all their util to just completely slow down the attack, get the first 2 picks, and then it felt like Mormon, they just didn't really have enough util themselves to then get an execute down ready for themselves.
Okay, so switch up the lineup a little bit on the defense. Going to see somebody we don't get to see too often. That's going to be Solus coming out. And she's going to do it with that shotgun, right? A pattern starting to emerge here on the side of the defense. Hey, Whiskey?
Loving the shotgun play, yeah, but you know, from a Solus perspective, I think Border's a great place for it, right? It's a little bit of a smaller map, a lot more contained sort of gunfights, gaining some intel, trying to take away or maybe create some scenarios where Mormon leadership is catching, you know, maybe being on a drone. We saw that happen, so TSG looking for those opportunities, and Rai certainly, you know, not shy of using the shotgun as the primary, so love seeing that. Tubrow was banned out pretty often on the attacking side over the course of these 2 days, so it's interesting to see him out. Still doesn't feel like this, you know, the breaching being such an important part of it, but, you know, the C4 through the floor, I really wanted to see more teams start to try and use some of that mechanic. We'll see whether or not it happens here, because the C4s have definitely been prevalent here at the end of Year 9, Season 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there's a time to do it, there's 2 on the board and 2 cams to back it up. So the intel to find that. First bit of an exchange here goes towards security as Brava tries to put the pressure. Oh man, couple of shots. Tries to put the pressure onto the Legion, who just remains steadfast. He's a rock. He's immovable. Doesn't take any damage. And Brava now runs away with the tail between their legs. A little worse for wear. Solus, however, not going to be able to use that shotgun. Not going to be able to determine where that push is coming from as Rai gets deleted off the board. The body bounce hits in the hands of Mormon.
Yeah, that was definitely an unfortunate exchange. Brava takes a ton of damage. The Legion escapes completely damage-free. And even though Brava, you know, got the look on his elbow in the wall, just nothing they could do there. But what is this? The run out to stop the claymores from going off, goes for it, but didn't realize there was a second attacker up on the other side of the window. So goes for the repeller on the bathroom window, dies to the one back on the steps. Unfortunate. It's a little bit of bad luck there from TSG as they're on a 3v5 scenario here with 1:10 left in this round. Looking pretty good for Mormon leadership if they can convert this man advantage into a win, but they certainly should be able to.
Yep. And there's the flashes that start to go off as Warden has not activated those goggles just yet, waiting for the sound of the rappel in. And that's
no way.
To find one and answer back immediately. And now that aforementioned Warden going to be the last alive, happy to have his goggles to take on this gunfight. Ash now down to 16, 2 members of the attack on a low health scenario, but they're going to get in, they're going to get the plant going, and that's going to be shots in the back as Ash gets taken down. Dami able to find that kill, but they're going to solidify it. It's a post-plant scenario now. It's a classic retake by the defense, who finds themselves stuck onto the second floor. They now have to do what the attack was having such a hard time doing, and that's retake this real estate, but with far less time in which to do so. And 3, Yin Candela is still in the pocket. Now it is Warden. He's specially suited to take that battle on. If he's alive, he loses his life. Legion, the last 16 seconds. It's only 10 to be able to find themselves a defuse, but it's not even going to matter. Dami's life forfeit there at the end of the round.
I was muted, whoops. Eli with a 4K. He was asleep for the first game, not saying he played badly. He was literally in bed. Toaster had to sub in, but Eli's back instantly on the video game after he wakes up, and he hits a 4K in round 3. Massive for them. It looked like Mormon maybe gave it away a little bit, especially with some mist drones coming out from Volspa, but in the end, they didn't even need to care about that top floor. Their mid-floor game was so great, they were just able to completely horizontally take it, get that diffuser down. Hectic may have died to the Warden, but he created enough chaos so then the Warden wasn't looking at that vertical, so then the diffuser was able to be put down by the attackers, and their post-plant situation was perfect. They had the drones out to watch where the defenders were coming to retake, and then their positioning was also perfect. They had no idea one was custom, they had no idea one was out main door. Even the main door play didn't really matter when Eli was hitting the shots he was, and now Mormon, they're looking to continue this great onslaught on the attack, but TSG Gold can definitely answer back like they did in round 2.
Okay, first bit of round rotate over and done, and TSG finds themselves happy with one, right? If we're looking for the standard split on this attacker side of the map to be 4-2, half their battles already done. Now, they bring along a couple of new characters to help out, a couple of fresh faces in the Capcan and the Doc, right? Still lean into that funneling capabilities of the castle, right? Still going to have to use Warden because Ying's on the board and can be devastating, and now Glass on the other side of some smoke can be especially nefarious. But Doc being brought out because of all the bits and pieces that has just been taken off of people. Try to bring him back up to that full stem.
That was an interesting exchange right there. If he had waited, Bravo had waited just maybe a little bit longer to try and steal that Capcan trap, if he was engaged in a battle, he might not have realized that it was stolen literally right at his feet. But surprising that the Bravo drone had that much range to be able to steal it. Little unfortunate, though, that not able to turn that into a win. That would have been a pretty cool one there. But jeez, what a one-tap shot from Hectic, taking out Eli. I know Eli just got that 4K, but completely shut down. That's the top frag off the board for this team right now.
Yeah, and absolutely even gets a nice shot in the chat afterwards. That's some good sportsmanship. That's a stim onto the castle to bring him back up to the full health as Capcan loses his life in the exchange. Nook on the backside of finding some gun damage.
Oh, what a miss!
Miss on the smoke. Gonna put it outside instead, so Glass holding on. It's a grenade to come out, a C4 to answer back, but nobody on to take that damage. Ace now down to 16, looking towards, getting active towards this Glass who's holding on to it, and they did get the down onto Ace. Tough call, right? So Talon Shield going to be used in the place of the Monty and the Blitz to push in and get this plant. But there's no C4. Is that they still have one C4? No, that's no C4 left to go.
Yeah, no C4. And I thought we were going to have somebody playing from downstairs, but it was Warden that took the C4 shot from upstairs over the top of the wall. That worked. Now looking for the potential run out as the alternative. And Warden has now moved downstairs. Zonky holding on. Good trigger discipline, waiting. Perfectly played on the part of TSG to shut that thing down. Now 2 Mormons left alive. 45 seconds left. Vertical coverage from below from the Warden and no diffuser in hand. This is a tough claw back for them.
Yeah, and you said it, back to that low health scenario. 35 seconds. They're going to find one of them off the board. Ace, the last alive.
Wow.
Gotta go for a plant. They're on the run outside of it. Doc going to find his life forfeit, so now into a 1v2. Still 26. Warden coming on the main stair to try to bring along the little bit of the flank here. A bit of a pincher move, trying to put it in. Here's going to be the swing onto the corner. And it's going to be Warden able to take it.
Yeah, obviously the opening pick coming from Hectic, a really nice shot. I personally do not like Osa strategies. I think she just has too many counters in the current day and age of Siege. You saw it there, the C4 perfectly countered her. And then without those Talon shields, their whole strat is completely gone. They can't get the plant down. There's nothing they can really do. They had to go for a Hail Mary. Doesn't pay off. A little bit of history actually throughout for this team is Hectic. The man who got the open pick, he was actually formerly on Morn Battalion. He started off in XGS playing with Exa, Exige, Toaster, Eli, and Cassia. And now he's going up against them, trying to stop them from qualifying to Element 4. It's a very exciting game if you're a neutral for both of these teams. A lot of history. And another little fun fact I can give is the fact that Viper, if he does make it, if they do win this game, Viper would have made every single Element series.
Big stakes on the line there. That is a huge fact. Okay, tie us up, 2-2. Let's keep it close, right? They've now hit their quota. TSG feeling good about going into their attacking half. You know they're going to bring that same aggression to the table that they've demonstrated in every single match that they've played so far. On the defense, they're going to maintain some of that, although this time, Whiskey, Vigil not going to have a Boss G in hand.
You know, sometimes it's the right time, sometimes it's not. And if you're expecting maybe a little bit of a rush or maybe something quick here from the Morn Battalion, like having the K1A just it helps you take a multi-operator engagement, or helps you take something that is more direct, right? The Boss G, those long distance shots, those tiny peak angles, that's where it really excels. But not every one of the defensive strats calls for that kind of an engagement. So I like the change up, the ability that they're willing to take some changes. And Vigil's got his use of being able to hide from the drones. They're worried about some of the intel that Mormon is going to be bringing to the table. Deimos is available, although he's not being played right now. The ability to cancel out the Deimos drones is an alternative, so it's a great operator to have. But unfortunately, as we're talking about him, he's gonna be dead.
Yeah, that's right. The classic case of the caster curse. Gonna find Vigil on the receiving end of that one. He goes down, and that gives the body bounce tipped over to Mormon as they get themselves a nice solid lead here very early on. Oh, and a second to follow.
Oh.
Going to take a DMR. Eli to find one onto Rai, and it just starts to fall apart for the defense, right? Attackers are just able to win every single gunfight that's going around, except for, almost a little bit. Still not able to solidify. Castle reduced down to that 29 HP, wishing he had a dock stem right about now. Really, last full health going to be Warden, one of the lone soldiers here, and they're still spread out, Whiskey. There's no chance for the refrag here as Warden is down on the first floor. Vapoa does find one, however. It's going to start the little bit of comeback that they need, except for he's going to end his life there and now put us into a 4v1.
Caster cursed him right off the board, just as you said his name. I was going to say a little bit of pressure here for the attacking team. Obviously, they, even though it was a 5v2, they were still needed to make the push down and put some pressure on the site. But eventually, I'm not sure what was going on with the players laying down on the ground, but they got shut down, and Mormon goes up 3-2.
For me, that's your classic split theory. It's kind of what G2 started all the way back in SI 2023, just picking apart, pushing from every single angle, looking for where the softest is. You saw most of those gunfights were 50-50 gunfights. They did have opportunities most time for that refrag, but it was mainly a 1v1 gunfight with someone a little bit further back just in case. And they were able to win those 50-50 gunfights. That is what Border mainly is. You will mainly see it always come down to who can win their ones. And at that moment in time, Mormon were better. It mainly does also come down to the fact that the attackers, it doesn't seem like it comes into effect a lot. But having that longer range, having those ACOGs will always just allow you to win gunfights, be more confident in those gunfights. Because you'll always see your opponent easier, because obviously you've got the magnification. And swing, and with attackers, they always can make the momentum and pick off their swings and then have that peak as advantage, especially with obviously intel on the board. I think Mormon, the first couple rounds, their intel wasn't very strong. Their intel game looked pretty weak, but so far, the rounds they've won has mainly come down to how well they've used the drones, how well they've used their utility, and they're winning those main gunfights. Now again, can TSG answer back and get a much needed 3-3 half on the defense?
3-3 would be absolutely outstanding, right? If you're on the defense, this is clearly an attacker-sided map. If you can come away with one more here, then you're feeling real good, especially with what TSG is going to bring to the table as far as their attacking strategy. Their incredible aggression, their ability to find and exploit the weaknesses and the gaps that get brought out, especially later on as the rounds go on, right? They find one more round win, they're feeling incredibly well going into their attacker half. But to do so, they're going to have to take on a pretty stacked Mormon team here, right? So leaning into that DMR of Dokkaebi Flores to get rid of that extension util, specifically taking on the deployable shield and those bulletproof cams that are providing all of that intel that, of course, Milo was just talking about being so important on both sides of it. And, of course, Nomad stopping that flank, which has been going on, right? Malusi still sitting down on that first floor customs area even right now.
This one moving, again, a little bit slower than we had seen some of the other rounds. A minute 45, nearly halfway into this round, and no damage taken from any player. And interesting that from a round rotate perspective, the TSG has just followed the playbook of 2F bathroom vent through all 6 of their rounds, even though they lost 2 of those, rather than try and go back to an ego check. They've just kept that rotation up. So You said it earlier, TSG done their job earning their 2 on defense on this attacker-sided map. Mormon leadership looking to close it out, and Scoob finding that first, again, running the 3x DMR, just going crazy with that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now going to create that intel that we've talked about being so important, right? Milo talking about it, the op selection there. Going to be able to utilize those 2 bulletproofs that came around and any of the defaults plus their drones. Nate to find the kill on Dami. Give Nate a second as he starts to heat up. Puts us into a 5-2 as he starts walking down the stairs looking for that engagement onto Malusi. He's going to find it. Now one last alive as the pistol pop and Nate finds it. Drops down the hatch. Is going to find the answer back for Poe to stop that flow of blood there. Takes down onto Nomad as well.
Wow.
Puts us down to a 3v1. A little bit closer here. This is a potential to get it, but it's the plant starting to go down, looking for it from the long distance, but no C4 to be able to have it. A wallbang's going to find him. Triple kill on pace for the ace now. 19 seconds left, and the diffuser alone and cold in the corner. They're going to have to find the pinch here to be able to get it, and they don't want to take it 1v1, except for it's going to be the shots. The Poet gets taken down. The comeback almost realized.
The bulletproof nearly saving the round. That's what was pinging out the player planting. Vipoa nearly in that clutch. Beautiful movement as well. People don't realize that when they're watching Siege. Sometimes think, oh, it just comes down to your gunfights, comes to mechanics. But movement is just as important when you're taking your gunfights, when you're choosing your gunfights, and when you're just trying to keep away from the enemy. And he perfectly did that. He got 3 kills just from moving around, dodging the bullets, dodging the information they had for themselves. Honestly, in that last round, it really comes down to just Volspa being nasty. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. 3 kills that really gets them into that round. I think another impressive part for Mormon for me throughout this game has been their starting game. They've been able to get the first pick a lot of these rounds, and it's not down to one player at the moment for them. Unfortunately for them, Exige isn't putting up the numbers, which he did in that last game, but they are a team of 5. I'm not saying TSG Gold isn't. They've also got a similar situation. Both teams, if you look across their scoreboards, all their players are very close-knit in terms of kills. And that's what you want to see in a game of Siege right now. All the players showing up in server, all the players putting up their best. And I generally think this will come down to the wire. I think we definitely can see OT right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. It feels like it's on the cusp because TSG is going to have several successful attacking rounds, right? You've seen it happening all night long. So here's where we sit. 4-2 on the op swap as we switch gears. Let's take a look, Whiskey, at Mormon's defense. What you like about it?
The Mormon defense here, and we talked about it during that last map, bringing out the Mira, bringing out the Castle, 2 operators that sort of change up the sight lines for the defense and the attackers together, right? Castle blocking them off, Mira opening them up. You throw in a little bit of the making it difficult to move or at least burn utility with the Aruni. That, I think, really powerful in this case because trying to keep that utility alive from the defensive side, block out, maybe prevent the mirror windows from going down early so they're available late round to give you that added sight line. It's a good setup here, but, like we said, TSG very good on attack. They have had some amazing rounds, so Mormon leadership's going to have to watch out for it. And look at that. The game sense, the awareness, that Twitch drone jumps down, and he was already aiming down sights at the thing.
Yeah, he was ready for it. He knew that was the next step, right? If we're going to be a group that just checks off the box and then gets ready for the execute, that's going to be the next spot. Vapoa already going to get active, going to take Scoob off the board. There goes the DMR, a little bit of that distance, and puts the body balance in hands to TSG on this attack. That feels good if you're a TSG fan. Followed up with a second as Dami is able to take Eli off the board and does come at a consequence, right? Hectic goes down, but on the south balcony, potentially retrievable because he's outside. He's just going to have to deal with the castle security force that's there.
Oof, getting dicey here for this defensive team at 3v5. Yeah, they still have got control of some of the main areas, right? The security break side still closed, opening that Aruni gate back up, and Nate finding that first kill to this attacking team from TSG. You still have one of those Twitch drones left available and some of the Hibana pellets to make sure, plus two more of the Roteros. There's a ton of offensive utility left. 45 seconds left, though, to use it, and I'm feeling like somebody's going to die with utility in their pocket.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like that. You don't want to be that guy, especially when we can be chasing these people out of those comfort zones, right? There's some X-Kairos to start putting some pressure onto the Mira, open it up, make sure that they can get something in. Looking for the swing there. Oh, man.
Whiff
Just misses
City.
out on the headshot. Unfortunate. Cass able to find their life forfeit as Rai takes the head off
Oh!
now into a 3-2, but answered back. Exige finally on the board. Give him a double as he's starting to warm up here. Puts himself looking for a third, and they might walk just into it to have it. 9 seconds left as they're holding on. He's looking for it. Takes a couple of shots. Pre-fire. Oh, Zonky gonna take him off the board now into a 2v1. 1 second left, and the plant going down.
Oh, he missed!
Ring out, but it's not gonna be in the right spot. Oh. Oh.
Only a little bit close. A little bit close. Missing the C4, but Jake, Exige, Allen coming up when they need him most. A wonderful double kill, even when he's at his lowest, even when he's going 0 and 6. He comes out when they need him most. A beautiful double kill. Honestly, that was TSG Gold's round through and through. The way they just took over the defense's clears or their defense's extensions, just completely overrunning them with their man number and numbers, and just knowing exactly, using their intel to figure out what they need to do, knowing the win conditions. But sometimes it does come down to just winning gunfights. Jake Exige Allen proved that perfectly. A hero play coming out. Obviously, Mormon, they cannot rely on them throughout their entire defenses, but they can rely on them for one more time. If they get one more of those, they take it to overtime, and TSG Gold then have a massive hill to climb. And a little fun fact before I send it back over to my lovely co-casters. Friendship Team, aka XLG, have just won their first map. They are currently 1-0 up in the other semi-final to also determine who qualifies for Element 4.
Ooh. So starting to heat up on the other side of it as well. 5-2. Mormon now 1 away from that coveted match point scenario, and they are going to do all of the stops here to make sure that they slow them down. Right, Castle back on the board, help facilitate that extension, guard some of those critical push points. Mira to be backed up. Vigil on the roam game to be backed up with Warden as well. There is a lot of firepower on the side of the defense right now.
Boy, and Milo called it out. Exceed showed up exactly when he needed to. That definitely felt like that was TSG's round to lose, and super unfortunate in the way that one finished off. But you know, trying to stay alive at this point, they're on attack. They certainly can make this happen. But the other thing Milo said right at the beginning of this was Mormon leadership needed to win on border here because the map pool, the map picks seemed to favor TSG. So this is the one that they absolutely had to continue and try and force that win and, again, earn that spot. I love this setup, though, with the combination of the Ace and the Osa. I know Osa may be a little bit of a controversial pick there, but we'll see whether or not it works out in this case, getting set up for a plant downstairs right by the chassis.
Exige to take the head off of Hectic. Is the body balance going to tip
I don't
in
think they
favor
know
of...
that she's there.
Oh, I don't think that they do either, and they were opening it up. Still have to get this castle open to have that that barricade or that crossfire set up. But look at this; it's going to be Striker to start moving in towards that main lobby, and there it is. Plant starting to go down. Striker does get taken off the board as the defense finds himself heavily in the man advantage here, but they're going to get the defuse off, and now it's going to put us into a plant scenario. The trades start to ring out. A C4 to take Rai, Dominant find one onto Exige, and Zonky to also take the kill to the body shots of Cass. Now puts us into a 2v1. Zonky on the triple kill as it's all that's left. Aruni, the last one here to try to stop this defuse. 20 seconds to be able to try to get it done, and they're just going to start going for it. Going to try to get the stick. Takes it to 75. Almost going to clutch it up, but not going to be enough time. Domi able to take Scoop down.
Barbed wire nearly being the hero, but that is exactly what you saw in the last round. Just lack of a hero play, though, coming out from Mormon this time round out. TSG Gold are so good at executing quickly, making sure that you just can't really do anything. Their overwhelming power, the overwhelming use of utility is perfect for a map like Border, especially when it definitely favors towards the attacks. TSG Gold on most maps look very strong in their attacks, in their clears, in their just taking rid of any extension you're trying to set up. And I think we're seeing it even more so on border here. It's all about if Mormon can just get one more round, and I think that's what they're looking for in any of these sites. You'll see them now change again. They realized Bathroom Tellers just wasn't the site for them. I don't know if this is a good idea, though. I think this site in particular is a lot easier to clear out, especially with the extensions, because they're a lot harder to hold. The only place you can really hold is above in like the armory area, and it's just so easy to clear because you can just walk through a doorway, walk through a wall, and there's not much they can do to stop you. It's just very easy to cut off as well from just windows. But looking at the operators right now, I see Rai on Fuse. I'm questioning, is that the shield?
Almost 100%, right? You take Blitz, you take Fuse off the board. You're going to be bringing it in one way or another. This time it's been a combo move, right? It's been the Blitz or the Osa being brought out, and honestly, Blitz is the better call if that's the type of shield play that you're used to, right? At least you can do some firing back, and you bring a gadget that's going to be devastating to any sort of extension util, especially on a bunch of soft breach everywhere. I love the call. TSG got a little bit of their work cut out for them here as they're still trying to catch up into the score line, but they seem to have a strat going on for everything the Mormons do, and even though they're down in the score line right now, right? If they've got an excessive run, they say, fine, we'll hit side. If they've got a bunker down, they said, fine, we'll take vertical. If they've got it split, they said, fine, we're going to try to take out your roam game, right? And it's working. They're starting to get that comeback. It's 5-3 Whiskey as the last 2 minutes of round number 9 start to tick away.
Yeah, I love the Fuse call as well. Playing upstairs, that whole armory site completely soft floors with the exception of the spot right by the main breach. So all they got to do is try and gain some control in that area and then just rain down fire on top of the site, clear out the defenders. But got to dodge a couple C4s along the way. Got to get control of the upstairs though. It's interesting that they're spending so much time trying to clear out the detention side of the map rather than focusing on the upper side, but maybe a bit of a distraction. That's Thorn jumping in, holding on lower right in the corner there. I was going to say, did she run out to jump in through the window?
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, it didn't pay it off either. So now completely isolated and alone, Thorn to lose their life. This is a TSG round as Warden has to be on pace for the ace, and they are already taking all of the space. Customs, main lobby, Fuse starts to come around. He's going to find one to start it out. Give him a second. Give him a third. He's heating up. Not looking for the fourth on the stairs, but not able to do it. Hectic going to stop the flow of blood that was almost the comeback again.
They just fed him. Wow.
A similar situation we saw on, obviously, TSG's own defenses. A very close clutch on the workshop bomb site, just not meant to be. If only he hit his shots on the metal guy, he could have got it down to that 1v1. And he had case as well. TSG Gold maybe getting in overconfidence there, just swinging him out. But to be fair, if I was them, I would be. Their attacks have looked almost flawless throughout. Their opening game is perfect. I can't see a single flaw in it right now. They just bully the roam. They bully the extensions. They get the picks, they get the opening picks, and then they barrel on forwards. There is no chance for Mormon to get a trace, and that's the main problem for me right now. I said that Mormon were great at doing that, especially Jake, Siege Allen, and Scoob. They're great at getting those refrags together, and right now, that must be what they're talking about. I don't currently know if Mormon have a coach, but I don't think that is the main problem, because Siege himself, he is a great leader. He definitely can just tell the team what's going wrong, and I'm pretty sure that's what he's done. He's been like, our extensions aren't working, we're not playing together enough, we're not getting those trades, we're not getting those opening picks either. Maybe pull back a little bit, maybe even give them the ground for free, because they're so good at taking it anyway. Give them it for free. They may still waste a little bit of time droning out to make sure nothing's there, and you just bunker down, wait for the time waste, and that's what, looking at their lineup, it does revolve a little bit around time waste. You have the Clash for late round, and you also have the castle that they have to clear out. We're going to see if maybe that could be executed on, but we will be seeing a second time round Rai probably on that Fuse shield.
Yeah, no doubts there. I love the Clash pick here, right? If you're talking about time waste, there's almost none that can do it better than the Clash, especially as somebody like Exeech who knows how to work it. So, gonna be a tough one to deal with, but they brought along several to be able to do so, right? The Nomad to be able to flush them out and send them off course, the Flores to get them out of that position, Fuse to make them dance with the chaos of those charges coming in. So, plenty of answers for this lineup that the defense is bringing. Run this potential tie-up around here has got some explosive implications.
Yeah, speaking of explosives, like we said, brought along a bunch in the combination of the Fuse and the Flores and the Ash, so plenty of destruction available here for this attacking TSG team. On the Mormon side, I like the change-up in bringing out the Clash as the alternative to try and slow these guys down, right? Bring out the Shield as the alternative, and the Frost, right? We have seen a couple clutch Frost mats come in just when they're needed, and we haven't seen Frost being played yet so far, so could be one of those options where, you know, it's a late round, it's a surprise. We would love to see one of those Frost mats come in clutch for this team.
Yeah, well, talk about coming in clutch. Went to try to get rid of the bulletproof cam, and the shield is going to find their life forfeit. Fuse taken off the board. Poe does answer back as they take down Castle. But, yeah, still going to be tied up. Still plenty of time for this attack team to start to work it out, but they're going to have to do it sans the spearhead.
I mean, he definitely causes some chaos, but you still have got a ton of utility here on this attacking side to try and work on clearing it out. Plus, you've got the Nomad, and I've seen somebody in this call do the Nomad Flores combo to try and take out the Clash. I don't know that that's going to work in the comp setting in this case, but with a minute 18 left, still plenty of time for TSG to work it, but time is ticking down with it being the sixth man helping out the Mormon Battalion here as we're tied up 4-4. Had a real quick start. Sort of slowed down here in the mid-round as they work on what is the right way we're going to take it. Gaining control of office. Let's go.
That's right, and the swing in is going to find the kills. The flashes ring out a C4 to take Dami off the board, but before answers back, Nate going to find another kill. 13-7 puts on the special glasses to help facilitate. And I'll tell you what, if we see a Nomad into a Flores, just like we did in Ranked, then yeah, we're going to have to donate 5 subs to the channel because that would be insane, even if they don't win the round. 3v2,
Done.
33 seconds left onto the board. They're going to push in and find the kill, and it evens it up now into a 2v2. 27. Warden still holding on. Clash going to put some pressure onto the backside here. Nomad trying to find the kill on the Warden.
The plant going down.
Set up. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start to just go ahead and force a post-plant scenario. So now Clash going to move onto the deployable, try to find the pincher move here, but now they've settled out back outside of sight. They've got the long angle, and now the pressure goes to be put onto the defense. Clash goes down. Give him a double. Zonky able to close that one out. Gee.
The early round was perfect, exactly what I thought Mom would adapt to. They just dug their feet into the site, made them waste time on no advantage whatsoever. There was no extension, so there's no early picks they could really get. Cassia was great though, getting that first pick, especially on the shield. That was the main point coming away from that. But then, the late round, TSG Gold knew exactly what they had to do. They realized that there was a Clash and there was a Warden on one side, so they realized backside's completely free, basically. It's a 2v1 on the backside. Let's just go there, take the control there, 2v1 onto the Frost. They win the gunfight as well without even losing a man, without needing the refrag. And then the plant going down, Exige either doesn't hear it or doesn't give the information away to Volsper. And then, in that post-plant scenario, it's basically unlosable. Yes, you can then pinch for it, but with 2 guns being up, you can face one way, face one the other, and it's 50-50 either way, or even, it's more like 75-25, because the fact that Mormon, they don't know where these players are. They could be anywhere outside of that doorway, where TSG Gold, they know exactly what they're going to be swinging into, what they need to be holding. And I'd say TSG Gold, yes, they faltered in that early round, but Mormon, they adapted really well in the early round. But TSG Gold, they know exactly how to adapt themselves mid on the fly in the round, and that's where they came out, and that's where they got their gold.
Okay, Whiskey tied us up 5-5. You're going to see a new addition to the field for the defense, right? A little bit more of that intel going to bring out the pulse, right? And this has been a staple of what we've seen on Border in maps previous, where he just holds down that customs area, right? He holds off the push into security. He can hold off the push into the break room, feed the intel, and at the right time use the C4 to completely change the way that the game is going. Couple that with the slowdown capabilities of the Clash and the Castle, preventing the jump-ins with the Frost. This is really in a super slow down defensive setup. It's going to be really tough, or is going to be the answer to this really attacker-sided, aggressive lineup that TSG is bringing.
Yeah, I mean, TSG's setting up for sort of that default east side take, right? The combination of the Osa, the combination of the Glaz, Thatcher, and the Ying, going to try and flood this site and make it happen. Like you said, need to have somebody playing down below with the C4, and it's only one. Pulse is the only one, and right now he's holding upstairs in the office, not making the rotate back down. So it feels like maybe a bit of a miss from the Mormon leadership team. If we said that the 2F was the best possibility and best option for the defense to win here on Border, they did it back on round 7 and then lost just a second ago on round 10. So they're 1-1. This would be the opportunity, but there we go. Now Pulse has made the rotate back down to main lobby, but is engaging with the Dokkaebi and loses. No!
Yeah, that's tough. That's your C4 off the board. That's going to leave your players spread out on the defense in kind of a vulnerable position, right? Ying on the board, Glaz on to hold the long angle. You still have the shield capabilities of Osa to combat against that Clash that could push up and try to prevent it. And they've had a little bit of a misdirection, right? They initially showed that east balcony push area. Maybe they were going for something quick, allowing Glaz to try to make a trap on somebody rotating to deal with that situation, and now have put themselves off of sandwich window and below to come up the metal staircase and redirect to the other side of the site and still hold Glaz from the long angle.
Yeah, they've had to completely change this up. So there it is. There's the utility dump coming in. Smokes, and now the Yings. Osa gonna make the shot, but she drops in a frost mat.
The trade rings out. Rai goes down. Hectic answers back and now puts us into a 4-2. Ying going to get that plant, but going to lose their life in the process, and he's just going to push up and start the defuse, holding on to the cross. It's Clash going to lose their life. He's going to find Castle, answers back, but Dami able to take the LED5 and claim it.
And again, it's that early round success that they're having. You saw, they knew exactly there was going to be a pulse below, either by just having those drones early on, figuring out, or just knowing that maybe there'd be someone below, because they definitely need that below control for what they're doing. You see that push. Even in ranked, you see that push. You see the Glaz, the Smokes, the Ying combo, which I'm surprised. That's why I'm very surprised that the Ying wasn't even banned out, just because how strong she can be for both the bathroom rush and for that rush. This wasn't really a rush, because they knew they had to clear up the person below. The Dokkaebi in tandem with obviously the calls and the information just alone being able to clear the post, that's when the go signs were available. They pushed in. Frostmat made it a little bit harder, but not only with the man advantage they had, they're able to then send a second person in, eventually get that bomb down. Exige just a little bit too late. If he gets there within a couple more seconds, he kills the planter before the plant doesn't go down. But in the end, TSG Gold, they've ran the circuit. They are now on map point. Mormon, they need this round. We said in the pregame that this is Mormon's map. They need it, no matter what, because Consulate just hasn't been their ballpark in recent times, losing it 7-0 recently against 5, and in the last game, they also lost it as their opponent's map pick as well. So this is one of the most important rounds in this series for me.
Whiskey, this is what we've been talking about all night long. TSG has just been having phenomenal attack rounds, right? It seems routine, it seems practiced, and it's starting to pay off yet again as they find themselves on a match point scenario, right? It's strat and counter strat, and they just keep having the answer to what Mormon is bringing to the defensive table here on Border. So what's the win condition now? What do they do? Because now they have to tie it, or map 1 is over and done.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. TSG, incredible attacking rounds, right? On Skyscraper, we saw TSG win 4. That to me is one of the most indicative marks of an attacking team that you can find, right? 4 on attack on Skyscraper versus Instinct. Brios and Sentier's team, unbelievable team to be able to put up those kind of numbers. Mormon Leadership, they won Consulate, so they've got a little bit of an opportunity as far as this map pool is concerned. But boy, what do we need to do from a defensive standpoint? Having Eli go down early, definitely not on that list of win conditions. And they're doing it with some interesting op choices, right? The Fuse, the Osa. Milo talked about how Osa is just, not one of the better ops, but right now, trying to find what could Mormon do to slow this team down. I'm thinking maybe, maybe the actual slowdown of Capcan, right? Change it up, go for some explosives, bring out more of the 6th man. The Frost Mat came up and was successful, right? So maybe some of the other trap ops could be as well.
100%. I'd agree with you there. Bring along the ops that are really going to slow them down. They're going to make them check every door, every window, every single room that they go into. That's a good first step here. Take Osa off the board. That means that plant that was going to go down in through the single wall, not going to be facilitated, and the diffuser is now cold. So 4-4 with 55 left onto the board. It's going to start to put the pressure onto this attack team, except for they're going to find when Zonky takes Scoob off the board. Now into a 4-3 with 45, looking towards the long angle, holding on to the diffuser, in a position to make an impactful play there. As he starts to push up, they've got the intel. They know that he's close, and they're going to get a drone in to take a second look. But time's starting to wind down. Warden gets sussed out. Now they know they got it from the long angle. He's still got a C4. Mira's still got a C4. They've got the bulletproof to play off of. Striker now goes down, and a hail of bullets tying us up on the equalizer, putting us in to a 3-3 as Exige takes Vipoa down. 19 seconds as the pressure starts to mount for TSG, looking for the tie-up here to take us into OT. It's still got spoiler to play from the top here. Flash goes out. They push in. The C4 does come out. They find one. A second to be taken by Cass. Nomad taken off the board. We're tied up. Let's send it.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Osa has had 0 impact in any round she's been brought, 0% success rate. I just don't think that's a smart. I don't think she was even holding her shield when she was. I could be wrong, but it felt like either she wasn't holding her shield or just wasn't holding it the right way. And that's the main problem with Osa. Her shield just doesn't cover her enough. She's always, even when you place it down, she's very open to C4's explosives. And again, the whole push, the whole strategy was around that Osa, and it just doesn't go their way. Mormon, though, are now playing defense, which they picked it. This is their map, so they pick overtime. They pick defense, a very questionable decision. Obviously, maybe they felt more confident defending border, and they didn't know it was going to go this way, but now they're definitely on the harder side, especially with how well TSG looked in all those attacks. This could be a very questionable decision incoming, and I'm looking at Doomsday right now for them. If they win this defense here, it will look like look like a masterstroke, and they could easily win the game out on their own attack. But if they lose it, it's looking very, very bleak if you're a Mormon fan.
Yeah, agreed. What I do love, however, is that the Scopos is on the board, right? One of my favorite of the newest operators, just absolutely goated at being able to provide that flank, provide that extra bit of intel. I think this is a good adaptation, right? Close it down with the Castle, close it down with the Fenrir, close it down with the Mira, and then bring about the Scopos to really put that fire underneath when TSG starts to push in. But they're going to have to deal with it on the other side. 2 operators designed to hunt you down. Deimos and Dokkaebi here to help stop any sort of roam game that's going to be facilitated here by the defense.
Yeah, and with all of the soft walls, I think Deimos has got a little bit of extra something that he brings to the table, especially in the hands of Vipoa sitting at 13, 10, and 5, having an incredible game, almost tied up with Zonky at 15. So right now, it's just Nate on the other side holding down the 15 kill mark on his team as well. So both of these, a lot of players having great games tonight, but We are in overtime. 6-6 tied up between these two. Said what were the win conditions, right? Maybe some trap ops you were thinking, but in this case, they didn't opt for the trap ops, opted for a little bit more intel, and the idle shell from Skopos goes down quickly by Poa taking care of that, and that vendetta is just deadly. And now that they've got to deal with 5 of the defensive operators, Skopos doesn't have her idle shell, but that's only a small price to pay.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, they still have the laser beam that is Skopos' gun on the other side of it, right? So not out of the woods just yet. Deimos starting to get active from the customs underneath as the ping's going out, not having to use his special gadget just yet, but does do some damage onto the Fenrir, but no harm, no foul as he's able to escape with his life. A grenade comes in, push Warden out of that security area. He's going to get back in. Goggles come on to try to protect it, and that's going to be Skopos that goes down. Yin Candela is coming in. Chaos starting to rain. Zonky to find one, answered back onto Vipoa as Nate takes him off the board. 4-3 as the plant's starting to go down. More Yings coming in. Flores is going to be able to stick this here in this overtime round. Sheesh.
Holy cow, you said it. The diffuser is down. How did they manage to get this? It's a 3v4, 2v... Couldn't even call it out as those last reads from TSG just come out quick. All the chaos, all the urgency created by a diffuser down just sunk that team, and TSG comes up on top.
I think you said it perfectly. Chaos was the aim of the game that came out from TSG Gold. They created chaos basically everywhere around the map. Where the diffuser wasn't going down, you saw them throwing the Yin Candelas in through the sandwich window. Normally that says, hey, we're distracting you over here. Go look at archives. We're planting the diffuser archives. So that's what looked like the defense did. They're like, okay, quick, guys. There's panic. Let's go look at archives quickly. Then they got picked off. And not only that, the diffuser was going down right under their noses. They finally figured it out, like, hey, guys, the diffuser's going down on this door. But it wasn't on the door, it was deep. So when the shotgun shells went up to try to find the person defusing, he defused in such a off location that they just couldn't find him in the end. And then the diffuser planted, post-plant situation, and like you said again, more chaos. They panicked, like, oh no, the diffuser's down, we've got to quickly act. And at that point, it was too little too late. And right now, Mormon picking defense as a starting point for their overtime situation is looking like a massive blunder.
Yeah, I hate to use that word, but you're absolutely correct, right? Border, attacker-sided, and lose the defense, the site that you chose, feels like it could be a little tough. But if there could be the equalizer, this is it. Right now, Mormon goes onto the attack side of it. They're bringing out this similar lineup. Osa to be used for those shields, right? Still going to see Fuse on the board, so double up on that protection that they bring out. The global gadget of Finka, not with the LMG, however, right? We're going to go with more of the traditional weapon instead, which is a little, I mean, you see a lot of the LMG, that's for sure.
Yeah, the spear is great, but the nades coming out doing their job, taking out the mirror window there in combination with the ash, just causing chaos. So now they've got to, that avenue that the defense had to try and hold on to the long angle, at least shut down a little bit. They've got that wall completely opened up so that it's going to make it tough for the attackers to try and make a push in. We've said it's surprising that Osa is the one that's making the push in here, and that sounded like trying to bait the C4. I don't know if they've got one. Who was down below holding for the C4, the smoke, but he doesn't have one in hand.
No, absolutely not. So it's really going to have to rely on the mute and the mirror, and there's one of them, the second one to ring out, but nobody in there. Completely, perfectly baited out, and smokes to boot, right? Still have two of them in hand. That's going to be Zonky to take Nate off the board, one of the heroes of the Mormon leadership here, and that does get answered back onto Vipoa as they find themselves in a 4-3 situation, and Ash all the way back into the corner, potentially to find that plant start going down, and that's exactly what's going to happen in a 4v2. Got them spread out, so no potential for the refrag here. Is looking towards it in the corner, but he's seen it. He's going to start to push up. He goes for it, but not going to be able to have it. Smokes canister going to push him back, allow him to take a little bit more of that real estate, and here it is. Ash trying to get that plant to start going down again. again, Fuse held off by the smoke at the top of the metal. A shotgun comes out. They're going to need to act quick. They're going to need to push in and start to find it, but not going to be the case here. Is Eli takes Rai down, and Doc, the last alive. He's got 3 stims, but will it be enough in this 1v4 scenario with only 30 seconds in which to act? And they're just spread out everywhere, and there is a shield to say good night.
Honestly, a very similar play to what TSG did. You saw a lot of chaos, a lot of Yinkandellas, and a lot of attention being put towards Archives from the attack. And then on the other side, you had Eli perfectly on the window to cut off any place. He got the refrag, and in the end, I'm pretty sure that's a free kill on the round. From just waking up to them being forced to play up against such a great team like TSG Gold, putting up the performance he is right now is very impressive. I thought he was a little bit missing on the defense, didn't really put his name in lights. I think that's where Volksper really showed up on the defense. But Eli's coming back in a vengeance. He looks like a great player on the attack. And obviously the Fuse as well, coming in on the other side, eventually them finding the plan. A lot was tried to be stopped. Obviously the smoke down below, shooting anywhere he could to try to think where the defuse was. I'm laughing in chat because Eli said Among Us is going to be tasty night. Yeah, there's funny enough, there is a R6 Discord where they play Among Us. I am in it. It's very chaotic, as you would think of from R6 players trying to play Among Us.
Excellent. Pro strat, get good at Among Us and you'll be good at Siege. 7-7 ties us up here with...
Oh, glitter. They're not good. They're not good.
Well, they're good at Siege.
They're good at having a good time, is what we're hearing about right now between these two teams. I love that they can keep that attitude up. I'm not seeing the sort of chalked mentals that sometimes plague teams that are struggling, but both of these teams having great games. 7-7. We are in a double overtime match point, and if you're just joining us, it is map 1 of a best of 3 in the semifinals. The winner of this match qualifies to ELEMENT4, the first open qualifier here. The loser is going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket for one of the other 2 spots. So everything on the line. Still have at least one more map to go after this one. And right now, you know, I'm not sure which way it's going because both of these teams have been playing really well.
Yeah, but if we're going to give it over to what we've been seeing all night, TSG with a little bit of favor and a little bit of momentum here on the attacker side of it, it's really going to depend on this first pick. Who's going to take that initial step? Who's going to claim that initial routine first kill that leads usually to the finding the round win? Takes a little bit of a run out. It's going to be Nate continuing on in his quest for the 20 bomb as he finds himself at 17 and 11. Exige going to get taken off the board as Dami just pushes in up top and claims that real estate, but at a price. 37 HP is all that Dokkaebi remains.
4-4, minute 40 left. This is it. No more rounds available after this one. Interesting they chose, I mean, the Vigil Boss G when it comes down to that final round, holding some tight angles, but you still have got the Glaz available as well. Still 3 Yinkandellas available, and you know, we talked about the teams not really leaning into the vertical play. Buck has made very few appearances. He does appear here, however, on the 15th and final round of this game, trying to find which one of these 2 teams it's going to be.
Yeah, and a great adaptation, right? Lean into some of that vertical. Try to get that pincher move. Try to claim that body balance. As we sit 4-4 with 60 seconds left on the decider here for map number 1, it seems like the pressure is 100% starting to mount. Opens up, doesn't actually see him down below, but it seems to have a sixth sense as he opens up the direct path of where they're going to be going. Flashes start to ring out as they try to chase some of these people out of those critical push point areas. 41 now remain as the last bit of plans starts to come together. They've got a drone, they've got a little bit of intel, they know exactly where they sit, but they haven't been able to open it up just yet. The defense starting to feel pretty good about holding on to it. Yinkandellas start to ring out, but Warden's there. Glaz able to take Nate off the board. Dami able to find one, and now the body balance tips in favor of TSG as they're going to find an answer back. Eli takes Rai off the board, but the plant's going down. It's now into a 3v2 post-plant scenario. Eli finds it onto Vapoa. The trade, Hectic takes a headshot. Eli to find Dami now into
Yes.
a 1v1. 35 seconds. He's going to start to stick it. Go for the long arm. Or not the long arm. Just go straight for the stick here. But he's going to
Eli!
kill. Break out the barbecue sauce for that 4 pieces. He's going to claim map number 1.
Well, we saw him in chat, and I'm gonna guess that's why he was in chat, to see his great clutch back. A wonderful round, and funny enough, it comes down to Hectic. It comes down to Hectic against his former team in the 1v1. I'd say perfect mastery was the fact that Volsp was able to get that open pick. Not only was it an open pick, it was onto Zonky. 18 kills on the board. You take off a man that's putting up those numbers, that is always a massive momentum shift. You're taking off that main spearhead. And now we look at it. They got the map they needed. I still am fearful of them going on Consulate, but them having the momentum to go onto it could at least give them maybe an opportunity to win that map.
Sheesh. That's the word to sum it up. I mean, what?
God,
This was a wonderful round of Game of Siege.
It is a double 4K for Eli back on round 3 and on 15 to finish it out. I mean, unbelievable game from him. I know there was a lot of chatter about him sleeping in and missing. I know Milo talked about him missing that first game, but showed up when it mattered. Congrats to Mormon leadership for taking that first map 8-7.
Okay, well, that's 1 of 3. Potential to see it go the distance is mounting and getting ever closer as we require double overtime to get map 1 over and done. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you that second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Patif.
Had the intel, but no, Badger grabbing
Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you,
You
Joker.
can kiss my ash. You've got 0 sense. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey!
what's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are in an all-out brawl. Here coming up, map number 2. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What'd you say there, Whiskey?
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the semi-final game here to decide who is going to qualify first for Element 4 on the day 2. So this is it. Match 1 won by Mormon Leadership. Map 2 upcoming here. And it is time, my friend, Consulate.
Man, Milo, walk us through what do we love or hate about Consulate?
Well, I think we hate the fact that it is basically a defender's safe haven. I mean, I do think sometimes you do need those maps, though, in the pool. It's really nice to have something that's attacker-sided, which we just saw on Border. Very attacker-sided, and now we're getting the exact opposite. Very defender-sided. But it is so hard to push anything on this map. And again, TSG Gold get the defender-sided to start. And they respect Scoob's blitz. They ban him out again. He is not allowed to use the operator, so he's going to be sticking back on that gun. I'm expecting maybe the same bans. Monty, Azami, Valkyrie wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. And there you go, Monty again. But yeah, no, this map's very close quarters, very close netted. That's where you see a lot of shotgun play as well. And there's just so many power positions the defenders can play and the attackers have to clear out. And by the time they've done that, or by the time if they've done it without even losing a body, they've got very minimalistic time left to actually get the diffuser down. That's why you see so many rushes on this map, because that just allows you to avoid those power play positions, obviously the window rushes, and they actually are viable choices while trying to get the bomb down, while trying to get these executes down. And talk about bans as well, it's the same exact bans.
Yep, just lean into it, right? They know what they don't want to play against. And you're right. Just as much as you saw on Border, you can see the same thing here on Consulate. In the realm of close quarter combat, shotguns are king, and there are so many tight hallways. There are so many cheeky angles that a zombie can completely change the outcome of pushing, especially if you're hitting on like an admin overtake, right? And you've got those Kiva barriers that you got to try to get past to do it. Not going to be the case. Taking away the intel of Valkyrie as well. No surprises on the board for this one, eh, Whiskey?
No, definitely not any surprises here. And the double shield band, that one, definitely interesting. Very curious to see how that's going to change. And we have just about, 2 weeks left until the new season comes out, along with the shield rework, the change up. I'm definitely curious to see how that is going to change the meta. I definitely expect that Blackbeard is going to be a part of it, though, as people and teams get used to it. And, I mean, we see the slow ramp up and then huge adoption rates for those new ops. But interesting. Scoop, we're talking about Blackbeard for just a second, and he brings it out. That absolutely blows my mind. It'll be the first time we've seen Blackbeard the entire E4 quals.
So, not a caster curse if you don't die, right? So, a caster bless? I don't know how it works in the reverse direction. Either way, Blackbeard going to be on the board. Interesting pick to start us out. Couple of staples you got to have on the defense for Consulate when you're playing up on the second floor, right? You've got to have an anchor who can stop the plant from the middle of the room. That's either going to be your smoke or that is going to be your Tachanka. And in most cases, you're going to see the smoke coming out, but we have seen the Tachanka adaptation. The other part of it is the slowdown and that area denial of Goyo. It stops the coming in through the window. It stops the admin overtake where you're planting blasting on off the doorway. It stops coming into the breach on any sort of quick action. This is a standard setup here for the defense, but it's standard because it works.
I couldn't quite tell if they looked like maybe they had a cam or something in the spiral stairs, but definitely a lot of investment from a defensive side on like that vending spiral area, taking shots, and they do have the warden holding in reception in that area to avoid the flash that came in, but surprising that seeing that much sort of utility held in that area. But from the attacker side, working on that utility, they've got 3 of the Roteros already used up, but Grim still got plenty of utility left ready to flood the site when they get ready for the execute, plus 2 of those nades from Striker.
Yeah, Striker and Lion. Well, I guess Lion's already used up in the attempt to flush them out of there. And no deployable on that vending where that warden is going to be holding at. So a little bit vulnerable. Yes, he's got the goggles. Yes, he can't be flashed or smoked out if he plays his cards right. But a grenade going to come in and do a little bit of damage. Mute going to find the first casualty as Eli takes Dami off the board. That's the body bounce going to tip into the hands of Mormon as a little bit of damage.
Oh.
In fact, make it a permanent damage. Wow. The floor has ripped off the board as we now put ourselves into a 4-4 situation. 45 seconds as the clock starts to tick down, and it's going to be a bit of the scenic route, and they're going to have to bring out a little bit of that breach action as well and take away that linear approach, that one-dimensional. And as the bees start to go out, they've got a little bit of intel, but not enough. Blackbeard and Lion, lives forfeit. 27 seconds left. You're going to give him hectic one as well. Now put it all into the shoulders of Grim, and he's going to fall quickly to the Vector.
And you saw it there. Despite getting that opening pick, despite having the body count and the man advantage, there was just so many ways they can swing back, get the advantage back, so many power plays they still had in position, and the time kept ticking. All of Mormon's utility used on that admin clear, just not enough, because it's just so hard to grasp that long vending corridor under the grass for the attackers. Even when you do eventually get it, you probably have 30 seconds left, and then you have to clear even more. You have to clear the whiteboard area, you have to clear long desk, you then have to clear the other corridor that connects to vending. It's just so hard as an attacker to clear every single nook and cranny. And then it's just impossible at that point, especially with in the end of time, you have, 10 seconds left to eventually get the bomb down. The defenders need to kill you once, and then it's chalked. You cannot do anything from that moment in time. So I do not say it's Mormon's fault. It's just the nature of the map. The thing I am surprised about, TSG's Gold's second choice is going to be the middle floor bomb site instead of basement. You normally see basement up next. But here we will see middle floor. Curious to see how they can play. We're going to see a lot of top floor coverage. And this is going to be where Mormon will have to be able to take advantage.
Yeah, I think the call kind of makes sense, right? Because I view basement on consulate here much the same that I would view basement on Chalet, right? Tons of areas to attack, coming down secret, coming down yellow, coming down spiral, hatches being opened up, and the main breach, and the soft floor that is all over, right? So fish in a barrel. So with just a few operators, you can cover so many different avenues to attack, find the weakness, find the mistake, and exploit it. So instead, they're going to go to that first floor meta that you see used on a lot of different maps right now. Fenrir does go down as that vertical nature does come into play a little bit, but is going to be able to be picked back up. So hold on to the vertical here, potentially send somebody down underneath to roam around, but really it's a full investment to the second floor.
It's one of the things I was going to mention during that previous map that we didn't actually get a chance to cover was that even though Fuse was played on a lot of different rounds, he hardly used any of his utility. And we talked about that in a variety of places, that it's interesting that Fuse is being played more as the shield op rather than the the devastation, even though that's a big piece of what his utility brings, is causing chaos. That teams just weren't using it in that way. Very interesting. This is really like the first time we saw a Fuse charge actually go out in 2 maps, even though he's been played many more times than that. So I think it's a good call here from the attackers to use that utility, right? Don't die with utility in your pocket, especially from Fuse because there's so much of it and it's so chaotic.
Imagine a world where we live in and where the Fuse charge is the secondary reason that you bring him. I love it. So we're going to see Callie go down, and that's a huge pick because that's going to be the long angle, but retrievable, able to get back up. That means one on each side now has paid the price for the downing. Both reduced to that 20 HP, but outside of that, with 54 seconds, Whiskey, we find ourselves basically equalized up outside of a little bit of the health disparity happening between Ace and Fuse.
Yeah, I mean, tied up, 40 seconds left, the nade coming in. Oh, wow, what a play between those two. Combination of utility and swings, but that's boy, the Legion Goo just doing damage by itself, and now down to a 2v3, 25 seconds left.
That's right. Okay, so a little bit of a pressure now starting to mount for the attack team. The defense rotating around, getting or at least two people back downstairs to that first floor, still holding on to some of that vertical as Malusi going for a couple of just blind, or Ace going through for just a couple of blind shots through the floor. Dami finds one, Dami finds a second.
It's very interesting for Mormon Battalion. I think a couple gunfights just not going their way, but they do feel very much stranded. It feels like a lot of just individual players trying to find their own net into sight. And I think that worked well on Border, because Border is very much like we always said, attacker-sided, very open map. But with Consulate, it's very close. All the gunfights, I think, favor the defenders just because how close and claustrophobic the map can be. And that's where you need that buddy system. That's where you need those refrags coming out, and they just aren't seeing to be coming out from one. We saw at least one in that round, but every other kill, there was no answer back for their side. And I think that's always been the struggle for Mormon on Consulate. Very much in recent times, we just haven't seen them being able to get many rounds on the attack, which isn't crazy, because obviously, it's again, normal split for this is 4-2, and they at least now maybe get a chance on the least liked site for TSG Gold, where you'd normally see them want to win this site at least. But if they don't win this round now, I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout is actually called, because it's looking bleak in my opinion.
It does seem like it's been a little bit more dominant on the TSG side, on the defensive side of Consulate, and they're going to lean into that, right? As you're going to see them spread out just a little bit. Vigil all the way up on the second floor. Castle on the first, and gonna get active on a spawn peak. That's just the confidence starting to show. Vigil with a Boss G trying to get active and take that early man advantage, but they know, you heard it, the impact went out, so instead it's gonna be Amaru to just send it up into admin and start to get active towards responding to it and trying to catch this Vigil off guard. And he's not even looking, he's looking down. This could be a free kill as Amaru starts to move it up into the hallway to try to facilitate this kill. Vigil being caught unaware would be a huge advantage for Mormon.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a pause. They don't know. Oh, there it is. Finally heard Vigil taking the shot. Now found out where he was. What a shot there from Nate. Having a great series overall and a good start off here to Consulate. And just wanted to say, looking back at the Mormon leadership game versus Team Notorious on Consulate, one of the attacking rounds that Mormon leadership did win on basement was flawless. So I think, like Milo said, their best opportunity right here on the basement on this round to try and at least get their first round and slow a little bit of momentum that's built up on the TSG side.
That's right. It's the test in the tersh here as we're on round number 3, and they're already starting to feel the pressure. Now, it is Tuberal that did rotate up, a little bit of the scenic route to try and help extend the time waste up top, and if he was unsuspected, he could play spoiler here as he makes his way onto the service stairs. 3 of the defenders have bunkered back down to go, and a late round BP as well. Zonky able to find the first kill onto Buck, and that's a huge one. And now Habana goes down as well as Dami's able to take one off the board. The body balance now into TSG's hands as they find themselves in a 4-3. Still plenty of time. Frost, the Tuberal canister does go off. It's slowing down the peak towards that vertical nature, but they're going to use some of those soft breaches to try and open up. Whiskey, it's 60 seconds left, and they're starting to go for some pretty wild moves pushing down into sight.
Yeah, this has been a little lots of crazy action here, and the big flank coming out. What a shot there to clear out this. I mean, from the defensive side, having a big server presence, I mean, really surprising. Typically, you're seeing the defense up against the garage, not playing back on the secret side like it's a split site. That definitely different, and I think whether or not that's going to work out in Zonky's favor, there finally Reign of Terror comes to an end with 25 seconds left, now pushing back closer to site.
That's right, 2-2, 20 seconds as they start to make that final push in. Nate, who one of the heroes of the last map, looking to get actives as Malusi Gadget comes off. They've got the intel. They know the cross is there. It's going to have to be a pre-fire, but he's not going to be ready for it. He loses his life as Rai is able to end that. Dokkaebi, the last alive, 3 seconds. Not enough time to get it done as they start to go for the plant.
That's very interesting, though, coming out from Woman. It just felt like they never, and there you go, the timeout, which was predicted in the pre-round talk. But I just don't know why they just never gave any respect to even check if there was anyone on the top floor. They had no idea that Zonky was roaming around. He was able to come back down, get that flank off, get that pick off, and that's really where the round spiraled for Mormon. Their opening round was great. They were to get the opening pick, get all the second floor control they wanted, but the third floor was never accounted for. Zonky got that flank down, got that pick, but talking about getting stuff done, XLG/Friendship Team, the first team to qualify for Element4, so congratulations to them. It doesn't really come off as much a surprise. A former PL team in the T2 space getting it done, probably going to be one of the favorites as well to win the whole thing. But for now, we're seeing who can do it throughout this game. Timeout is called, and it's looking bleak, honestly. I'm not surprised. I did put this up as a TSG Gold victory. But Mormon, they need one. I think that is what they're focusing on right now. I don't think they're focused on getting 2 rounds anymore. They're focusing on get this next round, get this next round. You go one at a time, and they at least won 1 round to clutch on going into their own defenses.
Okay, so Whiskey, you said it, that talked about the split floor. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at it. That's going to be the site that we bring out here. It's like it's not the caster curse, it's the caster bless. Spoke it into existence, and we're going to get some fun operators to do it with. Solus and Scopos on the board.
Yeah, one of the reasons I love seeing the split side is it's interesting, right? One of the only places you see it, or the only place in the current meta of Siege you get to see the split site taking place. And it can favor an attacking team that does a good job of taking advantage of a defense that's spread out too far. So this is Mormon leadership, so the Mormon Battalion, their map pick. So I think they got to assume they were going to play the split side at least once and are prepared and ready for it. And the question is just whether or not it was going to be played. A lot of defenses will avoid playing the split side because it requires so much of a separation in terms of how much space and how much area you have to cover as a defense. So it's easily exploitable by a good attacking team. Mormon leadership can do that and can be that team. See whether or not this is going to be the round to do it, though. And they need to find one. They have got to stop the momentum that TSG Gold has started to build up.
Yeah, so you talk about this being the tough side because of the spread out nature in which you have to take it. But here's one of the fun parts of it is that Scopos, right? That can help be that spread outness while still having the chance to bunker back down. So if there was ever an operator to bring to the table for that specifically, Scopos is going to be the one to help facilitate that. So 3-0 TSG sits as the first minute starts to wind down. Cade going to be able to take his claw and put it back towards that multi-layer defense as he's going to hold on to the servers here.
And I know Milo said it during the break in between rounds, but Friendship Team taking that win and being the first team to qualify. So welcome everyone with the Jesse J raid. Appreciate you joining us here for what is the other semifinal match between the Mormon Leadership and TSG Gold. We are on map 2 in this series. Mormon Leadership won that first on border in an 8-7 double OT victory. So this one, though, going very much TSG's way with 3 in a row so far to start Consulate out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be Scopos taken off the board. So that the very nature of what you said had to happen for this map is destroyed with the death of Scopos. does give the man advantage over to Mormon here, as they're looking to capitalize and find their first bit of a win. Now, you still have 63 seconds in which to do so, and everybody bunkered back down, so it's going to be a straight-up gunfight. However, you're going to have some variety of angles in which to take this on, right? Buck with that vertical nature to be had from it, Habana to open it up, still have 3 Selma charges in hand to put some pressure on from the backside as well and really start to push and put the pincher onto it. But Solus already moved out, headed up to the second floor, retaking that vertical presence to potentially play spoiler here at the end.
This is the best chance we've seen the Mormon leadership have in terms of winning 5v2, 4v2, 3v2. Holy cow, Zonky and Rai just eliminating the slight advantage that they had. Oh, and almost another 2v2. This is an unbelievable run for this team. I thought for sure this was the one Mormon leadership was going to find, but a double from Rai. Are you kidding me?
Now low health scenario, but it's only 5 seconds. Gonna have to get the pistol out. Going
Get
for
it.
the shot. 2 seconds left in which to do so.
What?
No, pistol popping on the other side. Eli takes the win here and find Mormon their first round.
No way.
Wait. He hip-fired him. I was going to say, early round was perfect. They got that first pick, completely slowed down. They looked what they needed to do, looked for the win condition, then continued getting those picks. They got the drones out, figured out where the last players are, what the win condition was, got that set down. But then out of nowhere, like you said, Zonky and Rai, they heated up. It looked like maybe Mormon just then forgot what to do. They had a little bit of head loss, tried to just sprint in, get that bomb down, forgetting probably the 2 players were probably upstairs. Maybe that's what they thought. But the 2 players were still down below, dug their foot into the heels, got it all the way down to a 1v2, which Eli, we've seen him in the clutch before. He had that 1v3 all the way back on border, on match point. He does it again. The 1v2, a little bit lucky with the hip fire headshot. But in the end, he probably would have killed him anyway. He was basically 1 HP. But Eli, he gets it done even after just waking up about an hour ago, still knows what to do, still knows how to clutch, still has that clutch gene in him. And now we're going to see if they can get it done on a more primary bomb site. We spoke about the split bomb site. For me, I don't think it's as good as the other 3, and we saw it a lot. It's seen as a non-viable bomb site, so that could be a question mark over TSG Gold going into these next couple rounds. But at the same time, when you're 3-0 up, it's smart to maybe try something out different, especially when you've shown all your cards throughout all your other sites to the side of Mormon.
So, I'm going to take it back up top, Whiskey, and bring out the strat that you love, right? The in and out capabilities of the Amaru. Getting rid of some of that extension util, and look at this. Ash just going to push up to the top of the yellow. They're going to hold across, and they're going to wait for that first bit of action, but not to be outdone. There's a shotgun in the hands of Dami, ready to answer back. A drone that does suss him out, so the shotgun could. Now, it's a little bit low, and unfortunately,
What
just
a
lose
whiff!
out on the swing. Dami just getting dominated as now puts it into a 4v3, a 5v3. Ash goes down, gets a little closer, and that's going to be Deimos to equalize as the fire rings out. Exige losing his life to the Goyo canister. 2 minutes, a whole 2 minutes still to go, and we find ourselves 3v3.
Unbelievable run there between those two. So now, I mean, we finally saw the Mormon leadership win. We said for the split site that would have been a great one. You know, the best opportunity for Mormon leadership picking it on attack, that they should have a great attack for that site. But the fact that it came so close to me, really big boost here for the TSG Gold team. And right, the timeout boost in effect and working. Mormon leadership takes the timeout and wins. This round, not feeling as dominant. It again has gone back to, it just feels very chaotic. Yeah, you've got the Amaru in, getting the plant down, and right now it is just, I was going to say, all they had to fend, we were able to hold up on the first floor, but they directly fought it on the second floor.
Yeah, that's right. Now into a 1v3. Buck, the last alive. Vertical might not be the complete answer to get it done here. So push up to yellow and try to take these fights on a little bit individually here. Now, getting rid of that barbed wire is going to give away his location. A flash goes out, but it's going to be a self flash. It's a little bit more dangerous as he gets down towards that mute jammer. Sends in another flash, goes for the swing onto the bathroom. There's a little bit of damage done, and a Fenrir going to make it that much tougher. Rai able to take that one out here.
Very great round adaptation from TSG to be able to answer back after a great entry play from Eli. Just walking up the yellow stairs, picking up the smoke and the warden as well. Two massive picks. The two players with the shotgun SMG combo. Somehow, though, Mormon aren't able to use that as a building block to then take the round, take the plant. Because the Goyo was the problem. Not only did Eli shortly go down, but somehow Exige goes down to a Goyo canister. It must have been on the main window when he was trying to swing out, help Eli in the poor position he was in. But I don't know what's going on in the situation. You definitely can just wait there or just hold your angles and just wait for there to be a situation to get that plant down in that 5v3. That should be unlosable. Mormon just not having the great mid-round. It doesn't seem like they're just being able to get through maybe jitters or something, because I think most of these rounds, at least 3 out of 5 of these rounds, they've had great opening rounds. They've been able to get the opening pick, they've been able to spiral onwards, but the mid-round has just seemed where they're just faltering off and maybe just spiraling down, and where TSG Gold are just picking up the pieces, picking up where Mormon are just making these small mistakes and then being able to win the round off of it.
Now, let's look at it, though, right? It's 4-1. This isn't like the end of the world here. If Mormon is able to find one more win on the attack, they've done it. They hit the quota. They did what's necessary and can go rely on the fact that they've got great chemistry and a great strat put together on their defensive half. So even though it has come up all TSG on this defender side of it, we got to remember this is defender sided, right? One more solidifies not too bad of a defensive half on the other side of it.
The dangerous part is TSG had done a fantastic job attacking, right? And we're only in the first half of this map, even though it is the Mormon leadership map pick. They're up against a TSG team that has been incredible on the attack. So hopefully, assuming it's their pick and they're expecting to have incredible defenses. But, I mean, we know one of the games, I think, Milo, you talked about it in the opener, was Skyline beat the Mormon leadership on Consulate. And Skyline, Reno, known to have an incredible Consulate defense and an incredible Consulate map in general. But it feels dangerous here for this team. They have got to absolutely get 2 attacking wins. They have to hit that 4-2 half to make me feel like they've got any sort of a chance on this one.
Jesus, Vigil just close to being able to play the spoiler and make the potential play here, but instead goes back down and is going to lose his life. Had the chance to come up, nobody looking towards that yellow stair. He's just a day late and $1 short, and he ain't getting no refund on that one. So, Attack now finds himself up in the body balance in a 5v3 scenario. Mormon, they're looking at one of their best shots here to seal up a second round, the last of the half on this on this second map.
That's right, a minute left in this round, and again, 5v3, but I feel like we have said that before, where Mormon leadership was in a 5v scenario versus this TSG having the man advantage, and then letting it go to waste, letting it fall apart, and Dami right there. The first opportunity, I was going to say, man, another one going to go down, 3v2. They're squandering the man advantage, even when they do manage to get a hold of it.
Yep, but all they got to do is play spoiler and refrag here, and there it is. They're going to find another one. Dami able to answer back. A little bit of damage onto Lion. Going to try to take it down into a 1v1 scenario. Looking for the, oh my lord, the pincher move.
So close.
Onto the diffuser. He's going to get the down. One more to be able to stop this round and give him a 5-1 on the half. 20 seconds in which to do so. He's got the idea of where they're at. The bullets coming through. All he got to do is get a pre-fire in the right direction. No chance for Lion to get up. He is ready for it. Siege timing gonna play into this one as Dami's gonna get taken off the board.
It's very funny that Hectic puts in the chat, "You're scared," and then literally a millisecond later, Cassia kills him. Very, like you said, Siege timing on the board, but again, I've got to give the round to Eli. Eli's having such a great entry game. He's been able to get 1, 2, and then 3 on that round this time around. Maybe that was the problem last time. He just wasn't able to get the 3 kills. Able to get that 3k on the round, and I've said it a lot before, for a man that just woke up an hour ago, he's playing lights out Siege. Very impressive work coming out from him, and nearly again, Mormon nearly threw it away again. That mid-round just isn't where they're liking it, but like you said, they needed one more round to hit their quota. They did it. They got the 2 rounds. It's looking very positive for them now. what looked like maybe TSG having maybe a 5-1 or even 6-0 half has done completely flipped on its side. Mormon now will look very positive, especially with the fact they got the round just before their split. They now get to transfer a attacking round win into maybe some momentum on their defense. But even so, the last time I watched them defend this map, they still didn't win oh, that was last time before last time. Last time they played Thrive, they didn't get a single opening pick on defense and didn't win a single round. Granted, they only had 1 defense, so a little bit skewed statistics. So hopefully for their sake, they have a better round count this time round out. But for TSG Gold, you're still positive just because you're still 4 rounds up. You still have a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, and not only that, they are an attack-driven team, right? TSG demonstrated multiple times this evening that they are not afraid to walk in and punch them straight in the face, take that space, and then get themselves a plant. So we're going to see how it plays out. They definitely leaned into area denial on the side of the defense, right? Bringing out the smoke, bringing out the Echo and the Goyo, all designed to make sure that you're not going to be able to get in and make that plant. The Flores getting immediately dealt with the Rotero drone as it tries to go in through the skylight. Now, on the side of the attack, we are going to see a little bit of kind of an uproar we have seen this evening a couple of times. Nook on the board, and I love the Nook play, especially with that new gadget rework. Lends itself to a little bit of that sneaky play, a little bit of that rat play, catch them off guard, catch them on the rotate, and potentially put that man advantage into your favor.
I know Milo had been talking an awful lot about Eli and Nate being the players on the Mormon leadership side who have been having a great game, but Exige and Scoob need to step it up and need to join in that as well to keep this team in it for the long haul, keep this one running. They did get the opening pick, and it was one of the things we were worried about was could the Mormon leadership get the opening picks here on this, but very much an admin overtake. But a grenade kill coming out on Scoob. Jesus said his name, and he is gone. Sorry about that, Scoob. Tied it up 4-4 in the body balance here at this point with 1:17 left. What I'm looking forward to see from this team is, from a Mormon side, slow the TSG guys down again. You said it. Plant denial. Continue that. Don't let them gain an advantage. Don't overpeak your angles. Don't overpeak your map control at this point. Let them come in, maybe get the plant down, and use the utility to deny.
Echo drone going to get active here as it's causing a little bit of chaos for the push up here. But attackers, they've got the man advantage now as they find themselves in a 4-3 with 4-4 left on the board. 4-2 as it counts down, pushing in, trying to get some Bs, trying to get some of that intel, realizing that the defense has been pushed back, which means he can get up onto the admin overside and start the plant. But a smoke well thrown is going to stop that plant in its tracks. He's only got, he still has 2 left in which to do so. One going to ring out and stop it from going down. So it's going to see the rotate as Echo going to try to play spoiler on the backside. One more smoke goes out, but Vipoa going to take him off the board. 8 seconds in which to do so. Echo still could play spoiler with one of the drones if any of them are still alive, going for the shotgun, but no, not the case. They're going to get the plant down. It's post-plant scenario, Whiskey.
Yeah, no Echo drones available and taking the shots from below. And Exige, I think, recognizing at this point, you've got 4 attackers upstairs. That thing well covered. They are taking a faux timeout. Not as much time as you would have had, but just going to watch that timer tick down. No reason to push it. Don't necessarily need to save your KD and comp, but to me, that's just good use of time at this point because you're going to lose the round, right? Take it. Use the timeout. You already used your timeout back on round 3. This is the right time to do it again.
Yep, that's right. So a little bit of an impactless kill, and that is going to be a round for the attack.
I'd say they were great getting the open pick. Obviously, Volsper able to get that rat pick all the way down inside of Visa. But then, as soon as Scoob dies, they've given up admin control because there's admin control into the vending corridor control. Because there is no one in long desk, there is no one close to the door to maybe help him down the short corridor that connects to vending. There's no one really to just cover Scoob in that situation. He gets naded out, and there's nothing he can really do. So I'd say just poor teamwork again, really coming out from Mormon. There's no refrag availability on their side, and I think that's been one of their main problems throughout the series and throughout Consular as a whole when they play it. I've also got a question mark. I would say a lot of that came down to great plays from Vipoa, though. He figured out where the space was for free. The Echo Drain came in just a second too late to save the player that Vipoa eventually took out. He lurked in towards long desk, knew there was nothing to stop him, got the pick, and then killed another player who looked like he was ready with a C4 to take out the planter. If the smoke is able to get one more smoke, maybe in the default plant location, Echo is able to then go below and take down the planter, because you saw the Echo drive his drone down, figure out no one was below, then be able to maybe stop the plant from below, but he just doesn't know what the location is. The round goes the way of TSG Gold, and Mormon, they look maybe backs against the wall here.
Absolutely, potentially in the bin as they're TSG looking to take it to map number 3, and they're one away from that coveted match point scenario here. This is, if you're a Mormon fan, you're feeling a little bit of the pressure here, and it looks like we're gearing up for something a little bit quick, as you're going to see Ying, Glaz, and Dogoby on the board for this potential execute.
I love this quick execute. It is rarely successful, but love getting a chance to see it. And look at this Zonky moving up, getting that plant down, not in the smoke, maybe hoping to bait it, but Fenrir reading that perfectly and unfortunately not covered by the Glaz. He was looking to the other side of the garage. Unfortunate there. The planter goes down. Yeah, they're going to take down Fenrir, but the surprise opportunity fallen apart. Unfortunate there for the TSG Gold side, but great coverage by the Mormon leadership. They prevented that quick plant from happening.
Yeah, and that could have been absolutely devastating, right? If you find yourself 5-2 in a quick plant scenario and you're not able to bring it back, then color it mental chalked at that point. But able to hang on, able to take it into the equalizer, the 3-3. A quick pre-fire onto yellow doesn't amount to anything, but there is somebody there to say hello, to say peekaboo. So Glaz rotates up to start to put some pressure on the pincher move, right? And if they can isolate this Mozzie, then gain that man advantage, then no Yin Candela is left, right? No smokes left in the hands of Glaz, but Ying still has some, so a potential for a plan in a 3v2 is a lot different than a 3-3 trial here at 60.
Yeah, it just feels really sort of a dangerous scenario here for this team. Even though you've got the smokes, I don't know. They still have to get the diffuser from up against the that half wall near the car. So you said it. You got to clear out Mozzie upstairs. Need to try and take care of this vigil to be able to have any chance of it. And time is ticking down. 40 seconds left, and the Army just searching. Right, they're looking. They have no roam clear, no ability to try and find these defenders, except for unfortunately running into them at the wrong time and place.
Okay, 23 seconds left. The push in. They're going to be able to find it on to Nate, the hero of the last map. Puts him into a 3-2 scenario. Defense still able to hold out. Still got a shotgun in hand to be able to deal that devastation. Ying goes down. The equalizer. 9 seconds as here we are in a familiar situation yet again. Thatcher, he's going to go for it. It's going to be him in a 1v2 to try and save this. He is going to die. That's what's gonna happen.
Exige gets it.
Honestly, Exige did perfectly there. He was left on site in basically a 1v2 as the attackers came rushing down. Unfortunate for Bolshevik, he left alone all the way upstairs as well. He just didn't have the right gun in that situation. Holding the Bolshevik, he missed his first shot and then died to the Glaz. But Exige ratting in that corner, waiting for both of them to run past, trigger discipline or just movement discipline, eventually kills the Ying. Scoob also had his back for when the Glaz were trying to help retake with the Thatcher, and then he went down to 000s, had to get the plant down, eventually gets one tapped by Exige while having his head down, trying to get that diffuser down. And now Mormon, they get their first defending round on the board, but they still have a hill to climb. They need to make sure they cannot let TSG Gold go to match point this early on, because then they have those 3 rounds to go and get it on. But also, the early round for TSG Gold in that last round, I didn't mind the strategy, but the problem was, Glaz is just not looking in the right direction. You know that they can definitely just run through the rotate, get it down. And it's curious to see why he maybe wasn't looking that way. Maybe there was information that was all near yellow. But I'd say it's just poor positioning from the members of TSG Gold in the early round.
Okay, 2 away from tying us up. TSG looking to try to force a map number 3. Let's take a look at a first floor bomb site, and let's take a look at a little bit of that devastation that only Capcan can bring to the table, right? The Capican can. He's going to try to facilitate some sort of 6th man kill up on the top floor. You know there's going to be some relative space taken up in that vertical that has to be had, so even if it doesn't net to a kill, even if it doesn't amount to a death, it's still going to force them to slow the heck down, right? Maybe even bring some operators like the Twitch to make sure that they're not going to be walking into some sort of death trap.
This is, I know I had sort of the similar thought that is Milo. Bad positioning to start off that last round in the basement, and unfortunate that that the plant didn't happen in the smoke, which allowed that one to go down. But for the Mormon leadership team to find a win there, that was huge. And Milo said it earlier as well at the very start when we were going through the map bans. Mormon leadership had to win border in order to try and force this third map, because we knew that TSG was going to be good coming into Consulate. The problem is they're going to be very good on Skyscraper. They showed that. So, you know, to that point, Mormon leadership wants to try and get the win here on Consulate. This is the place, the time that they need to do it. 3v5 on defense, they certainly have the opportunity, and right now here on round 9, also the man advantage.
Selma charge goes through the window, a little bit of distraction. Did it hit the mirror? Let's go, it did. Send out a C4, gonna find one. There it is, Nate to take Dami off the board. Now put themselves into a 4v2 situation. Minute 16, plenty of time for the defense to just stall them out. Does see the Capcan trap, starts to rotate. I don't know if he knows he's got the pressure from the window here to be able to contest with, but he is gonna pick up the diffuser, right? So the chance to potentially get the plant down, that's a huge play, right? Ryra and Hectic both take one off the board, and that's going to be Nate and Exige now into a 2-2 scenario. 53 left as it starts to count down. A little bit of the pressure mounting here, but they do have the diffuser in hand. The problem is one's outside and one's upstairs.
Yeah, one outside, one upstairs, and this is the opportunity here. Can TSG find a way to make this push down? You still have none of the Goyo canisters. I think they have all been popped at this point, and the Malusi's in play, but trying to take some shots with the Buck, trying to get some vertical control. But with 18 seconds left, they've got to make a push.
Yeah, absolutely. At some point, you got to take that first step. So getting into the doorway, doesn't know about the Goyo to the side, but it's going to be Hectic to take Cass off the board. And looking towards that match point, they're going to start going for the plant. 4 seconds, he can play spoiler, but he's not going to be in a position to do so. Rotate onto the piano. They're going to go ahead and get the plant down. He's going to find one with the Vector, pulls out a pistol, going for the pistol pop, but the rotate, he doesn't know he's coming around piano. He's going to get shot in the back. And that's exactly what happens. Hectic
No
takes
way.
Cass off the board and puts us on a match point scenario.
A couple of situations there just really fell apart for Mormon. I think Eli did great in that early round, and I think it doesn't really come down to him on that loss. I think Volsper gets a little bit too antsy in his position. He definitely could just continue ratting behind that little board, but then he moves, gives the location away, gives the noise away, and lets him get free fight easy, especially, again, on the play on yellow says as well. They can just back off, give the location away, they have the man count, they have the time in their favor. And then the final issue for me is they're all positioning based, and it's Cassia. They moved out of closet. They don't need to. There was no vertical on them. There was nothing pushing them out of there. They just ran all the way to lobby, despite the fact if they stay inside a closet, when those players drop, that is 2 free picks for Cassia, or at least 1 free pick for Cassia. And then it allows Eli to be in a 1v1, waiting for the player, having to plant on triple zeros. And it's just all comes down to positioning, but TSG Gold did great to use that sound, use that information, use the poor mistakes that Mormon made in that last round to get the round victory, get map point, and now Mormon, they have to win 3 in a row, or it's Skyscraper.
Okay, perfect for 3. Seems like a tall order for this experienced team in the hands of Mormon. But they've got some operators to help facilitate that, that's for sure. Lean back into the Goyo, stop maybe that potential for the admin over. A little bit of a stall. No deployable though for that vending hole, right? So still gonna be relying on doing it the old-fashioned way, a little bit of gunplay, and no warden to stop it. So flashes, smokes, those Yin Candelas gonna prove to be extra effective when they start to go for the execute.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a miss there on the Mormon leadership side to not bring out the warden. Got it. His name was drawing a blank on me there for a second. Yeah, I mean, with all of this utility that you've got that can obscure the view, it really seems like a bit of a miss to not have him brought out. I love, though, on the attacking side, the TSG bringing out the fuse again, and I'm really curious to see, are we going to see utility used, or are we going to see him used as only a shield at that point?
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out together. The Global Gadget of Finka going to help facilitate this push in. Waiting in the bathroom, Solus with a P90 to stop any sort of, or thwart any sort of attempt to come up and look that shots onto the back stairs.
Wow.
It's going to be Vapoa again, 10 in 5, 2.0 KD, takes Exige off the board. Now that's the Candelas. They get the man advantage. They hit the go button, start to push it in. Zonky going to take cast. Zonky going to find another onto Eli. Match point scenario. And there is nothing to do here except watch TSG do it flawlessly.
A round stomp from TSG. They knew the gaps, they knew the positioning. Beautiful Candela plays coming out from Domi, and it just allowed them to just easily... I don't know how the player was so quickly up Visa without any information being on the board, and he was able to get 2 kills from that position. Poor situation awareness, poor use of the intel early in the round from 1 battalion, and now they have to go to this third map. This is anyone's game, but like you guys said before, TSG looked really good on Skyscraper.
Not just really good. I mean, it was an absolute slaughterfest on Skyscraper. So if ever there was a time for a little bit of pulling it up by your bootstraps, you're definitely going to need it here if you're Mormon battalion or Mormon leadership. So here we are. It's a best of 3, needs every single one of them to get it done. Second in a row. We're going to be right back with our third and final map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are here for the long haul, the ultimate brawl. It's map 3, and it's taken every single one of them to get the job done. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Brown.
That's right. Welcome everyone here to the final map of the E4 Open Qualifier number 1 in the upper bracket. The last one to find out who is going to qualify, and it's going to happen here on Skyscraper. If you're just joining us, you picked a great time to be here because this is it. TSG and the Mormon leadership doing battle all night long for a dominance here to find out who it's going to be.
Yep, and they've already had a bit of a showing on Skyscraper, so it is in their hands to lose it. We're going to stick to the same, right, Milo? 2 shields off the board.
Yep, always the same, and I'm expecting a same. I'm expecting the Valkyrie, I'm expecting the Azami. Azami isn't as strong on Skyscraper as she is on Border or on Consulate, but she's still a very strong operator, probably the most there you go, different. Tubero, finally a different ban on the board. So it's a throw-up. Is it going to be Valk? Is it going to be Azami? I'm guessing one of the two. I don't think Fenrir is strong enough to be banned. I don't think Mira's good on this map. And there you go, the Azami will ban. That means we will be having the Valkyrie. There'll be C4s galore, there'll be info galore. The defenders will be getting all that information in on the board. But like we saw on Contra, this map will be very defender-sided. And TSG Gold, they've defended first every single map. Obviously on Border, it was not really a help to them. It was more of a hindrance. But like you said, this map definitely favors TSG Gold, just the way they played it last time. But as I recall, Run, last time me and you were in the same cast for Mormon, it was the major quals, the open major quals, where they played up against Thrive. Last map was Skyscraper. They beat Thrive 7-3. So they themselves, they're not a bad team on this map. They definitely can do it.
Yeah, that's great memory, Milo. You remember that, and it's one of the things we talk about this. We know coming in that TSG had a fantastic Skyscraper just earlier tonight, and they're a great team, but so is the Mormon leadership. It's a slightly different lineup than the one that was so successful in that previous game, but they can and definitely will do it.
So 2 powerhouse Skyscraper teams. The big test is going to come in the hands from Mormon, right? Because they have to do it on the attacker side. They have to get the job done more than a 5-1 fashion, unless we're going to be looking at some sort of OT here. So defense, what are they bringing to the table? It's a lot of the same that you've been seeing all night long, right? Deny the breach with the bandit, deny the intel with the mute, deny the sight with the Fenrir, deny the step forward with the Legion, and deny the smokes and flashes with the Warden. It's all about thwarting your attempt to get in and get that execute going, and they've been successful at it. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it now as well.
The double shield ban, definitely interesting. That was one of the things. Wow, great trick there happening. Going to stop the single wall breach at the top of the house stairs. I was going to take a look back and see which operators we had banned out, but apparently my note-taking wasn't the best because I did not write it down. I was curious whether or not they banned Tubrow or Azami on the last one as well.
I'm pretty sure it was Tubrow that they banned out because Valkyrie wasn't the operator that we thought. We might see a little bit more of it. Either way, we're going to see a trade come out. Bandit's going to get taken off the board, and it's going to be traded out as Eli finds his life forfeit. A Lion Ping going to go out and freeze all of the defenders in place momentarily as they start to make that push in. It's looking towards the rappel, but not able to find a Rai. Takes Nate off the board as some body shots ring out, looking to find himself second as the pings come out, flashes going, just making it incredibly difficult for the defenders to hold on, but still unperturbed, still alive, 1:20 as they start to hold.
The one thing that we did have, though, was the fact that the TSG won 3 out of 4 rounds on defense on that Skyscraper, so we know that they're very good on this map. I know we talked about it, but already in a 3v1 with a minute left, a lot of action happening quickly in this one, and it's not feeling right now Mormon had a well coordinated attack, right? It felt very chaotic at this point. So Scoob, the last one left alive, he struggled to get some kills on that last map. Gonna hopefully find another 3 to get a win here on round 1.
Yeah, it's a tough hill to climb, so gonna have to keep your head spinning for sure. Pushes up onto the deployable, but no room to be had there. Hold, wait, take the shot at the end when it's safe, and they're gonna find one on the defense.
I mean, that's not a crazy thing to happen. Obviously, you expect them to win their prime bomb site on most maps, especially Skyscraper. It will be that third round where we look at Mormon to maybe at least get a foothold in. At least that's what you normally see on Skyscraper. But I would say, coming out as a statistical analytical view, their extension was so strong. And again, you saw the bandit trick as well. Despite having a floor road on his feet, he still was dedicated to making sure that single wall wasn't open, that wasted time, and allowed them to still just lurk around and wait for the people to come into their cross angles. Even when one person was taken down from TSG Gold, they always had each other's backs, always had that buddy system, always had the opportunity to refrag. And Mormon, they did seem a little bit disjointed, but I wouldn't read too much into the first round of Skyscraper.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, here we go. Defense going to take one. As Milo said, not surprising. So we move on to the secondary site. No surprises there either as we head over the exhibition and office. What is a little surprising, no mirror there for that that bar hold, right? Instead, going to lean in to a similar sort of slowdown approach that we've been seeing them take all night. Malusi and Legion staying prevalent in that option.
It's an interesting combo from the defense to me that that is sort of strange, right? No Mira and no breach denial, or no bandit, right? You've got the Cade, but not a lot of heavy investment in trying to keep those breaches closed. So to me, that definitely seems a bit interesting. But look at this, the Flores drone trying to make its way up the house stairs, clear off the barbed wire. Right, I was wondering whether or not they were going to trying to use that and block off any of the tricking at the top of house stairs, but look at this, wide open. No Mira to be able to give them some insight on when anybody's making the push up on the balcony, but definitely the run out ready and waiting.
Okay, yep, so start sending some of those Rotero drones, get rid of some of that extension util, and then get a little bit more dedication to the drone, right? Exactly. You can see him get it out. Take a second look. There's plenty of time still left on the board. 5 all. Everybody's still outside of the map, outside of the line, who has made his way into the entrance. One of the things that you talk about all the time, how tough it is to get into Skyscraper, but you're seeing that action right now. Pushes in, though. Just going to take a bold little stroll through. Zonky going to find his life forfeit. Vapoa takes Nate off the board, and we find ourselves in a 4-4.
Tied up, half this round gone, but what a shot from Vipoa, just standing there in the open breach, not expecting a swing. And all right, so we talk about is this the right combination of operators on the attacking and defending side right now? Looking like the defense has got it, holding tight angles and playing here down below in reception. Exceed's going to finish off that and get this body balance a little bit closer. You've got a minute left. No more of the EE1Ds though from Lion, and no more opportunity to try and find some roam clear. No opportunity, no Flores drones left to clear out defensive utilities, so they're going to have to do everything with the exception of one of those nades here by hand.
That's right. So 48, 3v2, the pressure now on, getting rid of the Legion Goose. But that does give away a little bit of the sound cue of where he's at. And look, he's back up in that area. We saw that on the last round that they played. And he might net the same sort of kill. He has no idea. He's going to find his life forfeit. Not able to spin around and, you know what, give him 2. There's no way that worked again.
It seems familiar to Consular. They had great early round. They were able to get that first pick. And yes, it was instantly traded, but losing the ace for the Warden is a great trade, especially when the ace has used all his utility to get the wall open. You can definitely go for maybe a smoke plant now or just flash out any other players because there's nothing to really counter that at the moment in time. But the man who's looking to make his 4th and all elements pops off when they need him most. Vipoa, he was great in the last map where Zonky maybe didn't have the same impact as he had map 1. He's doing the same on this map right now. The intel game just looks a little bit questionable for Mormon, not knowing that the player's ratting up in the exact same position as he did in round 1. They look like 4 direct. They didn't really care about maybe the outside roam or anyone else on extensions, and it just doesn't pay forwards, as they also don't know that there's a player inside, deep inside, behind the bar area. They're good to get the player down below. They obviously had that pre-place drone either during the round or during the prep phase. But now we're going to see where their real skill comes, because this is the hardest site to defend. Still very defender-sided though, but this is going to be their one and main chance to at least get one of those precious attacking rounds going onto their own defending half.
Absolutely. The test on the Tersh. Round 3, a pivotal round in Skyscraper, no matter how the previous scoreline went, right? Is that Tersh site the toughest part for the defense to find, to hold on to? It's why it's the third one. So what do? They bring along a little extra security, right? Bring along the castle to help facilitate that extension and hold upstairs, that verticality, and then lean into the rest of it. Instead of the Valkyrie to be utilized here, they are going to get for the mobile intel of Mozzie with a C4 to boot to back it up.
I mean, you get the added bonus with the Mozzie of either stealing one of the drones, stealing some of that intel away from the attackers, or in that case, we watched it, force them to take an alternative route, maybe not get the intel that they were hoping for. There it is again, having to be cautious, not getting the intel that they need, even if they don't result in stealing it. I mean, it's a win-win there for the defenders on managing that utility. So still stacked up 5-5, so this round moving a little bit slower than we've seen on some of the others, as the attackers taking a little bit more time. And I love what Scoob is doing here, walking slowly, using the Nook all the way on the other side of this map.
That's right. Deimos starting to put the pings out onto the Wamai, so they get a little bit of that intel, but it's answered back. They know where the Deimos is, and they know that he's probably got some backup. That backup is going to be in the hands of Ying. So with a minute and a half left, you can see the defense, or you can see the attack starting to make that setup, right? 4 people now inside the building, starting to put the pressure on from all of the different angles. Ying, the last one outside, still has only 1 Candela. So that util dump that you always are looking for when you're going to be dropping the hatches down into sight, going to be a little less effective, especially if she loses her life here. Does get reduced to that 17 HP, but so does Mozzie, down to 30. So the last Ying Candela going to ring out, put some pressure as they push up onto the rotate, but going to get dealt with immediately. Shut down. Now, low health on both sides of the defenders in this last 49, and it gets equalized as Nate's going to find Rai's head off the board. Now takes us into a 4-4 with 44 on the board. Whew.
40 seconds left. I mean, it's still enough time for either one of these teams to come out victorious. The attackers making their way up. What a shot there from Eli. Really just good game sense and recognizing Castle was holding the alternative angle, so that gives them a little bit of a boost. You still have got the defenders playing downstairs and the Mozzie upstairs in T. So I was going to say they need to deal with Mozzie, and they did. The wallbang there. And Legion identified the Deimos coming out huge at the end of this. 7 seconds left. We're going to see finally. No. Did you see? What was that kill feed, my friend?
That was all Vipoa. He just said, I'll take them all. And like a DJ dropping a new beat, he dropped every single one of the last members on the other side. He said, don't worry, hold my beer. I'll just do it myself.
Great clear off the top floor, able to clear everyone out. But the problem was they had no information on the site players. The Deimos track coming in just a couple seconds too late for the player dropping down the main mez area. And then Vipoa named him last round, gonna name him again. The start of that round, getting a 3K. They had no idea where he was. They had to have known he was at least somewhere inside of sight though, so it's questionable them not having any information on it, or not even having game sense to realize he has to be in sight here. Maybe don't all run at him at the same time. They definitely could have maybe either dropped. They did drop hatch and died, but maybe done it maybe more at the same time, or just walk down the black stairs trying to get the plant down inside of that bar area. But in the end, it just doesn't come out for their way, despite really great roam clear in the end. And now Mormon, they've lost 3 in a row. I'm very surprised that the timeout didn't actually come there because they need at least a round. I'd say 1 round is needed, 2 rounds is wanted.
Yeah, it's the quality versus quantity type, right? Just get 2 on the board. Doesn't matter how they look. It doesn't have to be fancy, doesn't have to be special. But if you get 2, you're going into your defensive half knowing that you got a pretty good shot at taking it home. But it's baby steps. You got to get that first one on the board to be able to even start to think about having something on the other side. So 3 up, 3 down. What's going to be the adaptation, Whiskey?
All right, so I like that they're bringing out again. Scoop bringing out this this fuse. I want to see the fuse and see that utility come out and just rain down fire on TSG's side. Right, something to cause chaos, something to just upset this. We've seen them. Feels like they hadn't been playing strategically that well together. But if you can't win that way, right, try and just cause some chaos. Work off that. Right, they're just not winning in the way that we'd normally expect.
Yep, I'd agree with you. Right, a little bit of a difference, but it's working. However, you got to get it done. Smoke canisters to stall out the push towards the black stairs. A couple of smokes ring out, but Warden there to answer back. Everybody up top except for Bandit, who's going to be playing that spoiler downstairs. And he does still have a Bandit charge in pocket, whatever he decides to potentially use that for. Looks starting to put the pressure on, but he doesn't even know. Legion there is going to catch himself a free kill. In fact, knock it up to 2. Domi to take one. Hectic to also find one. Glaz now the last alive. TSG looking real good on the defense here of Skyscraper.
122 left. I mean, there's still time. Eli, I wanted to say for a second that Eli could make some magic happen, right? We saw 2 4Ks come out of him on the previous on the first map of the battle between these two, but not going to happen there. And Mormon is going to take their timeout again early in this after going down 4 rounds to 0.
Well, it makes sense they're taking it now. They need the next 2. The next 2 rounds are some of the most important they're going to have. TSG Gold, you guys told me they looked amazing on Skyscraper before, and they're continuing to look amazing on Skyscraper. The last round, it's a rush. You either go 2 ways. You either completely destroy the defense, stomping over them, or the defense battle you back, and it looked like they were ready for it. Too many ratting positions to just be able to have to deal with or just work out where they are. Drones information just not in the availability for Mormon to figure out, hey, there's a player ratting here, let's maybe slow down, give ourselves some time to maybe go for this rush to move these players out of these power play positions. Didn't go the way. Now they're going to have to attack on the exhibition room and office. Last time out, it was mainly a direct onto site. Didn't go their way, so I'll be surprised if they maybe don't switch it up, go for an over clear, as from what we looked at in the TSG defense last time, they didn't really have much of a massive presence on the other side of the map. Most players were inside a site and there was a couple down below, but nothing really on that T and karaoke side, so I think that must be the option for Mormon for their attack this time round out.
Okay, 4-0 to start it, right? Mormon looking to just get their 1, just hit their quota before they got to go on to their defensive side of it, where, of course, they're going to get some W's, right? They're going to get some round wins. It is Skyscraper after all. But the story, it could be told quite a bit different if they don't get 1 on the board. So, going to see TSG switch it up a little bit, bring out the Valk, right? We haven't got to see her most of the evening, but she's going to be utilized here. 3 C4s on the board, Whiskey, to contend with.
I was going to say, you know, as we were looking at how this was playing out, on console at TSG won 3 in a row. Mormon leadership took the timeout early, and then timeout buff in effect. They win that 4th round. Didn't help them overall to win that game as they lost 7-3 on consulate, but they did take this team 8-7 double overtime victory on Borders. So on the smaller map, Mormon leadership did have a bit of an advantage. Going down 4-0 on defense, you know, it's not the end of the world, certainly, for this team. We know we're talking about Skyscraper. 5-1 is expected, even though TSG very good. So right now, still a lot of opportunity left from the Mormon leadership team. Don't count them out yet. This is a very good team. Can put up some numbers against TSG.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, looking towards that first win, they are going to get rid of that mirror watching onto the main breach as Ash is able to take that off the board. Kind of the standard setup that you see here, right? You bring along the Zofia to stop that potential Cade tricking onto that single wall to open it up. Thermite to do the job there. But really, standard attack here, kind of trying to rely on that traditional take, as you were saying.
Fighting it out, a minute 36 left in this round. Halfway through, Eli, the only one, he's got that opening pick here. And I feel like we've been saying his name all night, but right now the Mormon leadership just not able to find enough to keep them in the positive. Everybody, with the exception of Cassia, finding 2 kills so far. The other side, Hectic Vipoa, sitting at that 5-1, 7-1. Done a great job starting this thing off. Even down a man, still feels like Mormon leadership's under a ton of pressure here. In this case, like Milo talked about it, the office exhibition side, tough, but all right, Nate, that's a great way to start it off.
That's right. In a really great position to be able to find that first win, to hit that quota. But you still got to dislodge some of these players from that push point. And there's still a C4 on the board for the man who can see through smokes, right? So in this close quarter combat area, the ability for a C4 to grab more than 1 kill is extremely probable. But look at that. Eli to take Dami off the board. Rai finally to answer. Zonky to find one as well. And just like that, we're a little bit closer, except for count him out. Rai taking off the board. And you know what? Give him a double. Scoop going to find both his bucks.
It feels like it is Eli making that entrance for his team, being the spearhead, being the man to make the openings for them to win out this game, or at least win out that round. And I said it in the pregame, I wanted to see them go for that overclear. I wanted to see them start from Karaoke T because TSG were not really putting up much of a presence there. And now we're seeing them do that, win the round out, and they're forcing, surprisingly, TSG go to Barbecue Kitchen. I think this may be a weird choice just because I felt like their defense here wasn't very strong and they definitely could have, probably should have lost out in that 4v2. But maybe they see something I don't, because obviously losing a site always makes you rethink it, want to go to a different one, and sometimes it does show them off. Eli giving a shout out to Beyond Me, a streamer in our, obviously in our community, a good one at that. But right now, he needs to focus on the game, which he has been putting up great numbers throughout. He actually only got 1 kill. Or was he on 1 kill beforehand? Maybe even on 1 kill beforehand. Now on 3. Actually, not the top rank for his team. Scoob getting a double as well in that last round. Both him and Eli going to have to put up even better numbers if they want to get this second attacking round.
Yeah, if you're a Mormon fan, you feel good, right? You got it off the board. The rest after, or anything that happens here forward is just, as Whiskey Run says, going to be gravy on potatoes, right? Last round of the half, if they can come away with a second win, they're feeling real good towards their defensive half. If they don't, not so big deal, right? The chalked mentality going to be gone out of that because you went ahead and got your necessary.
4-1 for TSG. Mormon leadership, that's the second time so far the timeout buff comes in successful for this team. So it seems like something that is working for them in general, right? Take a minute, talk about it, analyze, come up with the win. So, right, if you can gain a little bit of extra time, slow the round down, that might be what they need. Talked about there not being an awful lot of vertical play in general between these two teams, so like Scoob bringing out the buck as well to try and trying to put some pressure on, gain something to be able to put some pressure on this defending team. So they're utilizing those bulletproofs though. A lot of intel coming out. Feels like tons of upstairs presence, right? Everybody except for the Legion still holding upstairs, so I don't know whether or not there's an opportunity for something quick, right? As this Flores coming in and checking out, no one is downstairs. Could there be an opportunity to exploit that?
I don't think so, right? I mean, it's so close knit. The vertical here completely necessary. Yes, you may be able to get in and start to get the plant, but it seems like it would be just fish in a barrel situation if you got there. But I mean, who knows, right? They could see the IGL could see something here. However, Rai going to find the first kill onto Scoob, and that's going to make it a little bit tough for them to get the job done here, especially as Rai is going to find the second onto Nate, who having a little bit more of a lackluster round. Vipoa going to go ahead and find himself a kill, send up a C4, not going to find anybody off of it, but now, just like that, 56, and we find ourselves in a 5v2.
1v5, last opportunity. TSG with a flawless round to close out their defensive half. We said that they were going to be dangerous on Skyscraper, and now they're moving on to attack. So Mormon leadership have got to turn this up absolutely. The 5-1 half standard, so I don't want to say that this is anything special at this point, but for a flawless to finish it off, that definitely was putting a lot of pressure here on the Mormon leadership team. They got to be nearly perfect for the next couple rounds, at least to try and force that overtime or maybe snag it in the end.
Funny part is, last time we guys did a try-cast, the final map we actually casted was also Skyscraper, and I'm pretty sure it ended with a 5-1 half as well, being obviously the 3Z Grand Finals between Thrive and Arrival 7. Thrive already being invited to E4, Arrival 7 making a dark horse run in the lower bracket currently, and they were able to come back slightly. It came down to them being 5-5 in the end. But, 5-5 and then 6-5, and then obviously 5 just about squeaking it out, getting the victory. But Mormon can definitely do so. They can go on a run here. They can get multiple rounds in a row. Last round out, I questioned the bomb site, but I guess TSG shut me up right up. They won it flawlessly. It just felt like the picks were just gifted towards them. It never felt like Mormon had any control of the map or any control over the gunfights they were taking. Now we're going to see how this extension is going to work in their favor. As we saw on Border, TSG Gold, and even on Consulate, TSG Gold are so great at picking apart these extensions from Mormon.
Yeah, it seems like that strat and counter strat and counter strat, and TSG has just been doing really well at it. So here's the deal, right? They're a great attacking team, and already they're going to find themselves with that opening kill onto Eli's. He gets relegated to his own cams. Valk now not going to have a C4 to be instrumental or impactful in that later part of the round. But yeah, even though it is the standard split 5-1, you still have the problem of it being 5-1. It's one away from a match point scenario, which means if it's Mormon that has to be perfect for 4 or TSG that has to be perfect for 2, one of those is a little bit easier.
Yeah, and chat calling it out absolutely right. Why run out when you're down in the round count? Don't take that risk. The other interesting thing I was gonna say relative to Milo's comment there, Arrival 7 being that team in the 3Z Grand Finals, they play the loser of this game. They've made the Dark Horse run, have made it to the lower bracket quarterfinals, and that will be against whoever loses this game. But tragically unaware there for Rai X Siege, going to take him down 3-3 with a minute 20 left in this round. So Rival 7 anxiously waiting the loser of this game to find out who they're going to be playing, watching in earnest with how this one's happening, but waiting for the repel and taken down. Wow, what a shot.
Day late and $1 short, and he finds his life forfeit at the end of that exchange. Now into a 3-2. TSG finds himself up in the man advantage, up in the body balance, up with a little bit of momentum, and just got to put the pressure on like 2 separate areas, right? One sitting in T room, one sitting in Geisha, meaning that they've got a little bit of time to drone it out, isolate, and then get the crossfire set up for that plant to go down.
Plenty of time left. Maybe not plenty of time. 30 seconds left. This thing is almost done, my friend. And you still have got a little bit of utility on the attacker's side, but good coverage from the defense right now. T being the biggest opportunity that these attackers have.
Yeah, okay, so 17 now. They've got to make the push in. The pressure from Geisha starting to force them to make that move. No Candelas left, and that's going to be the shot. That's going to be the double. Zonky and Dami both find one, put themselves on a match point scenario, and we are close to the potential end here in this map number 3.
I've got to agree with you guys. I've got to agree with chat. Running out when you're this far down, especially when you have the favorable side there. Skyscraper, yes, you can use the aggression to your advantage. It's one of its main positives, but you also can rack to your advantage. I think it was very poor, and I'm just questioning why they went for that play. But also, the positioning, the angles they're holding just doesn't really make much sense, especially in that 2v3. They have the time completely on their side. They have a C4 in their pocket. They can definitely play more of a cross angle with each other, but they're holding separate angles, and he doesn't even hear the player full sprinting next to him. If he just turns, looks, he gets a freebie on the Ace, who is full sprinting, trying to kill the Mozzie on his side. But just no heads-up play, no situation awareness. The bomb site will be switched. And now Mormon, they have to be perfect for 5, or TSG Gold make Element 4, and Vipoa makes 4 in a row.
Okay, here we are. Perfect for 5 to stay alive. It's a tough hill to climb back from, but this lineup could do it. I think first step, got to see Casket on the board. Haven't been able to buy a kill yet inside of 7 rounds, which of course can add to that mental chalk, add to that disparity and desperation that starts to creep in when you're so close to losing it all after 7 hours of Siege being played over a couple of days.
Yeah, that's right. We're almost 7 hours of casting today, going through 2 best of 3s in a row to try and find out who was going to be the qualifiers here for ELEMENT4. Such an honor to be able to have done both of those best of 3s and our 3rd element in a row. But not quite done yet. TSG Gold has got to find one more win here on attack on Skyscraper in order to claim that spot, earn that the second upper bracket qualification. The Mormon leadership working to keep them out and stop it here. Still stacked 5 apiece, moving a little bit slower here with 1 minute down in this round.
Right, because you've got plenty to burn here, right? You've got plenty of moves to make, potentially, because it's going to take 5. The trade goes out, and that's going to be the body bounce. Shift to no one here, as Scoob's going to find one and lose one onto Zonky in the trade. Both knocking each other out at the same time. 4-4 is what we sit now. Selma's off the board, and they're going to find the Mira. Huge play. Now the C4 is gone, and no more being able to contest. Whiskey finds themselves into a 4-2. It's all coming down for Mormon leadership here, and they've got to find a way to equalize, maybe onto the Ying, maybe onto it, but it's now into a 4-1, a 3-1. It's Exige, the last alive, the lone soldier. Not gonna happen. It's too little. It's too late. TSG gonna take it, and they're gonna do it dramatically.
What a round coming out from TSG. You're right, heck of a run. I just think it's very weird for them to be going for that aggressive play so late on. You can definitely just dig your heels into the map and just allow the map to be played around you.
7-1 victory for these guys. Unbelievable run. We said that they were going to be fantastic going into this, that they were going to be the team to beat on Skyscraper. Mormon leadership had to take Border, and then maybe they could hold on Consulate, but unfortunate for them. We love seeing that team. They at least are not out of it yet. Huge congratulations, obviously, to TSG Gold for qualifying here for ELEMENT4 officially. Mormon leadership now have to go battle it out against a rival 7 tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern time, to see which one of those 2 teams is going to earn one of the lower bracket qualification spots. So they've got one more opportunity, one more day to do it.
Boy, no surprises here, right? TSG just looking absolutely fantastic today. Firing on all cylinders, getting it done on both sides of the board, defense, attack. They just seem to be honed in. They definitely had their G Fuel today because they were firing on all cylinders. Sheesh. Okay, well, Whiskey, we did it. 7 hours of casting has seen us through day number 2.
Now that we've finally found out who is going to qualify here for E4, we're going to check in with the teams and see whether or not one of the winners wanted to do an interview, wanted to join us here. So we'll take a quick break, see if we can find out if somebody is available to do an interview, and then come back. Otherwise, we will send you off on a great evening. So just give us a few minutes to set that up.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to talk about it. Heyo.
Let's go. Welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, and I'm glad that you stuck with us for two best of threes and almost 7 hours of casting today, because we finally got to see who was the winner, who qualified for Element 4, and it was TSG Gold. And we do have an interview for you. We're bringing on Hectic here, joining Milo and I for the interview, and thanks for joining us, Hectic.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a long time coming.
I completely agree. I think you've always deserved it, but finally making it to the promised land of Tier 2 of Element 4, beating out your old teammates of Morn Battalion, but also of Wanted Goons. Was there a level of knowing their game plan? You've been under the leadership of Jake Siege Allen. Was there a level of you knowing how they wanted to play and giving it over to your teammates?
Yeah, coming into it, I was definitely expecting them to come and bring in the heat, playing really fast and aggressive. And I guess when we hit that map 1 of border, they really slowed it down on us and they were playing really passive. And like they kind of threw us off a bit at that. So we had to really like switch up the game plan. I kind of had to throw out a lot of what I thought they were going to do going into map 2 and 3. And so they kind of hit us with like a big surprise.
Now, I know you said you got to play against your old teammates, but some of this team was also a big part of Outlast and part of the whole LATAM region. How long did it take for you guys to sort of gel together into this 5-stack to take on the Element Quals?
I mean, like any other team, like we always we had the rocky stages. You know, there was the honeymoon phase, and we had the bad games, the games that could have, you know, disbanded, made or break the team. But we stuck together. You know, we lost a player, we got a new one, and it kind of fit. Like we just kept scrimming. You know, we lost a couple game days here and there that, you know, looked bad, but we just kept scrimming and it kept working, and we just started winning again, and then we qualled. We made it work.
Obviously, your current teammate Vipoa, actually, funny enough, I was going to talk to him about this, but we have you beautifully here. Was there any talks about, because he has now made all 4 elements, obviously first undertaking King's Dilemma and Uplink. Was there any talks between him and you guys, a part of the team, trying to help him get there, making sure he made all 4 and keeping up his streak alive?
Yeah, funny enough, we did before we picked up Vipoa, when we were doing tryouts. That was one of the things that got brought up. We were like, "Oh, he's made all 3 quals. You know, like what if we get him for the 4th one?" And it's like, look where we are now.
TSG has really sort of taken on a lot in the siege scene recently. How's that? How is it being a part of that org right now? Having the trying out the LATAM region as well, and now taking on the Element Squad.
Yeah, I've been seeing their name kind of going around a lot beforehand, and when they kind of came to us about a possible team spot, they were very receptive, very communicative. They gave all the good like green flags of a good org. And I don't know, like I'm not like the best with like org stuff, but I mean they've been nothing but good to us so far.
Another question for me is, especially on Consulate and especially on Border as well, it seemed like you guys were dominating in just taking over the map quickly and being able to pick apart the extensions of Morn Battalion. How do you guys learn how to do that, and how quickly were you able to adapt to being able to do that?
Well, we've had a lot of good practice. It really was all about the scrims. Like we came in with the scrims, like the mindset, like we wanted to do this, and like this was our plan. And we just kept nonstop scrimming, doing it on game day, just keep like repping it over and over and over again. And so when Mormon Battalion kind of came at us with like these big extensions, we already had experienced it many times before. We knew what to do. We already kind of knew how they played. So it just kind of worked out for us.
I love that you actually sort of acknowledge that you've been playing together, that you're scrimming together. A lot of the interviews we get into, teams say, "Oh, it was we're just great. We're unbelievable players. We never even scrim. We just sat down for the first time today." Love hearing that you guys were playing as a team, adapting from the mistakes. That's pretty cool. So I'm really glad to hear it. One of the last questions I've got though is, one of the things that Whiskey Glitter was always asking, and a nod to one of the European casters, if you could take one of the operators out of the game forever, never have a chance to come back in for you or anybody else you play, who would that operator you want out of Rainbow Six Siege?
That is a very impressive question. Um, I'd have to say Legion, maybe, and like
That's probably the
for a
first
lot
time
of the
I've heard that answer.
yeah, for a lot of the past like metas, like Legion's just been so dominant, like so needed to be ran, and I feel like if Legion was taken out of the game, how like scarily overpowered a lot of the current attackers would look without him. How fast
Mm,
some of these attackers would be immediately having to be nerfed, like these shields, because what would you like? What would counter them anymore if Legion was taken out?
yeah.
No, it completely makes sense, especially with the T5 being one of the most strongest guns on defense. Minimal recoil, good damage, good fire rate, good ammo capacity, and then secondary shotgun. My question is, it's a little bit of a joking question. Zonky, I know he loves them. How many Big Macs did you bribe him with to play this well?
Like this time wasn't the big. It wasn't the Big Macs. It was the Dave's hot chicken sliders. We had to promise him like 10. You know, like that's the only way we would have called.
Yeah, he definitely. Well, he played exceptionally well. You as well. Congratulations on making your first ever T2 event. Long time in the making, but you're finally here in the promised land.
Yes, sir. Hope for more. We made it, and there's much more to come. Hopefully.
Anything else you want to say to the fans that are still listening?
All I want to say is I'm very happy we qualified. Shout out to all my teammates. I love them. It was especially in those like BO3s, those first maps, we lost them and they were really hard to come back from. So shout out to them for having great mentals, and shout out to Jake Allen. I love you, buddy. Hope you called through the losers bracket. And GG's to everybody we played.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much, Hectic, for stopping by, doing an interview with us. And thank you again, Milo, for joining us for the TriCast tonight. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream and helping out over 7 hours. It's a long one.
And thank you for having me as well. Always a pleasure to work with you guys.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring back my friend, the GOAT, one last time, Whiskey Glitter here to end us out because it was a great day of Siege.
What a freaking day of Siege, man. Like, you just couldn't ask for a better day 2 here for E4. It had the heartbreak, it had the uplifting stories, the David versus Goliath, the clutches, the TKs, just a little bit of everything, right? So, yeah, great day for Siege for sure, and happy to have been here and a part of it. Pro Strat, you heard it, right? Get the chicken sliders. That's the one. It's going to help you qualify for Element chicken sliders. Get it done, at least 10 of them.
Love it. Man, I am starving now that you mention it, but we just got to say it. I know we talk about it occasionally during the stream and on Twitter, but very much appreciate everybody that is here supporting the stream. This is a fantastic community, and we're really just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you love us, if you like us, if you hate us, why don't you add us? Check us out on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racing ENGR, and we just love to talk Siege. Hot takes, cold takes. You can tell me why you think Valk getting a nerf is a bad idea. I don't believe you, but but we can at least talk about it. And we just want to connect, right? Hit us down in the Discord, join the community, just get amongst it, get around it, as Tom J would say, and then get ready for day 3 of E4 coming at you tomorrow. So we've come to it. It's the end. It's the dreaded part of the evening where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Heyo.
Let's go.